Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shots going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. About a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the seven no meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to continuation of season 4, episode 23, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. The reason why we're doing this show is because we didn't get through all the topics from yesterday. So I really want to touch on these topics. So this is why we are doing a continuation. And I'm your host, Chain Crewman, Jesse Paris, Colorado State House of Representative candidate on the ballot, number 3 on the ballot, as a matter of fact, for the House of Representatives here in the state of Colorado. And I'm joined with the other host, Lady Che, who's been MIA, but she's with us now. Greetings, Lady Che.
I've been MIA, Jesse. Jesus Christ. Fairly, I had like a very serious fucking migraine day. I don't even know why I have a headache, but I had like the worst headache for the last 2 days. Like it hurts when my eyes are open. It's just even right now, like I'm sitting here looking at the computer and I'm wondering why we're doing this show. My head is fucking just pounding. It's like I thought that if I rested, I would get rid of this headache, and I haven't. So it's like it's just one of those terrorizing little migraines that just won't go away. I haven't been MIA. I have been kind of like not listening to anything that's been going on YouTube or the news or anything because I just don't feel like being riddled with that. So I'm interested to see what Jess come up with today as far as topics. I haven't really been MIA.
From the show.
Might as well have it.
We haven't been present on the show at all.
I was here.
That's what I was doing.
Oh, yesterday?
I have not seen you. Yesterday or the day before yesterday.
I can't remember. I tell you, man, this headache is like so intense that it's not even being touched with like aspirin or anything like that. It's just super intense inside of my head. Or just pounding away. So I apologize. Now anybody missed me? Did you miss me? Anybody miss me?
Yes. It sounds like an MRI is in need.
Anybody miss me? They're like, usually I'm told not to talk, so anybody miss me? I don't think so. Anyway, I'm here now, so let's get to it.
We missed you, Lady Che. Yes, you were missed. Your obnoxiousness and different points of view were missed. All right, so the topics that we didn't get to last night were Miami Dolphin NFL player Tyreek Hill got arrested yesterday in Miami. Then RIP to legendary FBA actor James Earl Jones. He passed away now 2 days ago at 93. Then we got breaking TYRESE arrested for unpaid child support and contempt of court.
I cried
over
Cornel
West. Then Cornel West speaks to Dr. Boyce Watkins about reparations, Democrats, and more. So I was going to play that interview. It's about 45 minutes long. Then we got Drake and Lil Wayne fans cry foul about Kendrick Lamar still in the Super Bowl spot, which is going to be in New Orleans next year. So they were basically saying they wanted Lil Wayne or somebody from the NO to actually be the headliner. Oh, okay, MD. I seen that you were streaming the debate earlier. All right, well, appreciate you tapping in briefly. You be safe out on them highways and byways. Then, twin, I got to get to the introduction. Then we got Black Chicago stopping racist propaganda. We covered that in part 2 a little bit, but not extensively, about them basically saying that the Black Chicagoans are anti-immigrant and xenophobic. So we're going to go over that. And then, of course, we got our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor sweeps, and our illegal migrant sweeps. So thank y'all for tuning in after that shit show of debate that just took place an hour ago. All right, Lady Che. I got to pull these videos up. They're all over the place. And Chrome's been acting really stupid on my end.
Free to speak. All right. I didn't see the motherfucking debate, so obviously, from what you're saying is it was garbage.
It was in the
It was
dump one.
trash. My brother said something about it being trash too a little bit when I guess I woke up a little bit. He said it was trash, so judging by what you're saying, it was trash. Um, I'll have to catch up on the highlights, I guess. Uh, so by the consensus, who won? Who do you think won
The
the
dump.
debate?
I think the dump one. The dump has been using our talking points. They've literally been using FBA talking points. I was just
Yeah.
listening to Black Alpha Network, and he literally said the exact same thing we've been saying about Kamala Harris. And he actually answered questions on like Kamala. She was dodging and deflecting and all over the goddamn place. So,
Huh? That's good. It's good. And then, that's another shout out to the New Play Media. Like I was saying, a little bit ago about California, not to get discouraged. I mean, even Uncle Phil showed it. Was it Uncle Phil showed us? No, it was Tyreek. Tyreek showed us how they had been, trying to infiltrate and everything like that. So that's a good sign, actually, that they're coming to some sort of understanding. That the whites and the Republicans and the motherfucking Democrats, all that they coming to some sort of understanding that
they're
they.
coming to some kind of understanding because they've been
Yeah,
tuning into the new Black media.
but I just
Uh,
said that. Yes, I just said
they're,
that.
they're watching us, but you're always saying nobody watches us, nobody's
No,
watching,
I said
nobody's
nobody
listening.
watched it. Jesse,
No, you always say
I
that
said,
nobody's
Jesse,
watching, nobody's listening.
oh
Why
my
are
God,
we
what?
doing this?
Thank you. If you're just gonna argue with me, because I'm just trying to get one sentence out. Stop it. I'm saying that they don't watch me. Nobody cares about what I say because nobody watches me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I said that. All right, now moving along. Fuck, I forgot
Don't
what I
do
was.
what Kamala did, which is pivot.
I forgot what I was gonna
She
say. Now
literally, she was literally asked a question,
never
and she
mind. I
straight up
forgot what I was gonna
pivoted.
talk about family with till he started arguing with me. Does that shit? I'm going to go back on mute. I'm going on mute.
Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. This is crazy. Okay, so I gotta pull this Tyreek Hill video up. So for those that don't know, sleeping or whatever the hell,
No, I don't give a fuck
NFL
about
player Tyreek
that's.
Hill. Well,
I
you
don't
can
care
go
about
on
any of
mute
that.
if you don't give it.
No, but like, why you sneak this?
Why you
Cause
gotta
like,
keep this? It's not
why
sneak
you gotta
this
do
in.
all
It's the
that?
reality.
Why you gotta do all that, Jesse?
Oh my
That's
God. I'm just trying to bring the people up to speed. Lady Tate, we literally agreed not to do this. So why are you doing this?
Why are you
You're
doing
literally
it?
going against the word.
Yeah, but you're doing it, so you're
Because
doing
I'm
it right.
trying to host the program, cuz.
Yeah, but all that is an extra shit that you didn't
You
need to.
wake out of your sleep and then
No,
try to
I've been
dictate to
up,
me on
Jesse.
how to run the program.
No,
Please go on mute, Lady Tate. Like,
Oh
this
my
is so
God, where's
ridiculous.
Jesus when you fucking need him?
Yeah, can we all get along? I know, man.
No, man, I can't. Just somebody
It's
tell him that
ridiculous.
he's the one doing it. He's the one doing it.
I'm
Everything
not
is
doing it. You just
he's
said you were
straight.
going on mute, and you sit up here and unmute. You
Did
want to
that? You
keep
did
going
that
back and
so
forth with
sneaky,
me. Stop
this
it.
shit. You did
Stop
that
it.
whole extra shit. You know what you did, Jesse.
And you
Well,
know
okay,
what
so
you're
start
doing
this.
right now. You're
Start
literally
this.
going against your words. Stop
But
it.
you did it. You did when you went against yours, cuz. I said no
No,
more
you
that
went
sneak.
against yours. It's not no
You
sneak
did it.
this. It's
What did you
literally the
just say?
reality.
What did
If
you
you
just
were
say?
asleep,
If you was
you're
sleeping, you're
okay.
waking up after
Okay,
2 days.
well, maybe I
God,
should have said it differently.
together,
If you've been
dude.
sleeping under a rock
I have it.
for the
I
past
have it.
3 days,
Don't give a damn.
then you would know.
No,
Then you wouldn't
I
know
have
about
been
this.
awake, Jesse. I just don't give a
Oh my
fuck about
God.
what you're talking about.
Okay, then
That
if you
is
don't give a fuck, why are you still talking?
why are you? Oh God, I hate you, cuz.
Jesus Christ. All right, where the hell is this goddamn video at? So, again, before I was really interrupted, Tyreek Hill was arrested right before the NFL game on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, I was going to play the video of that, just in case you missed it and did not see it. Yeah, it does. Complete shit show. Like, what the hell? Alright, so here it is. So this is the body camera footage. What the hell was the sound? Yeah, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Okay, here we go. Maybe? I guess I don't have no sound.
Why do you have your seatbelt on? Why do you have your seatbelt on?
So that's them pulling him over.
Why you have it up?
Miami Dade is funny.
Hey, keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window.
Cuz has a heavy accent.
What part of Dallas you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. Drew. I'm getting up, bro. God damn, twin.
When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting up.
You understand? Not for you, what we tell you. You're a little confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late. Too late.
All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey, Drew, hey.
Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying.
Bro, y'all,
Don't move.
good. But you beating on my window like you crazy.
Set him up.
Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Damn, yo, bro. Bro, dude, beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro.
I just heard you in your ears when we
Bro, chill, bro. Hey, don't do, bro.
Back up.
Hey, call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what?
That sounds like a new thing, man. The
Hey,
biker.
call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey. I'm not doing anything. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek.
Get in the car.
Straight up on the side of the.
Hey, get in the car. You're parked in the middle of the street.
I'm in the car. You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, you're in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car. All right, move. You gotta move right now.
Let me have your license. You're gonna ticket too.
I'm coming.
Let me have your license. You're gonna ticket. Let me have your license.
I'm leaving.
I'm not playing. Let me have your license. Your license right now. Your license right now. You're not gonna give me your license?
Hey.
In the car.
You're not gonna give me your license? I'm leaving.
Let me have your license. Your license right now. Right now. Or I'm gonna lock you up. Your license right now. Your license right now. You're dealing with me now. Your license right now.
Patrick,
We're not playing this game here, man.
why you got to do like
Exactly. Why?
Close that door. Yo, Drew. Let me stand them up so I can take off this. I'm going home. Stand up. I'm going home, bro. Come over here. Don't fall off the side. No, bro. Then this dude here was like, man, I'm already rich. I don't even. Come on, bro. Open your legs. Just let him lean forward a little. Just go with the ring. You right.
I don't understand what we're watching right here.
Hey, thank you. Hold on. Appreciate it, bro. Hold on.
You let him go?
Yeah, they had no reason to stop him.
Take a picture of that officer, too.
The white man make him let him go?
Yes, ladies. Let him go.
So he celebrated it as a win. Because all I saw, the motorcycle cops pulled him over with no backup. Got IDs for the passengers of another vehicle. What's the boy's ID doing in the back of the truck like that? Like not up front or in his wallet is beyond me. Still no cars to throw nobody in. And so white man come and talk and then that's it. That's all I got because the shit was in and out.
Yes.
And dude they're like yeah, like whatever. Like is this supposed to be like so what was we supposed to learn from this? Because I didn't see no motorcycle police pull over the black man trying without no other backup cars.
It's Miami.
I know I see motherfuckers get arrested in Miami, but not like that. Not like that. Showboating.
You're just seeing it with your own eyes.
What were we supposed to learn from that?
It's obviously racial profiling. They didn't freaking know who he was. That's what we're supposed to learn from it. And they detained him right before the game.
Was he supposed to play in the game?
Yes, Lady Che. They had a game that same day.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Just completely out the loop. Okay.
Right. Because I don't even give a fuck. Like, I don't even know who dude is. I don't know who dude is, so it's not like it's that important.
If you watch football, you would know. Oh my God. He's a wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins. That's who he is.
I got it. Yes, I got it. I got it.
And they obviously pulled him over because he was black.
I got it. Especially if been pulled over for how heavy their accent was.
So this is from their local news affiliate. That's stupid, guys, but okay.
The motherfucker's accent was so thick. Crazy.
Get out! What part of you? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. Getting arrested.
The video making headlines across the country. I believe it's the body cam video showing the moment is detained outside of Hard Rock Stadium. And tonight, they've also released the name of one of those officers.
Yeah, we're also learning more about this. And reporter Laura Rodriguez continues the story. She joins us from MDPD headquarters with more reaction.
We've learned the officer placed on administrative duty is a 27-year police veteran. Now, we also spoke to a retired deputy police chief who believes ego got in the way on both sides.
I can't run.
Okay.
I'm not gonna run, bro.
Miami-Dade police say the officer who brought Dolphins player Tyreek Hill to the ground after a traffic stop is Danny Torres. The 27-year police veteran was placed on administrative duty within hours of the incident captured on officer body-worn cameras.
Keep it down. Hey! Keep your window down.
Sunday morning, Miami-Dade officers with the motor unit pulled over Dolphins player Tyreek Hill. The dispute began over Hill's car window.
When you got tinted windows like that, that draws alarm to a police officer because that wouldn't be normal behavior. Why would you roll your windows up when a police officer trying to talk to you? So that would draw some suspicion.
But it's what happened next that retired Deputy Chief Richard Morris disagrees with.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Damn!
What's the reason? You have control of them. And, why are you going to take an escalation in force when you've got control? I didn't see a threat there during the video.
Tyreek Hill was cited for careless driving and for not wearing a seatbelt. The ticket says he was speeding. Police estimate 60 miles per hour in an area of high traffic with pedestrians and vehicles. Attorneys for Officer Danny Torres released a statement that says in part, while we believe the decision to place our client on leave was premature, we respect Director Daniels' call for a thorough review of the incident involving Mr. Tyreek Hill, a stance we fully support.
One problem complicated another problem. And the second problem, obviously, was way escalated. And that's where I think you're going to see violations of policy and procedure.
The retired deputy chief you just heard from says all of the officers will likely be part of this internal investigation, not just Officer Torres. He says consequences for these officers can include mandatory training, suspension, or termination, among other situations. Reporting in Doral outside Miami.
Dolphins players and coaches shared their feelings today after watching that body cam of Sunday's traffic stop as well. Quarterback Tua Tagovailoa said that the video made him, quote, a little emotional.
In my opinion, I think it could have escalated another way. I just, I don't think it was done the right way.
It's unfortunate in this day and time, right? When I had two boys and my wife is Mexican-American, okay? And both it's almost a sense of relief in that they're going to have to avoid some of the, let's say, issues that I've had to deal with throughout my life.
Well, Tua said that he'll gather a group of teammates to talk about doing something to bring about change. To talk.
That your kid is gonna be safe from racism, white supremacy? Because is that where he's going with that? Because if he does, he needs to slap himself.
Yes, that's what he was going with that. That's exactly where he was going with that. This is clearly a classic case of racial profiling. We're seeing a black man in a nicer car than they could ever drive, and they had no choice but to stop him, fuck with him, throw him on the ground, toss him around. I mean, when I first seen the video, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was starting to get like PTSD, when the police throw me on the ground and shit like that. Like, what the hell is going on?
Of all the videos, now that's what you're saying.
Yes, guys. Like, every time something like this happens, it's just a reminder of what it's like being black in America and the shit that we have to deal with, especially us that's highly melanated, that we have to deal with on a daily basis.
I'm talking about
just because we're highly melanated, like, this brother is darker than me, so just imagine what he had to go through. And he's a fucking NFL star. Like how y'all not know that? And then you see the people, the ones at the restaurants, a bunch of goddamn immigrants, immigrant police, racial profiler.
They definitely are. They're definitely some sort of
Latino
type.
In the country. Yeah. So that's my thoughts on that. What are your thoughts?
It obviously is racial profiling, but not just racial profiling. How long has dude been a Miami Dolphin?
A number of years, ladies.
Number of years. So pause right there. So being that that's probably not his first car. That's probably the car he's had for a minute. Being that he's an actual Dolphin for however long, however many years, right? This dude's been on the force 25 something plus years. Okay, so it's obviously not just racial profiling. It's actual it's actually profiling, meaning we already know who the fuck you are. We know where you are, who you are. I'm just gonna pull you over.
That's what Trump is saying.
Bullshit. So it's not like you're new to the city. You actually live here. He lives there. He must have did something offensive. That's it's probably obvious. Like there's got to be a reason, right? Subconscious level. It's not just about the tint. It started off with the tint. Then it was the seatbelt.
But that's the justification that they use, Lady Chater. Oh,
I know. But I'm just saying. Listen to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is that it's not just racial profiling. Dude has been a fucking Dolphin for however many years, like by your words, however many years. Dude's obviously part of the force for 25 plus years. So this isn't old boy's first car. He lives there. He's driven that up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's not just about the tint. It's not racial profiling. It's just simply profiling. Happens to be racial because of the two individuals. It's profiling all the way.
Literally racial profiling.
It is racial profiling after the fact.
Definition of racial profiling.
There, Jesse, you're missing the boat. If dude lives there and he's actually
matter if he lives there or not.
Oh my God!
Still profile him.
Racial profiling. You're right, Jesse. You're right. You're right. You obviously don't see the bigger picture here. So you're right. Racial profiling.
No,
Black dude, Mexican or Latino side. And it's subject. Carry on. I want to go back on mute. You're right. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Racial profiling is the practice of targeting and discriminating against a person based off their race, ethnicity, religion, or nationality, rather than individual suspicion or evidence. It's a form of discrimination that often targets minority population.
That's what you said. Are you reading the Wikipedia fucking definition, guys?
No,
it's what
you said.
Wikipedia. So I got it. We got it.
No, you don't. Examples of racial profiling include stopping drivers for minor traffic violations.
For sake, we got it. We know. I was giving you a different perspective. Why do I even try? Why do I even fucking try? I don't know. You just want everybody to just be stupid. All right, cool. It's whatever. You're breaking the law. You didn't have to say those scary.
Black driver.
Got it. Roger that.
How many times have you seen this?
Carry on, cuz we're ready for the next topic.
What? Okay, so he did a minor traffic violation. Okay, so that's breaking the law.
I don't know. Are you gonna get it from Wikipedia or Google?
No, neither.
Carry on, dude. Or whatever you say.
I don't do Wikipedia. Anybody can doctor Wikipedia. I don't do Wikipedia. That's for people that's intellectually lazy. No matter how much money.
We got it. We understand. Whatever you say.
Follow the laws.
Let's carry on.
Yeah, we're the only ones that ever get taught that, twin. Told that. Nobody else gets told that. Just us. All right, so like I said, this is clearly a case of racial profiling. These kids had nothing better to do but to harass him because he is driving a nicer car than they could ever drive. And we've seen this time and time again. So, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know if she has to be like this. So the next topic is we lost a real one a couple days ago. So for those that didn't know, James Earl Jones. Oh my God.
That's terrible. I cried twice.
Okay. That's good to know, Lady J. Now, can I please finish my thought?
We must.
Yes, I must.
Carry on then.
Now, then let me carry on.
Stop interrupting.
It's reactionary. Stop interrupting. Stop being reactionary, because I'm gonna kick you from the show if you keep this up. Stop.
It'll be the first time.
No, it wouldn't. And it probably won't be the last. Now, anyway, before I keep getting rudely interrupted on my own program, we lost the real one a couple days ago. That was James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader, the voice of Mufasa and Simba in The Lion King, and several other movies like The Great White Hope, Claudine, The Sandlot. It's a slew of movies. He was in like 42 movies. So we lost him. So I was going to go over that. I was going to play Black Light Revelations video. We did an awesome tribute to him. But the damn, after my subscription or whatever to his channel ended, so I can't play the video like I wanted to play it. So now I found another clip to play. Let me see. I found another clip to play real quick. Everything's all out of whack, y'all. Damn, Chrome and StreamYard has been not cooperating with me for days. Let's see. James Earl Jones. Oh, he was in Fences too. A lot of movies. Still the Dreams. A lot of movies. Okay, I guess I'll put CNN's.
One of his most memorable roles was the father in Coming to America. King John.
Yep, he was in Coming to America too.
That's what I was watching. That's what I'm watching right now. Oh, you didn't mention it.
Coming to America too.
That's what I was watching right now before
I know, Lady Che.
Lady Che.
Please. Lady Che, stop.
What? Cuz I'm not doing anything. You're looking for something. I'm talking to the people. I'm not allowed to talk to people.
Already found it, Lady Che.
All right, I'll go back on mute. I'm just going to be on mute, okay? You talk to yourself and the people. How about that? Let us not forget Cocoon either.
Oh my God. I gotta be sure.
The villain used to make jokes to me and my brother. He used to say that he was one of our fathers.
Oh my God, Lady Che.
What? God damn it, I'm not doing anything wrong. What? You're pulling up some shit. Your
voice that audiences will remember. Luke Skywalker learned that in the Star Wars series. No.
The mask.
A different actor played Vader, but director George Lucas.
I said, yeah. A day's work? 2.5 hours, yeah.
That's all the Darth Vader language is in 2.5 hours?
Yeah, a few $1,000. I went home.
A city destroyed.
The key to Darth Vader is a narrow band of expression. No inflections. He's not insane.
Jones returned to the role of the Imperial villain throughout his career, even at age 91 in the Disney Plus series Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You will suffer.
In another memorable voice-only role, Jones said just 3 words.
This is CNN. What happened was that I did the Goodwill Games. They said, well, now can we do a CNN logo? And I came back for a separate session. It was so short. I mean, it took 5 minutes, right? And I forgot it.
What is unforgettable is that this powerful actor with a deep, authoritative voice had a speaking disability.
Stuttering was so embarrassing and really painful. I went mute from the age of 8.
Who loved poetry helped him.
He discovered I wrote poetry. And he got me to read my poetry in front of the class. And when I did, it didn't stutter.
As a teenager, Jones
nuclear bomber in his first movie role. The instructions: attack the Soviet Union in Dr. Strangelove.
Bomb door circuits, negative function.
A long list of screen roles would follow, including Root,
I found you! Kunta Kinte!
The guests are waiting, Your Majesty.
Let them wait!
Coming to America,
It'll be as if they dipped them in waters.
Field of Dreams, The Hunt for Red October,
Mother of God, we know he's escaped.
Patriot Games,
The sun will set on my time here.
and The Lion King. The stage, though, was his first love. Jones won a Tony Award in 1969 for The Great White Hope.
Is your wish coming true, huh?
Never this!
Nominated, too, for an Oscar in the movie version. Jones was part of an elite acting group. He won an Oscar, a Grammy, 3 Emmys, and 3 Tonys, including a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2017. Had he done it all in life?
I'm not sure if I want to do it all because, death is okay. It is something that happens to all of us. And that's kind of glorious, isn't it?
Let's bring in CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister in Los Angeles now. Elizabeth, a huge loss, obviously. James Earl Jones really established himself in so many ways, but especially he was really a rather pioneering actor in terms of being a Black actor.
Absolutely. A huge loss for the Hollywood community, but what an incredible life lived, Jake. We have confirmed with his agent that he did pass away at home at the age of 93. No cause of death given, but again, such a long, wonderful, accomplished life. And to your point, Jake, really pioneering, a trailblazer for Black performers everywhere. He will have such a legacy that will go on for decades and decades. And something that I want to point out is that over his storied career, he's really touched so many generations with iconic roles, whether it is voicing Mufasa in Lion King or, of course, Darth Vader. Just so many accomplishments and touched so many lives. I've been looking and scouring online, reaching out to different reps. So far, not a ton of tributes coming in because this news is breaking and such sad breaking news. But I anticipate that we will see a huge outpouring of love from Hollywood to exactly your point, Jake, which is that James Earl Jones was a pioneering actor, particularly as a Black performer.
So many iconic roles that he's going to be remembered for. Obviously, Admiral Greer in the Jack Ryan films. Also, he also is well known for his activism.
Absolutely. He is well known for his activism. And, he's well known for so much in his life, Jake, because it's not just his roles on stage and screen or being an activist for certain causes that were important to him, but also really being the first of so many things. As we heard there in that tribute package to him, he was an EGOT, which means he was in that rare club of having an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony. So this is really a presence in Hollywood that we truly, I don't think we'll ever see someone like James Earl Jones again. Now, I want to read something to you, Jake. Back in 2014, so just a decade ago, he was asked about his long career and what was the secret to it. And he was so humble. This is what he said, Jake, quote, "The secret is never forgetting that you're a journeyman actor and that nothing is your final thing. Nothing is your greatest thing. Nothing is your worst thing. I still consider myself a novice." So you see there at the age of around 83 already with so many awards, so decorated, so many roles. By the way, Jake, he had 80 film roles and over 70 television roles that even then he was still pinching himself with the career that he had.
James Earl Jones once told the Toronto Star that Field of Dreams was one of his top 5 favorite roles. Elizabeth, and the idea that his impact on baseball, his love of Americana, was such an important part of that role.
Absolutely. I'm sorry I paused there. I thought we were maybe going to a clip to watch one of his greatest moments. So sorry that I misinterpreted that there. But yes, that is certainly one of his most iconic on-screen roles. And as you said, the impact that he had there on baseball, that will live as one of his most famous roles. But Jake, he also revisited some of his other famous roles in very recent years. Just back in 2021, he was in the sequel to Coming to America 2. Of course, he continued to voice Darth Vader over the years in various Star Wars films. And a fun fact, in 1977, Jake, when he first voiced Darth Vader, he was paid just $7,000 for that role when he began, which is really incredible when you think of it, because without that voice, I don't know if Darth Vader would be the Darth Vader. And that, of course, is attributed to James Earl Jones.
And of course, he also could joke about it. He was in Coming to America. He was his normal persona, this regal baron, but it was for laughs.
Absolutely. And that really just, again, shows his range, over 80 movie roles, 70 television roles, highly decorated actor. There was no one role that he could play. He had such range, whether it was a serious, whether it was something that made you laugh, or whether it was that haunting voice, or it could be a charming voice. And also, Jake, I love that long before my time here and before your time, he was the voice of CNN in our famous slogan saying, "This is CNN." And I don't know if a lot of people watching know that that's a part of our family here at CNN.
All right, Elizabeth Wagmeister, thanks so much. Stay with us as we continue to follow this sad breaking news this afternoon, the death of legendary actor James Earl Jones. As we go to break,
Wow. I didn't know that part about CNN. I know all the other stuff, though. It definitely missed. All right, Lady Che, what you got to say on this?
Nothing. I don't want to talk anymore, so I got nothing to say. I'll just keep my thoughts to myself.
Okay. Well, they seem to be real passionate about this topic, so I want to give you the floor to say whatever it is that you want to say about this.
Jesse, don't provoke me, because I said what I was trying to say, and then you kept cutting me off, so it doesn't even matter. All right, I'll just go ahead. Since I was a little girl, James Earl Jones has been a part of my active TV watching, movie watching experiences. So right now, before Jesse hit me with this link to this show, I was watching Coming to America, the first one, and laughing. So that's what I was doing. It affected me. It affected me like the Rich Homie Quan thing did, just as intense. I mean, that's number 2. Death comes in 3. Who's next? You know what I mean? So I was pretty bothered by it. I did know about the CNN thing. I pretty much have been. He's one of my top 15 favorite actors. So he's like at number 7 on my list. I was quite upset, but 93, fuck, you lucky you make it that day nowadays to that age. Oh, Blue Eyes over here, he just happened to be going home. So I felt like Sinatra thing that James Earl Jones is old Blue Eyes for real, because just look at him. I very, 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 very sad. I was sad when I heard about it, and I just kind of reflected on all the movies and stuff that I've watched throughout the years. So yeah, it really bothered me. I think I found out yesterday. They told me about it yesterday, so I haven't known. So yeah, I'm not just living under a rock or anything. That's about it. Go ahead.
I don't even know what to say. 7? I'm curious to see who your top 6 are. Yeah, he's definitely up there on the list though of top actors. I definitely would put him in the same category as Whitney Portier.
Top six is like whatever, but I got a top 15, so they're all black.
I'm curious to see who's above him. They're not mentioning his also. Well, they mentioned it briefly that he had a stuttering issue.
Most good voice actors have stuttering problems.
They're not even mentioning the fact that he was influential in getting the civil rights movement started.
They didn't see Caucasian Nazi Youth Network didn't want to talk about that. They just kept avoiding the activism altogether. They didn't want to mention what he was an activist in, or what he really believed in. You know what I mean? Or what he wanted.
Causes, but they wouldn't say what the causes were.
Right. Yeah. So.
Chewbacca has so much to say about this too.
93 is a long life. It's a long life, and you know that he had a lot. He had a lot of accomplishments. But I would say that can't do no more Star Wars movies without his voice. That's just like without Samuel L. Jackson. You know, some of these movies that the white people love so much, there's the black people that make it worth it.
It says something about using his voice for AI or something. I seen something about that earlier.
Like, can you really watch Star Wars without Samuel L. Jackson?
You mean no, not Star Wars. Well, I mean
No.
Sith, maybe the Sith. You can't watch the Sith. Revenge of the Sith without Samuel. But Samuel came later on. James Earl Jones been doing the voice of Darth Vader since the 70s.
True. There's certain movies I'll be watching, and I only watch just because of the black actors. Oh yeah, there's other actors in there. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot. Watch the rest of the movie and actually include them in it. Sorry, all right, my fault.
We always knew that Darth Vader was black, because he was the voice of Darth Vader.
Yeah, Darth Vader was black. It wasn't that a surprise. It was a surprise that he admitted he was the father.
Luke, I am your father.
That was a surprise. It's an inside joke. All right, stop laughing.
He did a lot of plays too.
Yep.
He did Othello. He did
I always talk about plays. I'm a lover of the theater. In case anybody didn't know, Brandy, me, i.e. me, I've seen like at least 30 plays where black people have acted in them. And my two surrogate parents are theatrical actors.
Yep.
So I actually know about the theater. And the fun factual fact that the Shadow Theater was down here in the Fox Theater, which is a Shadow Theater is a black company, black actors, black theater actors, for a long time. And when they closed, when they stopped working, then the Fox closed. And that was the only theater, the only company left to play in the Fox Theater. And it's now now in Denver. What is it? Aurora Icon. Aurora. What do you call it, Jesse? Landmark. It's now Landmark. Yep. And I was in there. I was probably in I saw the last play ever shown there. I was in the theater. Fun fact, in case anybody wanted to know. Brandy, me, i.e. me, loves the theater. You wouldn't know because I'm a motherfucking street girl, but I got privileges to go to the theater. No, loved it. Right, go ahead.
I've been to the theater a few times, not 30 times, but
30 plays. I said 30 plays. That's not to mention how many times I saw them over and over again. I've been to 30 separate Blacc plays in that theater, amongst the one downtown and another one. I fucking forgot where that one is. But downtown.
About the Performing Arts Center.
I saw one at the Tivoli too.
The L.A. Cockins Opera House. I seen some at the Tivoli too.
So 30 separate plays. 30 separate plays. Didn't they say how many times I saw each play though? Because I could. You know what I mean?
I don't think I've seen 30 separate plays.
Yep, 30 separate Blacc plays. Blacc plays. Not white plays, Blacc plays. It's a big difference.
That's what I'm talking about. Blacc plays. I don't think I've seen 30 separate Blacc plays.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really into theater like that. But to each their own.
My surrogate father could have played a role on Oz. Yep. And my surrogate mother had a role in a movie with Al Pacino. Was it Al Pacino brother or wasn't Al Pacino? I asked my brother. I don't know the name of it. Yeah. So, interesting fun facts. What's the next topic, Jesse? Oh, you got the queue up.
I'm trying to pull it up. I don't have the queue pulled up. This stuff all scattered about. I said at the very beginning. But the next topic is TYRESE. So I want to close out with what I was going to say about James Earl Jones. Yeah, we lost a real one. R.I.P. to him. He will definitely be missed. His contribution is definitely needs to be more emphasized, especially about his involvement with the civil rights movement, the Black empowerment era, and all of that coming from Bucktooth. It's not Bucktooth, Mississippi, but he was born and raised in Mississippi in the heart of Jim Crow. He overcame a lot, including his stuttering. He said for the longest that he didn't want to speak until he got his acting gig in the late 50s. And he was off to the races from there. So definitely big rest in power to him. We deeply miss thoughts and prayers and condolences to his family, friends and family. All right, so the next topic is TYRESE being arrested for unpaid child support in contempt of court. Go through my damn history. Find this damn video I was gonna play. So we talked about TYRESE recently on the front Black News. The Democratic shills were coming at him super heavy because he was demanding anti-Black hate crime bill, similar to the one that the Asians got in 2021. And they kept trying to come at him, talking about there was already a hate crime law in effect, like the likes of Roly Poly Martin, Joyless Reed, Ricky Smiley, and we showed on the New Black Media that there's no such thing. And we've been hounding these political candidates, especially the presidential ones, to demanding an anti-Black hate crime bill. And right when that happened, TYRESE ended up getting arrested. What's this shit? Here it is.
In a world more connected than ever, why do we feel so alone? In reality, we
and that is that this is Pluto for TV. All right, I have some breaking news report, and that is that actor, I believe from a model when he was younger, right? TYRESE Gibson and singer, very talented brother. TYRESE Gibson arrested. TYRESE Gibson is in custody for failing to pay the amount of child support ordered by the court. The singer, actor, and dad to 5-year-old Soraya with ex-wife Samantha Lee was in Fulton County Court Monday morning to face the judge in the ongoing child support battle, and the hearing did not go well for TYRESE. Judge Kevin Farmer was clearly fed up with TYRESE's refusal to pay the $10,000 a month Farmer ordered him to pay starting back in April 2023, sold to handcuffs and marched him out of the courtroom. The judge said that TYRESE can square things up and avoid jail if he coughs up $73,000, which includes $7,500 for Samantha's attorney fees. Lord have mercy. Now, apparently he went to Instagram yesterday and spoke about that the possibility was impending that he would be arrested.
Okay, so he knew it was a possibility.
In the live stream, I think he said it was all baby mama drama at the end of the day, because he says there was a prenup that covered everything for their 2020 divorce. He also took a swipe at Samantha's lawyers, questioning why they didn't ask to see his bank statements, claiming they would show he's been paying child support. Instead, he says they just checked out his movies on Internet Movie Database and saw him as a cash cow to milk. According to reports, it looks like he's going to make arrangements to pay $73,000, so it doesn't appear that he'll remain in custody for far too long. Yeah, you know, the timing of all this is very, very interesting. Just as he appears on Shannon Sharp's podcast and went viral, and here come some nigga, and yeah, I'm calling his ex-wife that, to ruin what was overall a positive moment. It's always niggas that's going to ruin positivity. I thought his message was positive for the most part, but that's what, you know, whatever, man. Yeah. So I don't really follow this too much. You know, I really haven't followed this too much, so I don't really know details of this stuff. I really don't follow these celebrities like this, but I am aware of the fact that, depending upon who you ask, it seemed like she divorced him really for no reason, and then later on regretted it. And, you know, at the end of the day, this is something that gets on a lot of men's nerves. Like, oftentimes it's women who initiate the breakup. And then, you know what I'm saying, once you break up with the dude, and then you see that he moved on and he's not, you know, lying around crying like you're his fucking world, which so you can trample on his heart. He moved on to apparently bigger and better things, but you won't get away from the dude. You won't leave him alone. If you see him happy, now all of a sudden you either want him back or you want to make his life miserable as possible. So this is the thing. I mean, if they did sign a prenup and the judge is ignoring it, well, that's some bullshit. you know. But this is increasingly why a lot of men aren't getting married anymore, man. And to be honest with you, I can't really look. I'm torn on it because, from a historical standpoint, I think marriage is a great thing. But the state of mind of people today, the selfishness, the hidden agendas. I mean, unless you really got your shit together, and you know that you're always going to be in a position where that person can't take advantage of you, you got all your ducks in a row. If you're not in that position, and you're not entirely sure about this person's character, why get married? I mean, because you're too vulnerable, especially as a man. I'm sorry. The judge, the courts are just, look, if you're a man, and this don't matter if you're black or white, honestly. If you get divorced, she's going to take the kids, more than likely. It's funny, she's going to have control of the kids, right? As far as custody. She's going to be the primary guardian of the kids. But yet somehow, even though we're supposed to be in this equality society, you're still looked upon as a 1950s breadwinner. You know, financially, you're supposed to provide every fucking thing. And, by the way, you're supposed to provide for her, even though magically she's supposed to be independent. I'm not talking about every woman here. I'm talking about these women that do this bullshit. You're still supposed to be provided of her and the kids, even though she's independent and supposed to live. Whatever, man. At the end of the day, we all know a lot of this shit.
I'm free, I'm alive, I'm a beat, like a child.
It's just a scam. It's just a way to get money out your ass for forever and eternity. You still tied to her. Bare minimum go to kids. She lives like, you know, a damn a queen off your dollar. And they control whether you get to see the kids or not. Plus, because they're always hovering over the kids, oftentimes the mother will badmouth you to the point where the kids start hating you and thinking that you did something wrong. Not to mention some of these weird dudes they put in the kids' periphery. You gotta watch out for that. I mean, it's just whatever, man. Look, I'm not knocking all women, man. There's great women out there. And some of this comes down, honestly, as much as I said what I just said, a lot of it also goes down to making better choices in life when it comes to women. But you know what? When you're young, you're going to make mistakes. Everybody gets a few mistakes. But if you keep making the same mistake as far as picking mates based on whether she makes, you know, whether she make your dick hard or sex, then you kind of deserve what you get. Or if you're a woman, if you choose a mate based on, you know, only financial means, that's very important. It should be one of the primary factors, but it shouldn't be everything. Because dude could be a piece of shit scumbag that's a moral, decrepit motherfucker. Or, you know, you shouldn't pick, if you're a woman, a man, just because he makes you hot. But it is what it is, man. To me, marriage should be vetted like how a church is supposed to vet, the pastor, or how political campaigns vet candidates. I mean, you really got to vet these people, man, to look at their past. I mean, give a damn. Fuck if they get offended by it. You talking about a life? To me, a marriage is supposed to be a lifelong commitment. But in this country, we treat marriage like it's boyfriend and girlfriend now. But with TYRESE, man, I feel for him, man. But then I hear that this ex-wife of his, she's on YouTube giving relationship advice to men. So that's another hustle. You know what I'm saying? You're giving relationship advice for men, if that's true. But look what you're doing. That's just another way to scam scam brothers and whatnot, man. Plus, I heard she used to have herself listed as a feminist before she started scamming men. So, you know, that's the hustle, though. Whatever. Anyway, that's all I got to say about it, man. Tyrese, keep your head up high, man. And tell me what you guys think.
Okay, thank you, Continental Star, for that. Shout out to True Raw TV. All right. Yeah. Tyrese, you chose the wrong one. I remember seeing a video of him crying about this broad, like all over the place, a few years back. It's just a bad situation all around. And like you said, she didn't have no reason to divorce him. She just decided to divorce him out of nowhere. Didn't even have a legitimate reason on why she did it. She just decided to do it out of nowhere. So you got to be definitely careful on who you decide to marry and all of that stuff. Like you said, that's a lifelong thing. And unfortunately, people will use the children or use whatever against you. And like you said, the courts are stacked against you if you're a man. Like, you are damned if you do, damned if you don't with the court system in this country in regards to marriage and with the children. Like, it's crazy how they do us. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this? You're muted, Lady Che.
I heard you, Jesse. I was reading something else. I don't know. I can't really offer any kind of thought because a conversation that Cornel just led is directed towards men, and it's directed in a manner that says basically women are just trying to trap motherfuckers into doing shit and upsetting the balance of men and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of like not meant for me to really speak on it because it's spoken about in a negative format towards women, like all women are shit. And so therefore I can't really speak to it because we just lived to that. So
selectively heard what he said. He didn't say all women.
I heard what he said. I heard what he said. I listened to what he said. And I'm giving you that's how I feel. That's how most conversations that are directed towards men are. Comes from an experience, from a man's experience of some traumatic ass shit that happened to him. And it's coming from that place. Therefore, it's guaranteed that anyone listens to is going to be hit with that kind of message. As far as divorce and shit is concerned, look, I don't think anybody's really asking women anything. I think they just expect women to do certain things. Women are therefore on a mixed message campaign too. You know, they want to be independent, yet they need stuff. So it's kind of mixed messaging. Although it doesn't really matter, at the end of the day, you should really just listen to what the person's saying. If the person doesn't have a problem communicating, they're saying exactly what it is, and that's exactly how they feel. So I would just go off of that. As far as Tyrese and his fucking judgments and whatnot, he's kind of right, and she's kind of right. If he said they should have looked at his bank account, then they would see he's giving the payments, then he's giving the payments. If he didn't give the payments, then he owes that money, and he should have to pay that money. You know, if she's using the money for personal reasons, then she's not really doing what she's supposed to do with that child support money, which is support the child. Meaning not fix yourself or make yourself better, but you're supposed to take care of the child. I myself, I had children. At one point, I didn't charge that motherfucker nothing, but I did appreciate if he would have took my kid out or did something with them. Park is free, you know, make sure the kid has what they need. I like tangibles, meaning don't give me no goddamn money. Just take the kid and get him what he needs for school, like shoes, pants, clothes, you know, stuff like that. Feed him when you have them. You know, those are simple facts that I think that we should implement Some people can't be trusted with money, man. And then they're gonna turn around and keep forcing the issue. I think that if you just went and got the kid, whatever the kid needed, every time the kid needs something, then you won't even have these problems. You shouldn't be using your child support money to pay the rent. That's not what that's for. I mean, in any case, who are you? What does that say? That you're charging your kid rent? No, it's meant to provide what the child needs. Um, she should be able to provide the rest. You break up, you break up. That's the rules. I think that the old lady, Tyrese's old lady, should be giving advice to men at all. Period. Because she don't have a successful marriage to even look back at. So I think that that's wrong. I don't think that. I think Tyrese venting. I think it's wrong when anybody puts their business out on the internet instead of finding another way. However, it's looked at both ways. Tyrese venting or Tyrese crying. See what I'm saying? There's no win-win.
In 2020.
Yeah, I mean, like some men have feelings, Jesse, and somebody will get upset. It is kind of a thing. Men do have feelings; they stuff them down there, but they're in there somewhere.
Yeah, but like you just said, your stuff you don't put on the internet.
Some shouldn't, cuz like you should or shouldn't. Why did he do it? We don't know. Was it to upset the balance of her? Who knows? The fact is that when men look at him crying, they saw that him crying instead of him being thoroughly upset and hurt by a situation. See what I'm saying? Whereas women are like, God damn, man, somebody talk to the guy. He's upset. You feel me?
Yeah.
So as him crying, it turned into a clown session because men are like, oh well, that's not masculine, or is it? Or is it not? I mean, shit. A lot of you could do with a good cry. Um. The other thing is that
And they crying ain't gonna solve nothing.
you're not gonna solve anything, just but it might really unwound that fucking prepackaged cancer you're building up inside. You know what I mean? Like just unleash it. It'll be all right. You'll be good. Trust me. It's not gonna be looked at that way. Aside from that, this is how we have programmed to believe. When you start changing the narrative will change with you. You know what I mean? Um, I just don't think she should be giving advice to men. That's like me doing that, and I don't have a winning fucking stance on something. You know what I mean? I should be giving advice to men. I don't even give advice to bitches. You see what I'm saying? It's just not. It's just not. It's not the right thing to do. Although, too, I would say this: that um, if he paid his child support, he shouldn't have to pay anymore, and they shouldn't be sweating him if he doesn't have any new income to report. And if they're just looking at him as a cash cow, his less he only has like a new movie coming up, I think, right? I believe I saw he has a new movie coming up. But that's not gonna add to his fucking child support. Right? It shouldn't have to add to it. I don't know. I know that there's men that pay it, but I don't think just because you got a new job, you should be adding extra gerbs to that money. That brought you to be able to make it. However, she's made it this long with it. You know what I mean? Kid's getting older. The kid gets older, the needs get lesser. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like you said, she shouldn't be using that money to pay the rent. She shouldn't be using that money to go on a goddamn shopping spree.
No, that money.
What the hell she doing with the money?
That money's for the kid. She chose to leave the marriage. That's a consequence. However he was maintaining. After a certain point, he's not maintaining your lifestyle. You're at some point after like I think 5-10 years, man, you don't live that life no more. So you shouldn't be getting money to maintain a life you no longer live. So if you're used to certain things, after like 5 years, 4 years, you should have started training yourself to come down to a more meager lifestyle, a more within your means type lifestyle. He shouldn't have to be giving you like money to live like a fucking queen if you were living like a queen with him. And then 5 years later, you're still living like a queen. Fuck no, that's stupid. At that point, the money should come less down. It should come down further. It should come down a lot further. And he should just maintain what belongs to him. Half of his kid. And even at that point, if the kid is past like 5 or 6, going to school, how much money are you really paying? Really, ultimately, you go to take your kid to motherfucking Walmart, buy him a whole bunch of school clothes. You know, you get him some activities and shit. You pay for a few field trips. The fuck else are you paying for? Like that's ridiculous.
Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, that's too much money. That's like a lot of fucking money. And I'm a regular person. I'm looking at it like, first of all, you're not maintaining her lifestyle. She needs to do that on her own, or whatever nigga she's dealing with. He needs to maintain whatever lifestyle she has. He needs to pay for it. If he's not paying, it doesn't look like he's not paying for it, because men who live in like men who are like a celebrity, they don't want this kind of drama.
Right.
Think about it. So this is like bad, like a bad look. So you know he's probably paying his rent or his child his child support. Yeah. So it's a bad look. No man in public view wants to be accused of not paying that child support. Taxes one thing, child support a whole separate thing. That means you're a real dirtbag and you don't give a fuck about your kid. And he don't look like he's that type of man.
Right, and the money's supposed to be going on the child, not you.
Right. So it's obviously being like, if he's smart, he would obviously have it pulled from all his money, like auto pay. You know what I mean? So that he's not, it's like he's set up so it just goes right from his account to that brother's account. If he was smart, he probably had that done. So all this extra shit is probably like a bitter claim because they might have had a phone fallout or a phone fight or something. Each of them are on like this old power trip, because that happens too. Like that happens within couples, that love each other still and they still want to fight, and it's like whatever. But ultimately, I don't think he owes that much money. It would be a really horrible look if he owed that much money. And her doing it is even worse because they should have kept it outside of the news. Him getting arrested though, that says something else.
Yeah.
that's something else, because then that means that he really was behind, and there's like, whoa, they just clock you for TYRESE, and he just magically got pulled all this time. He has a new movie coming out.
Right, but she said something they didn't like.
Yeah, he has a new movie coming out, so it kind of seems kind of a little targeted a little bit, don't you think? Just like that other dude, that's like the other dude in the first episode, or the first part of this show, seems kind of targeted.
Yeah, it's all targeted.
All right, well, we'll follow this story to see how much. Damn, they say in contempt of court. That means he didn't even show up, or he didn't respond to the court.
Yeah.
But when that happens, so I've been in contempt one time. They took me that same day to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how they be letting motherfuckers just walk out of the courthouse. You know what I mean?
Right.
More questions. Yeah. All right. Well, that's how I feel about
We'll
it.
keep y'all updated on this. Moving along, our presidential candidate Cornel West speaks to Dr. Boyce Watkins about reparations, the Democrats, and more. Again, I gotta find this damn video because everything is out of whack. In the meantime, Lady J, update the people on what's happening with Cornel West. I just seen that he's on the ballot in Virginia now, and working on getting on the ballot in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I was concerned about. Last thing I watched in regards to Cornel West was the press thing that I showed to Jesse about the Republicans trying to help out. And I told you before, Larry, how I felt about it. Like, great, you look at Esau problem, help a motherfucker out. Apparently that was wrong. Also, I still think it's funny, just because it's me saying it. I know the rules. I just say I thought that was hilarious. The other thing is that I'm concerned because he should deny it, or he should have denied it publicly. I don't think that just because you didn't mention it or acknowledge it, that really matters, especially when, like my brother said, if you're an integrity type candidate. and the moral compass is what we stand on. I do think that it's not just him. It's like a real big conspiracy kind of, where Republicans are actually going above and beyond their call of duty to get anybody to not vote Democrat and to come off of that or to come away from the Democrats, which I personally think is a good thing. Personally, until you you start digging into facts and why it isn't and whatnot. But just if I just had to hear it, just the words, hey, the Republicans are helping everybody get away from Democrats. That means they're going above and beyond the Call of Duty for like third party candidates. I'm like, that's what's up. If I just heard it without actually thoroughly reading, like that's what's up. Soft D filled it. You did. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
All right, so this is Dr. Cornel West speaking to Dr. Boyce Watkins about reparations, Democrats, and more.
Speak with the one and only Dr. Cornel West. How you doing today, brother?
Brother, every time I said eyes on you, I know I must be doing something right. We go back a long, long time. As young as you are, people wouldn't know that. I tell you, you're so well taken care of, Sister Alicia, making a big difference. That's a beautiful thing. I know you're taking good care of her too. But it's always a blessing, man. You've been one of the real, for me, just pioneers of all of this new technology, going back with your professorship, and was willing to make that kind of break for the people, man. Your love for Black people is undeniable. I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot coming from me, or coming from you, and also coming from me. I wanted you to know. I don't want everybody to know. I do not invite anybody really heavily associated with politics on my platform. I don't. The Kennedy brother reached out, and I like some of his ideas, some of them, And when they reached out, I said, "What's the point in having this conversation? I care about what's happening with our people." And it seems like in this whole political game with the elephants fighting the lions, that we get kind of left behind. And and when I spoke to your vice president, Sister Melina Abdullah, I felt her energy was exactly what I thought it would be, because I know what kind of man you are, and I love speaking with her. And I was very honored that you decided to join us today. So you're one of a kind, sir, and I definitely have to say that. And also, my wife sends her regards. She and I went to one of your events at the University of Chicago in 1999, and you didn't know me from a can of paint at the time, and you had a long line of hundreds of people waiting to talk to you, and I still remember that. And then also, I don't know if you remember the day we spent about 7 hours together in New York City in 2013.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I saw you at Flager's Church in Chicago.
That's right. Now that's a great man right there, Father Michael Flager.
Oh, Brother Flager. Yeah, I've been going to his church for 35 years. They canceled me this last year. Wouldn't allow me to go. The Cardinals wouldn't allow me to get in his church. But we broke bread. Me, him, and Tavis just broke bread a couple of weeks ago at the convention. But no, Flager's my dear brother, man. He's my dear brother. You were there. That must have been about 15 years ago, right?
It was quite a few years ago. I stopped counting because the years go by too fast.
I understand, my brother.
I can't keep up, but I'll tell you what, I was really surprised when it was announced that you were running for president of the United States. That sounds exhausting. Tell me about that.
It is. It's been 15 months now, brother. I wouldn't recommend it to too many folk because, event after event after event, I've done 600-700 interviews and hundreds of talks and things. And of course, the campaign's been broke as the 10 Commandments financially. And so I haven't been able to do as many as I would like to do. But I started in Mississippi, tribute to Sister Fannie Lou Hamer there in Lexington, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Brandon, Mississippi. And I've been going at it ever since. And it was really based on the same calling. You and I got the same calling. How do we tell the truth, seek justice, how to be of service to the people? We're not here that long, and we want to be able to be a force for good as long as we're here. When I looked up at the electoral political system, it's so rotten, it's so corrupt, it's just so hard to gain a foothold for any truth, any justice, any serious love for Black people and poor people and working people. I said, been running for justice for 50 years. Now it spills over into this electoral political context just to make sure there was a voice that raises the issues of reparations, mass incarceration, of poverty, wealth inequality, genocide in Gaza, AFRICOM in Africa. Just be able to have voices that are raising those issues with a power and a purpose. And so it's something that I'm glad I did, because it's a certain kind of calling. But you can imagine catching hell, man. Legal suits coming at you. Oh, yeah, trying to get ballot access. You got legal suits. You got spies and operatives in your campaign trying to undercut you. I mean, it's a contact sport. I mean, Machiavelli, when he wrote The Prince, and I know with your PhD and everything, you read and reread so many of these classical texts, man. He wasn't playing with all of the treachery and betrayal and lies and mendacity. But we had to be willing to go through anything for our people.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, you talk about the treachery, and in politics being a contact sport. I still remember, and of course we can. I definitely want to hear more about where you stand on things right now. But I still remember how disappointed I was in terms of what happened during the Obama campaign, when I know for a fact, and I'd love for you to share whatever you feel comfortable sharing, but from my perspective, you were instrumental in getting Barack's Black support. You played a big role in that, because he didn't have that support in the beginning. A lot of people don't remember that. And then things kind of went left. And what bothered me about their approach was they didn't just say we disagree with Dr. West. They said we want to dismantle and discredit and destroy Dr. West. And they used some of your former friends to do that. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. I hate even having to say that, but I didn't like that. Can you kind of speak to some of that? Clear the record, because I'm not you, but I'd like to get your take on some of that.
Well, no, you're absolutely right about that, though. I mean, early on when he first called me, it was after his speech. Talked about America's a magical place. I said, this brother's going to have a Christopher Columbus experience. He's going to discover that there's a whole lot of social misery and a whole lot of suffering in America. And nothing magical about America at all. Yes, indigenous peoples. Ask those who descend from enslaved Africans, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, lynch Black folk, and so on. But we had a long talk, and I told him, what is your relation to the legacy of Martin King, Fannie Lou Hamer? And he said, I know I'm not as radical as you, but I'm hoping we'll be able to work together. I said, well, we shall see, but I was willing to do it. And you're right. I did 65 events for him that first time he ran. And when he talked to me, he had like 4% Black folk behind him.
Wow.
Because most of the Black political class was over against him. And I didn't do it all by myself, but I was one of the early ones out there in Iowa. And I ended up in Ohio, trying to get Black folk on buses and things. I knew, in fact, that he was a kind of moderate. I just felt that it could be a breakthrough and could generate more democratic possibilities for poor people across the board, both here and around the world. But once he brought in Larry Summers, he brought in Tim Geithner. That's Wall Street right there. He kept so many of the counter-terrorists in Pentagon and State Department that had justified torture in Latin America and Caribbean, Guantanamo as well. So it was clear that it was just another Black face in a high place that was not going to speak to the serious plight and predicament of Black poor and Black working people, of poor and working people across the board. And so I began. So from the very beginning, I had a strong critique, and then, the vicious attacks took place. And then Brother Dyson, of course, that was a special thing, because I've known him for so many years. I've known him since he was 18 years old, and he was my close brother and friend. And when he turned on me in that vicious way, I just said, well, what can you say? Folk sell out in a variety of different forms. And it's one thing to have a genuine disagreement with somebody. We all disagree with each other, respect each other, and we wrestle it through. But when you get these ad hominem attacks, especially when you paid big money for it, that was what, New Republic? They paid, thousands of dollars for him to do that. That was low, but I mean, he's a human being like everybody else, and he's got a precious mama and daddy and lovely wife, Marcia. So that it is what it is. You keep moving, keep bearing witness, so brother. You don't let nothing get you down. You're not surprised by any evil. You're not paralyzed by any despair. We come from a great Black people who have known every form of terror and trauma, every kind of abomination. And as Curtis Mayfield say, we keep on pushing.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. That in case anybody is listening, I assume you know I'm speaking with Dr. Cornel West, and I'm gonna tell you that's the thing that I always respected about you. And when I heard you were running for president, my first question was, why would he do that? That's and my second thought was, I said, you know, I've sat next to you on many occasions, and it's fascinating. One thing that really tells me a lot about America is the fact that you don't approach people with any form of hostility. It's always love, and use the word brother a lot, no matter who you're speaking to. And I said, he's a good man who's trying to do a good thing. What makes him radical and dangerous in the eyes of other people? It's almost, it reminds me a little bit of how the world sort of views Minister Farrakhan. You know, I say, look, you can disagree with him. I mean, that's fine. We disagree with each other, but the idea that he's dangerous and some of these other people out here are not, when they are dropping bombs on people and destroying our entire community, you know, engaging in mass incarceration, literal extermination of our people. At least they would if they tried. But you don't see that. You see that as safe, but these guys are dangerous. That's a big problem there. So tell me about that part of your experience, Dr. West. How do you feel about that in terms of how often I believe you're misinterpreted by the world?
Now, I think that every generation produces certain kinds of people who have a profound hatred of injustice, and in our case, a hatred of the vicious practice and legacy of white supremacy, a hatred of seeing people economically exploited. And that hatred is predicated on a love for those people. And the history for 400 years of Black people is any Black man or woman or sibling who has a genuine love for Black people and a genuine hatred of white supremacy will either be assassinated, incarcerated, misunderstood, misconstrued, rebuked, scorned, and marginalized. And I think your witness, it bears that out too, though, brother. From the academy, the courageous break from the academy. We won't go into all the history for everybody, but we go all the way back. I remember Syracuse. You know, we can go on and on, right?
Yeah.
And you just been consistent in your courage because you got a deep commitment to the enhancement and empowerment of a hated and terrorized and traumatized people called Black people. But we bounce back. Yes. Every generation. Here come a new cloud of witnesses. Every generation. Here comes some more freedom fighters. Here comes some more love warriors. Here comes some more wounded healers. Here comes some more joy spreaders. That's who we are as a people. That's part of our greatness. Now we got Black thugs, we got Black cowards, we got Black gangsters and so forth. That's part of our history too. Ain't no doubt about that. You got lukewarm moderates, don't know what to do, waiting to find out, follow a piper. No, think for yourself. Work it out for yourself. Just be a force for good in your own way, on your own terms. That's all a serious spokesperson and leader is all about. It's like a jazz woman, Mary Lou Williams, like a jazz man of Count and Duke. They ain't talking about follow me like I'm the Pied Piper. No, if Gonzalez want to play a 22-minute solo in Newport, let that brother blow. I'm going to sit at the piano and listen to it. And it's my band, right? That's Duke's band. Because we lift every voice. That's the Johnson brothers from Florida. Not the Johnson brothers playing I'll Be Good to You. That's another Brothers Johnson. I'm talking about the Johnson brothers of Rosamond and James Weldon, right? Lift every voice. You've been lifting your voice. I've been trying to lift my voice. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we change our minds. That's what it is to be human. Minister Louis Farrakhan raising his voice. Jesse Jackson raising his voice. You saw just died today, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, R.I.P.
93 years old. He raised his voice. Mississippi. Stuttering for the first almost 18 years of his life and ends up the most eloquent person in the country, like Demosthenes in Greece, who was born a stutterer and ends up one of the greatest orators in Greece. That's James Earl Jones. That's our tradition.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
We are at our best, my brother. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is true. And RIP to James Earl Jones. I don't know if anybody knows that he passed today at the age of 93. But everybody type his name in the chat or put an RIP in the chat for brother James Earl Jones. So, Dr. West, let me ask you about the campaign trail so far. First question I will ask you is, has anything about running for president surprised you relative to what you thought the experience was going to entail?
I wouldn't say surprised, but I've been able to see much more closer just how rotten and corrupt the system really is. That it's such a raw quest for power that either party will do anything and attack everybody in order to keep their power. So that to find a space for some integrity, honesty, decency, some truth telling and justice seeking, it's very, very difficult for it to have traction, man. And so you end up with a system that really doesn't care for poor people, really doesn't care for poor working class black folk at all. It does care for some black middle class folks to the degree to which they need to be incorporated in order to reproduce the system. But when and they certainly don't care about Palestinian babies. They've made that very clear. You know, you got 16,000 babies killed in a matter of months, and you don't give a damn. And everybody knows if those babies were white babies, if those babies were Israeli babies, then the U.S. government have the exactly opposite response. So you see the anti-Palestinian racism going on. And here we come along, you know, I come out of Shiloh Baptist Church, Vacation Bible School. Jesus loved little children, all the children of the world, red, yellow, black, or white. They are precious in his sight. So a Palestinian baby got the same value as an Israeli baby, got the same value as a black baby, got the same value as a white baby. I believe that. I still believe it, which means you got to raise your voice. When you raise your voice, what happens? Repression hits. See, I was head of the students from Palestine at Harvard, the faculty advisor. You know, we could hardly get a room on campus. You think they were concerned about repression of voices? Now, all of a sudden, they got studies in anti-Semitism at Harvard because some of the Jewish students feel they haven't been treated right. We want all the students to be treated right, but a Palestinian student got the same value as a Jewish student. And we won't even get in, you know, my battles with Harvard and getting pushed out twice, and directly and indirectly and so forth. Hey, that's par for the course. But you can just see the rot, man. You can see the corruption. You can see the hypocrisy, the mendacity that hides the criminality. These are crimes. Mass incarceration was a crime against humanity. Biden, who is the architect. Homelessness is a crime against humanity. We 12% of the population, 13% of the population, what? 50% are homeless? We 9% here in Los Angeles, 40% of the homeless. So when I come out and call for the abolition of homelessness and unhousedness, abolition of poverty, that's just extension what Martin was talking about. Martin King, that's what Fannie Lou Hamer was talking about almost 60 years ago, my brother.
Wow.
Almost 60 years ago, same struggle. When you talk about how do you empower black folk, how do you make sure that black folk understand what it means to have access to resources, use your resources in such a way that you're a good steward, so it's not just individualistic, but it's tied to community empowerment, and you figure, how is that radical? What's Watkins? Truth and love and justice, right? How is that radical? Man, they come at you swinging.
Well, you know what's funny, Dr. West, is that because my doctorate's in finance, I often run into people who assume that I'm a capitalist, and I have to correct them instantaneously. I say, no. I am not a cap. I know too much to ever want to be a capitalist because I think that a lot of the issues that you mentioned, where bad becomes good and good becomes bad, is rooted in a type of capitalism, especially this practice in America, where money becomes like a god.
That's right.
Right. So if it doesn't make money, then you're not going to get the political support. And also, because so much money has been allowed to enter into politics, it has really just tainted and poisoned the system in horrible ways. The fact that it costs a couple $1 billion to run for president, when you have what's going on with APAC and their manipulation of politicians, things like that. You can go down the list. The food that we get served. I got both my parents right now dealing with some cancer related issues, thank you, I appreciate that. And it's if you look at the food we eat, it's poisonous food, and nobody stops it because of the money. So let me ask you about this. What's that been like for you in terms of just dealing with the financial side of running for president? It's very expensive. How have you and Dr. Abdullah been able to raise the money you need to do what you got to do?
Well, I mean, it's been a massive volunteer affair in many ways, because I mean, over the 15 months, I've been able to raise about 1.2 million, whereas of course, Sister Harris got 540 million in 1 month.
Wow.
And Trump gets 350 million in 1 month. So they're gonna both end up in the billions. And I'm lucky to get 1 million over 15 months. And then they still come to me and say, "Oh, Brother West, you're gonna be the cause of American fascism because because your votes are gonna take votes away from this particular candidate, and therefore it would be your full responsibility and culpability as to which way the nation goes." I said, wow, that's something. I'm that powerful. If I was that powerful, Black folk wouldn't be poor. Black folk be full of access to resources, self-love, self-determination, self-defense. Poor people, oppressed people all around the world. I wish I was that powerful. So what happens, so you can imagine, that I just pay a major salute to the volunteers that have come forward. And then, as you know, when it comes to ballot, you end up with all kind of gangster activity. People say, "Oh, we heard the right wingers behind your campaign." We have nothing to do. We have no connection whatsoever. You got different kind of folk, some of them left, some of them right, trying to make sure they organize for ballot access. And actually, and no doubt, some of them are gangsters. There's no doubt about that, because they'll do anything for power. We've seen the Democrats do that with Kennedy. First they fight to keep him off. Now they want to fight to put him on. Back and forth, put him on, keep him off. It's all power, power, power. You just can't become cynical. That's the thing. You see it for what it is, and you say, I still believe that there's a role for truth and justice. I still believe there's integrity and honesty, moral consistency across the board here and around the world for oppressed people.
Wow. Well, I love that. And I wish I had $1 billion. I'd love to, write whatever checks need to be written, because I believe in what you're doing. And I met Sister Dr. Melina Abdullah, who used to look at your vice president. Yeah, she came in and we had talked on the phone for about an hour. It was my first time speaking with her, and she reminds me. She's similar to my wife. My wife's a professor of social work. And Dr. Abdullah, I can't remember exactly what a doctorate's in. Maybe you can let me know. I know she's in
political science.
Political science.
Yes. She's a professor of Pan-African Studies at University of LA, but she's trained in political science at USC.
Yeah, highly qualified.
Went to Howard undergrad.
Say it again.
She went to Howard undergrad, just like Sister Harris.
Did she? She didn't cross paths with her, did she?
Well, no, because she's not that old. She's not that old, and they both AKA sisters too.
Wow, that's very well. You know what? Shout out to the AKAs. My sister's an AKA.
Lord, yes, no. Toni Morrison. I mean, AKA's got some serious folk now. There ain't no doubt. Irene B. West, my mama was too. But I was just blessed to have Sister Melina say yes. When Anahita, my wife, and I sat down and thought about it and prayed on it and said, we just want to put a smile on Fannie Lou Hamer's face. That generation put a smile. She's had a house, as you know, attacked 3 times with the police. She's out there every Wednesday marching to make sure that we raise the humanity of these precious Black folk getting brutalized and murdered by the police. And she's, and she's a scholar and intellectual and a thinker, but she's courageous. She's visionary, and it's been wonderful working with her.
Yeah, she is. I love her as your selection, and I think that she is. What was most impressive is that I got this sense that she is somebody who wants to do the right thing for the world. That's what I admired the most in that conversation. I mean, sure, she's got the academic credentials and all that, but you know how academia is. Unfortunately, sometimes you can have some educated fools up in there.
And a lot of educated cowards and conformists. Oh, wait, no doubt about that.
Yes, and that is a great woman, and I definitely want to mention that. I have a lot of respect for her, and I want to ask you about this. Let's talk about reparations. That's a topic that seems to be something that is growing in terms of interest and conversation in our community. The politicians are starting to slightly acknowledge it. I think that I think it's almost like a surface acknowledgement, right? You know, Kamala, when she speaks on it, she talks around it in a way where she won't really directly address it. But do you feel that there is are you happy with the progress that's been made in the fight for reparations? And I'd love to get any other thoughts you have on that in terms of how that battle should be fought.
Yeah, I just find it hard to see how people could have a commitment to truth and justice and not have a commitment to reparations, given the kind of economic and otherwise forms of damage against precious Black people, hundreds and hundreds of years. How could we not want to find the truth about who constitute the economic foundation of American democracy? Our descendants. And when you find that truth out and you find out what the damage, what kind of repair? Well, that's what the justice demand comes. And that's why Dargady and the wonderful work that he's done with his academic team, you know, as you know, from here to eternity. I forget the sister's name, but she played a very important role too. In that book, it's right over here. But that book itself, from here to equality, the strongest case for reparations. Now, see, I sat at the feet of Queen Mother Moore in Harlem. She was the mayor of Harlem in the kind of colloquial sense, and was one of the great proponents of reparations. And that was way back in the 70s. And then with Randall Robinson, God bless him, he just passed. Who wrote The Debt and founder of Trans Africa. I was on that board with Charles Ogletree and others. We had the struggles in Tulsa, reparations. We lost that case. But reparations is something that's been part and parcel of my life for over 45 years. And I'm just, it has to be an integral part of any serious talk about truth and justice in the country. And that's true for the Japanese, that's true for Jews in Germany. There's a whole lot of different cases that any Truth and Justice Commission would come up with a recommendation of justice demand for reparations. Now, we were making some progress in California, as you know. Then we got, again, the political cowardliness of the Black Legislative Council. They passed the bill, and the governor says, don't put it on my desk because it's embarrassing. I'm running for president. If I sign it, I'm going to have trouble. If I don't sign, I'm going to have trouble. So don't even put it on my desk. And what do? Here's $6 million for another commission. They didn't even put it on his desk. So that's just political cowardliness, you see. Yes. All that work, all that struggle, put it on his desk and see what he does. Is he committed to truth and justice or not? This ain't no game. No, most politicians locked into legalized bribery and normalized corruption. They playing a game. We ain't playing no game. There's human beings down here under all these games you playing.
Yes.
Precious human beings down there. They're suffering and they fight. They exploit it, they oppress, but they're also resisting with tremendous resiliency. And part of our challenge these days, my brother, is deeply spiritual. And this is why I've always, everywhere I go, I always have something very positive to say about you, because when it's a spiritual question in terms of, are you willing to raise your voice and take risks and bear burdens in being in solidarity in your truth telling for people who are catching hell? And what has happened is that selling out has become so normal and become so natural that everybody's just concerned about getting a deal. Everybody's concerned about getting money, more status, more position. I mean, I had this with the Harris campaign just a few weeks ago. You know, they kind of reach out and want to be able to set up a deal, provide even resources, a possible position. Hey, you got the wrong Black man for this. I'm not in no deal making activity. I'm trying to speak the truth. At first, I was trying to win the election, but if I don't win the election, I want to win the cause. If I can't win the cause, I want to win some integrity for myself before the worms get my body and my soul ascends. This is not no game. This is not no deal making for me as an individual. Why would I want to be part of an administration that's denying genocide, that is facilitating genocide, that's going to be tied to Wall Street, it's going to be tied to Silicon Valley, it's going to be tied to the Pentagon, it's going to expand militarism, that's going to have the most lethal, what did she say, the most lethal army in the world? No, that's Alexander the Great. I'm with Jesus the Great. That's a qualitative shift in understanding what greatness is. And then what my dear sister said, what the other day in Chicago, the greatest story ever told is the American story. I said, get off the crack pipe, my sister. Lord, the greatest story ever told. I mean, I think greatest story ever told got something to do with a Palestinian swarthy Jew named Jesus. But my Muslim brothers and sisters would say Muhammad and Jesus and Moses. But the greatest story ever told is so much deeper than anything having to do with America. The greatest privilege of being alive is to be an American? No, it's to love and be loved. You can get that in Ethiopia, you can get that in Guatemala, you can get that in Brazil, you can get that in Haiti, you can get that in Iran, you can get that in Korea. To love and be loved, that's the greatest privilege of being alive. Quit lying on the public stage like that. Think this brother played a Love Supreme for nothing? That wasn't just a song. Come on, sister. You didn't learn that at Howard. Sterling Brown was there. Mary Baracco came through. Stokely Carmichael came through Howard.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's the highest standards. We ain't playing no game here.
Wow.
You're too hard. The politicians have to say all kind of things. I'm not just isolating her. I know most of them lie, but we talking about particular one. Now, Trump, of course, is gangster of all gangsters in so many ways. So we know what he is. We have no expectation.
So the greatest story ever told, America. You know, I'm gonna tell you what. If America continues to smoke the crack pipe of capitalism, it is going to be a very short story. This country is a young country, and we are headed to hell in a handbasket in several ways. And the reason I think someone like you is so important, and hopefully people will listen, is because we are headed in the wrong direction in so many ways. I could even start with something as basic as $37 trillion in debt. Over what? And then you're sending these missiles across to Israel to kill children, and you're doing all these things where every day I wake up thinking, when are the chickens going to come home to roost? When are we going to, there's going to be a consequence for this kind of behavior. And as you said, so much of it's driven by money. And I know enough about money to know the dangers of money and to say, this ain't it. This isn't how, you have to respect the power of money. Money can get a lot of good things done, but money is it's like driving a really powerful tank. You can use it to break through barriers, or you can kill people with it, and it depends on who's driving. And so Dr. West, I know you are a busy man and you are on the campaign trail, so I'm not going to take much more of your time, but I want to ask you a question. Specifically in terms of reparations, I'd love to get let everybody hear your perspective on what you think reparations should and would look like. If you've thought about that with your campaign, and just a framework, so that as we move forward, we'd be able to say, okay, this is what we're looking for. Because you know how it is in politics. Eventually, if we make them submit to giving something, they're gonna start off by offering us something silly. A bag of potato chips and a hot dog, and So what would you say reparations should look like, Dr. West?
Yes. Well, one is we have to begin with the notion that no amount of money could ever repay what Black people have been through in 400 years, beginning with the bones on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. So that this is not a quid pro quo exchange kind of situation. We're talking about trying to get as much justice based on truth as we can, but the level of barbarity and bestiality and criminality visited upon Black people can never begin to be repaid. So we had to just be clear about that. So then you say, okay, now given that, how do we proceed? And you got slavery, you got neo-slavery with Jim and Jane Crow and American terrorism and lynching. Then you got Jim Crow Jr., which is now de facto segregation, with discrimination still taking place in a variety of different ways. It might not be legalized, but people have a way of getting in and outside of the law, under and above the law. So that the reparations is not just about barbaric slavery, but it's about the subsequent forms of bondage that have continued, the aftermath of slavery, as people would put it. Now, given that, and again, you know, I follow my dear brother Doherty and others, you know, they come up with 258,000 for each descendant of the dignified Africans who were enslaved. That strikes me as a reasonable starting point. A reasonable starting point. But then we've got to make sure we have a strong enough culture and infrastructure in place that the money that is given is not simply kind of just recycled and recirculated right into the same corrupt system that has been exploiting Black people and poor people and working people all these years. So that there has to be some kind of massive transfer of wealth. There's no doubt about that. And I believe in just redistribution of wealth downward for citizens, no matter what color they are. I believe in free education. I believe housing ought to be a right. Healthcare ought to be a right. Safe communities ought to be a right. And that's true no matter what color you are, just a citizen in the American empire. But when we talk about reparations, that has to do with Black people, specifically Black folk, who just became citizens in 1964 and have still had to deal with mass incarceration, police brutalization, police murder, still have to deal with vicious images that circulate and therefore affect the hearts and minds and souls of Black people, still have to deal with various forms of social marginalization and so on. So that I think the financial dimension has to be noted and it's integral, but it's not the sole one that I talk about. Because you see, for me, in the end, you know, we are a spiritual people. And it depends on what cultivated capacities for love we have. And if we're taught to hate ourselves, they could give Black folk each one $1 million. And within a matter of months or years, we'd be right back where we were, because we haven't loved ourselves enough, respected ourselves enough to forge institutions, to forge infrastructures, so we would be able to flower and flourish over time, as opposed to that one particular transfer of cash. And so it's got to be holistic. But I mean, this is something that you've been talking about and writing about all these years, and I've been learning from you about, and all of us have been learning from you about. But it's for me, it's very important. It really is. And it's a way of connecting us with other people all around the world, especially oppressed people around them. When you talk about American empire going under, that American empire would take the whole planet. Fossil fuel, short-term gain orientation, the whole planet goes.
That's right.
3 individuals got wealth equivalent to 160 million in the country. 3 people. That level of grotesque wealth inequality, no society can sustain that. Chickens will come home to roost. You're going to reap what you sow.
Yes.
No lies live forever. Truth crushed the earth will rise again. That's one of the fundamental laws of history.
Wow. Well, you know what, Dr. West, you've given us a lot to think about. And I agree with you, and I want everybody to know that, you know, those who come in here regularly know that I'm not into Democrat Republican stuff. Every election I vote for Black people, whatever that means, and you also are a person I would vote for, and I'd like to ask you just a final thing, because they're also action oriented. This page. People that, you know, they are people of substance, and I respect you. Everybody in here watching, I respect you all. How can people help with what you're doing? I got your website up here, CornelWest2024.com. Is there anything in particular that individuals can do to help you and Dr. Abdullah continue on your courageous campaign?
No, I mean, I would just say, you know, if you so choose, provide whatever kind of support you can, but always understand that, you see, as a jazz man and a Jesus-loving free Black man, I don't believe any of us are Pied Pipers. I don't believe any of us are simply there to be followed. I just want Black people to think for themselves, to love themselves, to affirm who they are, to accent the best of their relation to their mamas and daddies and granddaddies and grandmamas, and then to find their voices, not be echoed. Our anthem is not lift every echo, it's lift every voice. You can't be a jazz woman or a blues man if you just an echo. James Cleveland told Aretha, quit being an echo of Marion Williams. Marion Williams, one of the greatest voices of the 20th century. So Aretha had the right model, but Aretha had to find her voice, or she wouldn't have been Aretha. And James Cleveland understood that, and her father, Reverend C.L. Franklin, understood that. Brother Boyce, you couldn't just be imitating and emulating. Boyce got a voice nobody else has. That's true for every Black person that listens, or anybody else who's listening. And I just have one voice among others. So the important thing is you think for yourself, understand what are the moral and spiritual grounds upon which you engage in living a decent life. And then you come down on the ground, wherever it is. It might be a poet, might be a trade union, it might be a businesswoman, it may be a hip hop artist, it might be a politician. Find your voice and then pursue it with integrity and honesty. That's all I'm trying to do before I go. That's what we need to do. But right now, brother, we got a culture. What is it about? Stimulation, titillation, distraction, addiction. You keep folk addicted to the cell phone, addicted to all of those short-term pleasures. So you end up with a joyless quest for insatiable pleasures. You can get any kind of pleasure you want. That's American capitalism, but you still don't have no joy. Your grandmama had more joy than you do, and she was broke as the 10 Commandments financially, but she knew how to love her people and love her kids and love her church, or love her mosque, or love her sisters in the deacon board, or love her sisters doing other things in the nightclubs or whatever was happening.
Yes.
That's why our music was full of so much love. Tremendous love of a hated people. That's part of our greatness. Let's keep moral, spiritual greatness of our people at the center of who we are. That's what I say to Black folk. That's very different than just following me, voting for me. No. This is much bigger. This is grander.
Yes. So now, y'all here in the chat, I want y'all to give me a yes if you understand why I love this man so much. I want y'all to just let me know if you understand why. When I told y'all, I said, when it comes to Dr. West, don't ask me no questions. There's certain people not to even question my support for, and it's yourself and Minister Farrakhan. And it's not because we agree on everything. It's because this is something bigger than just you as a man running for an office. When you said think for yourself, love yourself, if we embrace that as a people, nothing can stop us. So everybody put that in the chat. Think and love. Think for yourself. Love yourself. And ain't nobody in here telling you who to vote for. No, that's not what we do here. I want you to vote for you. Vote for your family. Vote for your community. Serve the people that matter for you, not these people in Washington and these corporations and all that. You're better than that. So I want to say thank you, Dr. West, for honoring me with your presence.
Let us continue to pray for our dear minister, Louis Farrakhan, because he's getting old. It's unbelievable how he's been able to sustain the level of energy, vitality, and vibrancy. But he is getting old. The same is true with our dear sister Khadijah, both of whom I have great love and respect for. So let us keep them in our prayers. Very, very much so. And I salute you and Sister Alicia. Oh yes, indeed.
I will send her your regards 100%. I will tell her, she did, when I mentioned I was talking to you today, she said, remember that time in 1999 when we talked to him at the University of Chicago? So she still remembered that. You have an impact everywhere you go, brother, and I want to say thank you. Yes, sir. That was such a long time. Time goes by fast, don't it?
That's true.
Yes. So I want to give everybody, here is Dr. West's website. If you'd like to go support his campaign, it's cornelwest2024.com. So feel free to go there, check out the policies that are there. Think for yourself, love yourself. That's the message for today, among others. Also, feel free to share this with anybody in your family who's looking for something else to understand what's going on in this world. And also, I want to remind everybody who likes to think for themselves, the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th to the 27th, and that's going to be in Chicago, in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And Dr. West, I want to just also let you know, I know this year your campaign schedule is busy, but maybe next year or something, I'd love to have you in. I know Dr. Abdullah.
If you were there, then I'd love to be there, my brother. I can tell you that.
All right. Well, I'd love to have you, and the door is wide open. And I know Dr. Abdullah is going to come down. I think she's going to be on the panel and speak a little bit. But yes, and the door is wide open for you as well. And the All Black National Convention was basically something we put together for for Black people that just want to improve our community. The message is real simple. If you believe that Black people should be mentally and physically healthier, then the convention's for you. If you believe that Black people should love each other and have better relationships and build strong families, the convention's for you. If you believe Black people should also have economic strength and power, the convention's for you. Very simple. So when you get the time, Dr. West, I want to just publicly state the door is open. You have my support unconditionally, and God bless you for all the sacrifices you make, and I appreciate you very much.
Oh, love you, my brother. You stay strong, though. We still here after all of these years and decades. We still here, my brother.
Oh, they can't kill us. They can't kill us. you might kill the body, but you can't kill the spirit.
You can't kill the spirit. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yes,
indeed,
sir.
Indeed. God bless you, though, man.
Bless you as well, and everybody have a good day. And we're signing out for now, and I'll see you all really soon. And don't forget that tomorrow we're doing our free financial class as we do every morning, Money in the Morning, Economic Consciousness. That's what we do every morning. So if you'd like to join us, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you soon.
All right. So that concludes that interview. Lady Cherry, still with me? Lady Cherry, you're muted. Paige and Lady Cherry. She must have stepped away or something. All right, so there's Dr. West. That's who I'm supporting for president. I am one of his electors. I got him on the ballot here in the state of Colorado. And I'm also on the ballot for House District 8. So, y'all live in Denver. And in Northeast Denver, to be exact. You can go for me. Lady Che, are you still there? I don't know, she must have to sleep or something. Step away for a second. Okay, so I agree with about 90% of what he said. Other part is he's still like lumping us in with these other groups, but I think this is the most I've heard him say Black people in an interview in quite some time, so that's a good sign. He did meet with the new Black media, so we did get him on code for what's going on. The reparations movement. 250,000, I guess that's a start. We really owe like $3 million per descendant. But if they want to start somewhere, I guess 200,000, 300,000 would be a good start per descendant of chattel slavery freedmen. Trying to think what else he said that was like very important. Yeah, definitely can kill the body, but you can't kill the spirit. And we don't need no Pied Pipers. We don't need you to follow us. We just need you to think. Think. It's not illegal yet. I was really hoping Lady Che was going to say something, but I guess she went to sleep or something. Paige and Lady Che, are you still there? Your avatar's up, but you're muted. she went. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is Kendrick Lamar being picked for the Super Bowl next year, opposed to NO New Orleans artists such as Lil Wayne and Juvenile and others, even Master P, were from the NO not being picked, but Kendrick was picked. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar, though. He came up with the summer anthem, Not Like Us. And we definitely applying that to Cop Marley and Black Harris from this video, though. I think it's from Blonde B. Yeah, shout out to Blonde B.
We're 4 installments into that. So if you're not on Patreon right now, go over there and catch up. We're 4 installments into it. And I got people keep asking me, how long am I going to do my series on the destruction of black music? I don't know. It took a lot to destroy our music. So the series is nowhere near being concluded. It's an ongoing series. I don't have an end date in sight. I can see at least 6 or 7, probably more than that, installments of that, the destruction of Black American music series. All right. So you can do that right now on Patreon. And I ain't got no sweat towel. It's hot in the motherfucker today. It's hot. Oh, I'm so glad I ain't on no Roland Martin shit, because I keep sharing with y'all the wrong fucking screen. But when you no rolling. Here we go.
There you go. Give me one more. Ah. Come on. 2 more. You ready? Exactly. What the deal, everybody? My name's Kendrick Lamar, and I'll be performing at Super Bowl 59. Will you be pulling up? I hope so. You know it's only one opportunity to win the championship. No round twos. Let's get it. Boom!
That was a direct shot at Drake. Because for those paying attention, Drake and people like academics have been going around lately talking about some academics have been lately saying there's going to be a round 2. That Drake, because Drake's been punching at Kendrick, like doing the video, like throwing shots at Kendrick's wife. He did the thing with Schoolboy Q who couldn't shut his performance down in Toronto, doing all kind of stuff, hinting that there's going to be a second round. So you know Kendrick had to drop that one in there. But let's keep going.
I won't want you to miss it.
Let's go back. Let's go back to it.
Let's get it.
Let's go back to that part.
Opportunity to win the championship. I hope so. You know it's only one opportunity to win the championship. No round twos. Let's get it.
That was funny.
I won't want you to miss it. Meet me in New Orleans, February 9th, 2025. Wear your best dress too, even if you're watching from home. Let's go. Talking about, man.
So Kendrick, you know, in classic Negro fashion, had that jab he threw in, and people who support Drake's people who support Drake, their panties are in a bunch. You see all kind of men, all these men are going around and they smacking their lips, and they mad that Kendrick is going to perform in the Super Bowl. And they're saying, oh, it's going to be in it's going to be, oh no, it's going to be in New Orleans. And so, but people know that Kendrick, no, he washed Drake, so they can't necessarily say, hey, we want Drake to perform. Everybody know that's a no. When you get washed the way he did, you know that's going to be a definite no. So they're saying, you know, Lil Wayne should be the performer. It should be Lil Wayne's turn to perform. And I got two things to say to that. First off, for people who stand that, the Super Bowl and these white folks don't give a fuck about being geographically accurate when it comes to black music or the music at all. They don't give a fuck. Second of all, you nigga football fans, y'all need to just be goddamn happy that you get anybody black to perform. The NFL's already shown they don't give a fuck about your black ass.
True.
The NFL shows that year in and year out that they do not care. They do not care about the black consumer. Protested for Colin Kaepernick, and all it took was for Jay-Z to say we passed kneeling. And you niggas stop caring. So whatever to do, whatever the NFL gives you, you niggas need to shut up and be happy. Me personally, when the NFL did that shit, I don't give a fuck about Colin Kaepernick either because he got his money. Nike gave him a hush check. He got that check from Nike. He been quiet ever since. So for me, it was about the way the NFL just punked black society. When it came to Colin Kaepernick, let's go back to 2016. When it came to Colin Kaepernick kneeling, there was no rule against not protesting or not being out there for the national anthem, nor did the NFL change the rule. They basically said, I'm white and I say so. And you niggas better not buck. Yeah, we see all y'all friends getting shot and killed, getting killed on by the police, but we don't give a fuck about you. We don't give a fuck about you. So let's start off by that. The NFL has never hinted, acted, cared, nor will they ever care about your black ass. Because they know all they got to do is hire Jay-Z for a job. And y'all going to be like, we passed it. We getting our reparations. Oh, I appreciate that. I love my Lil Wayne can claim racist. Oh, yeah. Racism don't exist. He said that. I'm going to get to that part. But appreciate the super chat. So, off top, we dealing with a sport that don't give a fuck about us, all right? So, they don't give a shit about making whatever thing that they do regionally accurate, all right? They don't care about making anything regionally accurate. They don't care. They don't care. And nor should they. Because you niggas are going to watch anyway. I still ain't returning football. Fuck football. Now, if it's on and I'm out at a bar or my dad's kicking it with my dad, he watching it, of course I'm going to watch it with my family. Or if we flipping through, if it's on, yeah, I ain't going to tell people not to watch it. I don't have any grudge towards those who do watch. If you want to watch football, fine. But that whole era of complaining about what moves football makes, shut up. They flexed on your ass. Nigga, you still watch. So shut the fuck up. That's the first thing. All the NFL did was do this one time. You niggas like, okay, I'm watching. So you have nothing to complain about. And I'm not talking about some people, like my man Reggie in the chat, some people will just never give a fuck about the protest to begin with. They're like, nigga, I watch football. I work 5 days a week. Yeah. I ain't talking about y'all. It was some people who didn't give a fuck from the beginning. And they have a point of view where they be like, well, it's just going to happen. I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about all these protests because it's convenient ass niggas. And that's 8 out of 10 of y'all. That's 8 out of 10. That 2016, like, man, what we gonna do? I'm gonna start watching soccer. I'm gonna start watching tennis. I'm gonna watch the Olympics. As soon as the Olympics is over with, you niggas was right back on it. So nothing to see here. Same thing with what's his name, Tyreek Hill, a football player, got arrested outside the stadium yesterday, and you heard all these football fans crying about the football player that got slammed on the ground and arrested, and it was wrong. It was wrong. But you niggas is done past dealing. So what the fuck are you crying for? I don't get mad at racists when they show me they're racist. If somebody shows me who they are, and I choose to participate, there's nothing to complain about. Like basketball, I still watch the NBA. I know that Adam Silver is a racist, LGBTQ pushing agenda, pro non-Black American. Let's push any non-Black American we can to the forefront as bullshit ass commissioner. But I know that about them. They're gonna push LeBron, Curry, and then after that, it's gonna be nothing but non-Black Americans that they push, and Europeans, and people, and they marginalize people like Russell Westbrook and legends like James Harden and Kevin Durant. They all get marginalized because they're not the two chosen Negroes. And then people like Giannis can spend their whole career never developing a jump shot, being a horrible free throw shooter, being somebody that cannot score when he doesn't have shooters on the wings to create space for him. But they're never going to talk bad about his game because he ain't one of us. But I know the NBA is like that, so what am I going to complain for? I still choose to watch. So there's nothing to complain about. So yeah, I love boxing. So that there it is. So let's start off with that. Let's now. He said I talk about Gretchen Whitmer. Governor Gretchen Whitmer do look like a Hallmark Lifetime villain grandmother, don't she? Go back and watch yesterday's show for that. And so let's keep going. So now you got people complaining that Lil Wayne is not part of the Super Bowl festivities. And what do I mean by people? Let's go. Let's go not here to this page. Now here we go. We got mind you, Cam and May. These were the cats when the beef first started. They was one complaining that Kendrick took 18 days to respond to Drake. And they were saying Drake won because Kendrick took 18 days to respond, even though it took Cam like 2 years to respond to his first beef. But let's listen to what these Drake stands have to say real quick.
And listen, I love Kendrick Lamar. I love the pop-up. I think he's one of the top artists of this generation, period. Hate this election. It's in New Orleans. You don't get Lil Wayne. That's what we doing?
Yeah.
Listen, you don't get Lil Wayne in New Orleans for the
Hot
Super
Boys.
Bowl. Not just Hot Boys, Cash Money. All the songs Lil Wayne's done, whether it's Blink 182. There's no reason why Lil Wayne should not be performing in the Super Bowl.
Yes, there is. By the way, if you want to hit the Cash App, it's right here. $ DeJuan Brown. Y'all see right here? If you want to hit the Cash App, $ DeJuan Brown. Y'all see it right there. $ DeJuan Brown. That's the Cash App. DWANN Brown. $ $ Dewan Brown.
Hit the cash app here.
So
there's dollar sign.
there we go. So they're gonna camp, saying that there's no reason. Then you got Birdman over here. Talking about the hating is for real. Okay. All right, Birdman, here comes Nicki Minaj. Denying a young black man what he rightfully put into this game for no reason but your ego. Hey, Nicki Minaj, Drake is black. I mean, not Drake. Drake definitely ain't black. He part black. Kendrick is black. What are you talking about? Kendrick is black. But your hatred for Birdman, Drake, and Nicki got you punishing Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne, the GOAT? Now I ain't talking about Eminem standing firm showing 50 come out. And you know where Eminem stood firm on having 50 come out? In a Super Bowl in LA. That's Detroit and New York. She's literally using the example of a Detroit person standing firm for a New York person to come out in an LA event. I would much rather have had LA niggas would have much rather had Ice Cube, DJ Quick. If it was an LA thing, we would have had DJ Quick, DJ Battle Cat, Ice Cube. We would have had them. We would have had them. But we shared it with a New York dude and a Detroit dude. So what? Fine. So she's over here. And this is the same woman, by the way, that told Michael B. Jordan not to push his Juve liquor. Remember that Juve? Michael B. Jordan was in Juve?
Yep.
And Nicki Minaj said he has to rename it. Remember this? Remember this when Nicki Minaj was pushing, remember when she was pushing white people style cultural differences in Black America? Michael B. Jordan had a liquor brand, and Nicki Minaj basically came out and was like, you ain't from the Caribbean. And Michael B. Jordan turned around and renamed his liquor brand. So we're talking about a white woman who attacked black men when it comes to her Caribbean stuff. Now she's jumping in Black American affairs. Jay-Z's Black American, Lil Wayne Black American, Kendrick's Black American. Stay your fake Barbie doll looking ass out of here, Nicki Minaj. Because you don't like when Black Americans get in Caribbean business. I got a long memory. I ain't just fat, nigga. I got a memory of an elephant too. God damn it, I don't forget. How she gonna do this? How is she gonna play this racial schism between quote unquote black people? That's what I mean by the people be jumping in and people be black when it's convenient. We wasn't all black when it came to a Caribbean liquor brand. We wasn't all black then. So they crying and complaining about that. So let's get in. So they complaining and then so let's get into seeing possibly why Lil Wayne's not performing. But before we go there, this is what I need y'all to do. I need y'all to go to intellectualpower.net and mods. Can y'all? I just posted in the chat. Mods, can you please repost this throughout? Because y'all need to get this intellectual power right here. Oh shit, it's 1:30. That means it's my time to take this. I take this 3 times a day. And I've been taking it 3 times a day for like a little over a month now, about 5 weeks. About 5 weeks. I've been taking this. And it keeps my mind sharp. You notice I come and do this show about midday, like right now. The reason why I don't do my show earlier in the day is because like I get up and I work. I got businesses. I got breakthrough advocacy services. I got breakthrough cards. I have a card reading tonight at 7:30. I got a lot. You know, I manage apartment buildings. I got houses. I got all kind of stuff. So I got to keep going. But these things right here, these help me keep going in the middle of the day when things get tough. Like we know this, when your mind get foggy 2 or 3 o'clock. These intellectual powers right here, this helps you keep going through that downtime. It helps you keep going. So me personally, y'all know me, I'm all about the mind. I'm a king of clubs. I'm all about the brain and how the mind works. And this here does it for me every single time. So personal testimony from me, somebody who actually uses the product daily. Get yourself some intellectual power, and you can visit intellectualpower.net. All right? Please do that. And my mods, I'm gonna need y'all to post that every few minutes. Go ahead and hit that on the post. All right. Thank y'all again for listening. So, what we about to do right now? This is what we about to do. Hold on, I'm about to take that home. I gotta take this shit. I'm over here telling y'all to take it, and it's 1:30. I took my first one at 7:30 this morning. It's about time for me to take it now. Make sure y'all do that, all right? Pin this. All right, so we in here. And also at Patreon, check out my most recent interview with Dr. Randy Short over on Patreon also. That's available on all levels of Patreon. My most recent interview with Dr. Randy Short, where he exposed the Boulay and these HBCU connections.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. Randy Short.
All right. So now let's get into this. Why was Lil Wayne possibly snubbed? Why was he possibly snubbed? Let's see here. Could it be? This is him at the I think this is WWF.
My young money millionaire, tougher than Nigerian. My criteria compared to your courage isn't fair. I'm a venereal disease like a
making the Super Bowl. This was just Essence Fest, what, 2 months ago? This is what y'all saying got snubbed? Can we tell the whole truth? Can we tell the whole truth? Is this what we saying got snubbed? Huh? Meanwhile, Kendrick just had the pop out. The pop out broke all kinds of numbers over at Amazon Live. The pop out, look, these people that are in Jay-Z is the person that's behind it. His cornball ass. Hold on, before you go there, let me see what Larry got. Larry, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, nigga, you sounding real tough for a weak ass nigga.
I am tough, bitch. How's a tough nigga supposed to sound?
Man, nigga, you ain't tough. You ain't rough. And when DeJuan Brown had enough, you gonna find out how tough it is, nigga.
Nah, you fumbled that.
Damn, I did fumble. I fumbled the end. Shit.
Yeah,
I was running that hole.
Yeah.
I got to the 10-yard line and fumbled that bitch. God damn.
Yep. Sorry, butter hands, motherfucker.
I still beat your ass though. No matter how many times I fumble, I won't fumble that ass whooping. I'll tell you that one.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out, bitch.
Nah.
Yeah, we will.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nope. So what the fuck is going on? So what's going on, dog? Like you hear about this? You heard about this Lil Wayne stuff that's going on? And what's your take on Lil Wayne? People saying that. First off, do you think he should have made it? And then what's your take on what people are saying?
No, I don't think he should have been picked to perform at the Super Bowl. I mean, people are saying it should have been Wayne because he's from New Orleans and the Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans. But just because a motherfucking artist is from a city where they're hosting the Super Bowl don't mean they're supposed to perform at the fucking Super Bowl. That's dumb as fuck. I think last time it was in Houston, Lady Gaga performed. That bitch ain't from Houston.
Lady Gaga? Y'all had Lady Gaga?
Yeah, we had Lady Gaga, nigga.
Yeah, I didn't hear nobody complaining that Bun B wasn't on stage.
Right.
Nor should he have been on stage. But you know, whatever. I think it's fucking stupid, dog. And it's really these Drake fanboys because Kendrick watched Drake, and so they feel if Lil Wayne performs, then their light-skinned God is going to be able to perform. That's what the fuck it is. It's a bunch of fatherless motherfucking simps that don't know how to take a loss and go be quiet. So now yeah, Drake is finished. You know what? He should perform. He should perform with Lil Wayne at the Super Bowl because round two's coming. Like, nah, ain't no round two. Take your L and go home, bitch.
You right about that part. It's a whole bunch of people that it sounds like they never had a father about to tell them, hey, look, man, you got your ass today, man. Dust yourself off and go live to fight another day. But no, he won. So these cats ain't had been at least in a neighborhood. This ain't just fathers. I mean, just back when we was kids, especially when we got in a fight. I never got in a fight around my dad. My dad was never around when I got in a fight. But there's always some older dude around that can tell you, even if he whoop somebody's ass, like, all right, fight's over with, don't keep going. It's always some kind of elder around with wisdom when the end of an exchange happens to tell you some kind of wisdom. These niggas ain't had that.
No, they don't. They don't. One of our generations, I'll take ownership. It's probably mine or maybe leads over into yours, but somewhere they dropped the ball on that one, man. Hey, I was having a conversation with a Drake fanboy today, and he was like, man, why do you think Kendrick got selected to do the Super Bowl? I said, because he's the hottest thing in hip-hop smoking right now. That's why. He just came off of a big-ass, he won a big-ass rap battle. He put on a big-ass concert. Like, why the fuck wouldn't he? And he was like, but he doesn't have any hits. And I was like, nigga, he don't have hits. Motherfucker, he got a shitload of hits. Like, he has the biggest hits. I mean, in the last few years. And then he's got other hits that he's had for over 10 years, like no hits. I'm like, dog, now you're reaching, dog. You just want to see your crush perform so you can get all hot and draw behind a Jew nigga. That's all it is, dog. You just want to get all hot in the draw. You want to, man, this shit's lame, dog. It's lame as fuck. And it's a bunch of people who they wouldn't have gave a shit if Lil Wayne like got selected. They wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't be sending them out no fucking props. People just want to be divisive and stupid and have something to be mad at, dog. Motherfuck Lil Wayne perform. Man, have you ever seen Lil Wayne perform?
I saw him one year at All-Star Weekend. He'd always be around. I remember he performed, I think it was at the Players Union party. I think it was a Vegas All-Star Weekend. It was one of those, a few different All-Star Weekends. He would perform like at different parties. And long story short, yeah, it sucked.
Hey, man, you can't have a nigga performing that might forget his lyrics. Like, this is the biggest sporting event in the world, and this nigga is going to perform and forget his lyrics. You don't want to chance that, dog. You know Kendrick is not going to forget shit. So, I mean, I don't... Man, they got the right one. They picked the right choice. Who the fuck else was it going to be?
You're right about that.
Who the fuck else was it going to be?
Yeah, who? Because you think about it. Kendrick has the hottest song. He has the hottest song. Really, they not like us. Probably been the hottest song that's. I can't think of the last time a song went that far around the world that fast. You know, I can't think of it in any genre really in a few years. If you're gonna tell the whole truth.
The last one was that candy pop ass song "Happy" by Pharrell. That shit.
Oh yeah, Happy. Because I'm happy.
Yeah,
that was the last song to really do like that. 100% Rock Podcast said that was Larry on Roland Martin's computer walking through that tunnel.
No, the fuck it wasn't, nigga.
Oh, that was funny. Super chat. Appreciate the super chat. So, you know, you're right about that though, Larry. Like he didn't have so you got one. On one level, you got the biggest hit of the year, not only of the year, but easily the biggest hit post COVID. Easily, we could say that fairly, you know.
Absolutely.
Post COVID, no song is hit around has hit it hard as They Ain't Like Us. That's number one. Number two, the pop out and what the pop out did, and how many people watched the pop out, and not only how many people watched it, how on point Kendrick's performance was. Like he rapped the songs the way he rap them on the CD, and you saw the crowd reaction and buzz. The whole point of the Super Bowl is to get ratings, to charge for ratings. And when you see when the NFL released this year how much they're going to charge for ads, you better goddamn believe those numbers Kendrick put up during a pop-up are going to go into the factor on why they charge what they charge per 30-second ad in the Super Bowl.
I mean, Amazon, the pop-out was on Amazon Prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And don't Amazon Prime also have a contract with the NFL to show games?
Yes, they do.
I mean, that could have something to do. I mean, look, man, this is what it boils down to. People are still salty about this shit. We're going to go down the timeline real quick. There was a little beef, and Kendrick told this nigga, hey, man, don't make it personal. And he did. So all he did was make it personal, release a couple hits, come out with a banger-ass song, do one motherfucking concert, film one video to promote the song, and then went home. He ain't running around here poking fun at this nigga, like rubbing his face in the shit after he done defeated him. He went right back in the hide like he always does.
Right back in the hide.
Everybody is pissed off because he's doing the Super Bowl. Well, who the fuck else would do the Super Bowl?
Right.
Not Lil Wayne. Look, man, that nigga has sipped so much lean in the last 10 years. He might die during the performance. So you don't want a nigga die in the Super Bowl performance. He's having
I just drank some water when you said Remember he did die like 10 years ago. Remember TMZ reported it? Like, what was that, like 2016?
Hey, man. Yes, dog. You don't want somebody who's uninsurable performing at the halftime of the Super Bowl. So, of course, they're going to pick Kendrick. Like, shut the fuck up, take your L. Maybe Lil Wayne will perform at the Bayou Classic. Maybe he'll perform at one of them bullshit HBCU bowl games that nobody fucking watches. But just calm down. Take another L. It ain't like y'all ain't taking L. Take another one. Shut the fuck up, watch it, enjoy it, and shut the fuck up.
Real talk. This nigga, it ain't laughing. Niggas say, "Man, you cold, dog."
No, I'm serious though. I'm serious. He almost died. I think it was on a private jet and had to rush to the hospital.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
You don't think that this nigga is going to be sipping copious amounts of lean during the Super Bowl in New Orleans? Like, that nigga's going to go through a few gallons of it, and he might fuck around and have a stroke or a seizure while he's performing. The NFL doesn't want that. They picked the right person, dog.
Yeah, look at this. And then you gotta get some idiot in the chat. Somebody in the chat room just said, you and this dude keep saying F the people down there. Who the fuck said F the people in New Orleans?
Nobody said.
Nobody,
like, shut your corny ass up, dog. I know you tired of moving the goalpost, you simp ass nigga. Ain't nobody said nothing about New Orleans.
Yeah, they said nothing about New Orleans. I love New Orleans.
They done been through enough. I was just there a month ago. I love that place. Shut the fuck up. Niggas, don't call your daddy if he's around.
See,
man.
See, Larry, the problem with people like this guy in the chat, what's his name? Who Tried? The problem with people like you is after you conceived, your mama kept having a train of different dudes jab their dick in your ear when you were still an embryo. When you were still up in when you were still an embryo up in the sack, you kept getting this every day. It was sometimes three different dudes jabbing your ear. So your ear, you can't hear that clear because every night you was at home, it was somebody other than your daddy doing this to your eardrums. Them 9 months you was in that belly, so you don't hear correctly. Listen to what we say and not what the fuck you think, you idiot.
Man, look, man, and so if the people of New Orleans want Lil Wayne to perform, then the people of New Orleans need to start a petition. But just know that the NFL don't give a fuck about what your black ass think or anybody else think.
Right.
They're going to go ahead and move forward. It's business as usual. Wayne is not going to do the same numbers as Kendrick. So shut up and watch the game or not. But ain't shit changing. You can't even get no fucking vacation time from your boss. You ain't finna change the NFL's opinion on who they should have perform at the fucking halftime of the Super Bowl. You fucking idiot. Hey,
Right.
man, I'm about to get off. Hey, y'all, well, you had another question before I...
Nah, leave, ho. Leave, ho.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all continue to support the wine. They got a big, I know he's going to mention it, but y'all, it's LA. Y'all make sure y'all get your tickets or whatever. Go to the Hidden History Museum. If you see a dumb, stupid looking face on the flyer, go to the show book. You're reading all that shit. So support my niggas. Like, share, comment, subscribe. The wine, you a bitch ass nigga.
Nah, we gonna fight, nigga. We gonna lose. Big Hang in the chat said, Wayne don't get that much in New Orleans like people think he does. They rock Magnolia Stemmer, Currency heavy down there. Yeah, hey, Currency a cold motherfucker.
Yeah, Currency's dope.
Currency cold. He said, who bailed out Lil Wayne for taxes? Jay-Z. Right. I forgot about Jay-Z bailing him out for taxes. And then here's what makes it even worse. There have been, 2 Super Bowls? Let me see here. I think 2 Super Bowls. Let me be accurate. Since Lil Wayne's been on. Let's check them out. 10 total. But how many in New Orleans? I know 2013 when Beyonce performed.
Yeah.
Y'all wasn't crying when Beyonce performed in New Orleans in 2013. Y'all remember 2013 was the year.
2016.
That was when, what's his name? 2013 is when Lil Wayne was on top. Let me take this stupid ass picture down, Larry. 2013 was when Lil Wayne was on top, if we're going to tell the whole truth. Okay, here we go. Lil Wayne and the Hot Boys, they got on late 90s, Drop It Like It's Hot, Drop It Like It's Hot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2002, the Hot Boys was hotter than hot. But who performed at the Super Bowl that year? That was a tribute to those killed in the September 11th attack, okay? Okay, that's fine. I can understand Lil Wayne not being a part of that. I get it. He was a new celebrity, and they gave that 9/11 tribute. But in 2013, yeah, Beyonce performed.
2013.
Lil Wayne was as hot as he was ever going to be in 2013. Lil Wayne was as hot was at his zenith. The same way Kendrick is at his top right now because of what just happened. Lil Wayne was weed every night in the motherfucking club back then. And that song was old in 2013. And I remember I used to be in the club all the time. That that shit was released in the 2000s and the 13s. It was still getting played nightly.
Yeah.
Why weren't y'all complaining back then? I swear to God, man, like hip hop fans be some entitled motherfuckers sometimes. I swear. You don't hear nobody in jazz complaining. New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz.
Right.
You know how many jazz artists New Orleans is still putting out today? Christian Scott, great singers like Tank from Tank and the Bangers. I mean, New Orleans puts out musicians.
Yep.
But jazz folks know that, hey, look, man, this sound that we got over here ain't the sound that is the most popular right now at this time. So we get it. It ain't gonna be no celebration because that's not the sound most people listen to. Lil Wayne is not the sound most people listen to. Like I said, I've seen him perform twice, and he was not impressive. And let's go even further. Let's take it a step further. I'm going to say this, and I don't care if it hurts anybody's feelings. I'm going to say it regardless of your feelings, because your feelings don't matter to me. Lil Wayne is on the Mount Rushmore of artists that made it to the top with complete bullshit ass music.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Wayne was the best of a bad situation.
Yeah.
Hip hop was officially dead when Lil Wayne got to number one. I said it. The dumbing down of Black American music was complete when Lil Wayne got to the top. Y'all see my series I'm doing right now on Patreon, the Destruction of Black Music series that I'm doing right now. How Black music started getting destroyed in the early 70s, and how then hip hop came out of nowhere, and then starting in the early 90s, they started to destroy hip hop in 93. Really about 95, they really started to destroy hip hop. Well, there's a result to that. When you don't re-sign these artists that put together music in a coherent fashion, and you replace those artists with people like Nelly, at some point it's going to continue to devolve. Most hip-hop acts that started after 98 suck, okay? They only got record deals, so the guys who were really good wouldn't. The industry purposely started dumbing down our music. Hip-hop, rhythm and blues, everything that we played in the 90s was attacked viciously. I mean, from the production standpoint, to the budgets, to the quality of artists that they signed. The result of that is artists like Eminem, artists like Nelly, artists like Drake and Eminem and Lil Wayne getting pushed to the forefront of music. Now, you can like Lil Wayne all you want. I ain't telling you not to like who you don't like. This isn't about who you like. Personally, I don't give a fuck who you like. Doesn't matter to me. But it's bullshit. Bullshit is independent of whether or not you like it. You got to be able to recognize bullshit. One of my favorite shows to watch is The Housewives of Atlanta. I love watching them broads argue. And they used to have real asses. Now they got fake asses that they wagging around. But it's a bullshit ass show. I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh yeah, it's cool because I like it. No, that show is some straight up trash bullshit. But I like it. Snoop is one of my all-time favorite rappers. I love Snoop. Listen, my favorite, and as a matter of fact, my favorite Snoop album was the one he did with No Limit, The Last Meal. That's probably my favorite top 3 Snoop albums, if not my favorite.
I did not like that.
Snoop didn't talk about shit most of his career. Now he got a song here and there where he may have dropped some game. But as much as I love Snoop, Snoop wasn't talking about shit. But I tell you what, I love me some Snoop Dogg when it comes to music, nigga. I'm playing all that shit. 213, Eastsiders, the album he did with Pharrell, Bush, Ego Tripping, the Blue Carpet Treatment, Dogfather, The Last Meal. I'm fucking with it all. But it's still mostly bullshit. You see how easy that is to admit just because you like it? Oh, I ain't like it. You know something's hard. Yeah. It is good. You like it, fine. Still bullshit.
All right, y'all. I'm going to end it there. But yeah, you said they crying foul for nothing. All that for nothing. You don't control the NFL. You don't control what the hell they going to do. But yeah, I agree with him on that. I don't know what hell in Trey with. I just passed out. Sorry. All right, so we're down to the last topics of the night. And those are the unhoused neighbor news, the legal migrant news, and the unhoused neighbor sweeps and the illegal migrant sweeps. So a lot of stuff has been happening. I'm trying to keep y'all updated on it. There's so much stuff to keep up with. So I'm gonna go into the migrant news. So if you watched this debate that took place yesterday, you heard the dump say people was eating cats and dogs, and save your cats and dogs and ducks and geese from the illegals. You know, there's actually some truth to that. A lot of Democratic shows don't want to hear that, but we're not here for you to tell you what you want to hear. We're here to tell you what's happening. So, there's been several videos circulating on TikTok and other social media of these legal immigrants taking dogs and cats and dogs and cats and ducks and chopping their heads off and eating them and using them as a sacrificial rituals, all kinds of stuff. So like they would do in their homeland, but they're here now. They still want to practice that same stuff that they did in their homeland. So now people are raising all kinds of cane about it. And it's been really out of control. And this is what the Biden the Harris administration has allowed to happen over the past 3, almost 4 years. We don't care how you feel about it. That's just what it is. They've been doing this. They're going to try to spin it and say this is misinformation, disinformation. No, you just don't want to see reality and what the hell is happening. So I've seen a series of videos on this. The town in question in particular is Springfield, Ohio. So shout out to Black Light Revelations, Brother Rob. He covered this extensively on his undocumented channel. So we are going to play a little bit of that. So first we're going to Chicago, it looks like.
Financial constraints or alleged financial constraints that these municipalities say that they have as a result to distribution of resources from the federal, state, and local governments, which some of those resources would land in our hands, right? But because they're being diverted elsewhere, they don't land in our hands. So sometimes the stuff that people want to talk about, you don't just get to stomp your feet and walk away because it's not being talked about at that moment. Sometimes you got to get there. And what I've said for a long time is that you can tell there's a lot of people that have a lack of attrition. There's a lot of people that have a lack of mental fortitude, a lot of mental weakness. So if something's not right there, right at the moment, they're not willing to fight about it, and they'll complain as if somebody else was supposed to fight their fight for them. Nobody's going to fight anybody's fight for them. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So we're about to take a look at this budget, right? Because Chicago, right, is a city that is being run in a similar fashion to what Kamala Harris will run the United States on, right? Now, shout out to everybody that paid attention to the Chicago mayoral elections, right?
Yep.
Let me ask you guys this question. Everybody was focused on Beetlejuice, right? Lori Lightfoot. Now people saying Beetlejuice 3 times, wishing that she would come back. So my question was, why wasn't the proper focus put on policy so that people could see what kind of policies that it is that's hurting people?
Right. That's why it's policy.
Black voter monolith. There's more monolith, just the voter monolith. The voter monolith just happens to be the one that we talking about today. But don't worry though, because it's bullseyes, you know what I'm saying, on everybody's monolith. I just ain't picked the target yet. But all of them gonna get picked eventually. So, you know what I'm saying?
Right now at 4:30, the move sounds dire. The city's so deep in debt, the mayor issued a hiring freeze. Our Tara Molina is always investigating and taking a closer look at the existing positions within City Hall.
And Tara, you found Mayor Johnson has more executive level staff than other recent mayors.
Jim and Marie, that's right. We're talking about titles like director, chief, or officer. There are more of those jobs in the City Hall right now than there were under Mayor Lightfoot or Mayor Rahm Emanuel.
You guys hear that?
Wow.
Let's listen again.
Jim and Marie, that's right. We're talking about titles like director, chief, or officer. There are more of those in the city now than there were under Lightfoot or.
So now let me ask you guys this. When comparing Rahm Emanuel to Lori Lightfoot, based on these executive jobs, which you know these executive jobs are probably getting paid a pretty decent penny, who is managing the budget better in terms of payroll? Shout out to Carlton Way. We are one. We are monolith. Right. Thanks. Oh, trust me, bro. I'm designing the monolith characters as we speak. You know what I'm saying? I'm designing the monolith characters as we speak. You know what I'm saying? So who is spending more money here, Brandon Johnson or the past administrations on payroll?
Positions within City Hall.
And Terry, you found Mayor Johnson has more executive staff than others.
Jim and Marie, that's right. We're talking about titles like director, chief, or officer. There are more of those jobs in the City Hall right now than there were under Mayor Lightfoot or Mayor Rahm Emanuel. And that's as we continue to press.
Yeah, shout out to Carlton. If you guys agree with Carlton, Brandon Johnson, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys this question. I'm sure everybody has heard mad people just railing Lori Lightfoot, but not giving anybody any direction where to go as to who to vote for. Let me ask you guys this question. In the instance, let me know how you guys think this worked out.
The city for more information on this hiring freeze and the massive budget deficit. Nearly $1 billion. That's the massive budget deficit Chicago is bracing for in 2025.
Nearly $1 billion. And what's interesting about this is we read the article from the Chicago Tribune earlier, and as we're looking at this news report here, they never mentioned the migrant crisis. So they use a similar tactic to like what people that we're aware of use. And if we just don't mention a problem, then maybe it just won't exist. Or maybe it's just not a contributing factor.
Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's a lot. But that's not exactly what I wanted to play just yet. Oh shit! I jumped ahead. I'm sorry, y'all. There was another topic before this. And that's the situation with Chicago as well. But the people are trying to say that the Black Chicagoans are xenophobic and anti-immigrant. Oh, man. Where's that video? Part about the piece. Let's see. Trying to get all out of Blacc. No, it was Afro Elite.
Like Al Capone and them that actually started gangs in Chicago. I want to see them stats up there. So I dare you tell us that when we
towards anybody, he didn't say any type of profanity or anything like that. And now you didn't say anything about gestures, and I think that that's a violation of his right to free speech. That's a hate crime. Remember? Oh, so if it's a hate crime, if you're saying that the virus, the pandemic coronavirus came from China, if that's a hate crime, then saying that black people are hating on immigrants, that's a.
So they put these signs up in Chicago talking about black people hating on immigrants. It's ridiculous. It's a very long video, so I'm trying to condense it. Okay, start right here.
These people who fled from their government is going to come here and help us revolt against ours. Really?
Yes, that's right, John.
And they're not even asking them that. You coming over here and sitting up there saying with the assumption what? Did you go to them and ask them if they want to revolt? Because they'll tell you no. They'll tell you no. They'll tell you they don't want no problems. They just want to, stay for a little bit, get a free house, get a little job. That's what they want. They will tell you that.
Oh yeah, I did. I believe I did.
Shout out to beloved Stephanie. They are trying to deflect from the actual topic by projecting the hatred they have for us onto us. Exactly. 100%. 100% correct. 100% correct. So, believe it's called. Okay. It's called the Chicago Community, right? So, this is that where the community pulled up. This was yesterday. I didn't take this footage. I got there like literally 20 minutes late. Everybody was already outside by this point.
The revolutionary leader Bob Avakian had said.
And remember, hold on. Remember we were talking about Bob Avakian? And remember the word cult got brought up? Where was it? I think it was right here. Yeah, the RCP is frequently described as a cult. Described as a cult. Now, keep this in mind as you're listening to this.
The revolutionary leader Bob Avakian that says black people hating on immigrants, nonsense and worse, from people who should know better.
That's a provocative statement.
More than provocative. No.
It is a provocative statement. It's also true.
It's true.
There's no truth in it.
So, we are here to discuss this dispatch. We are here to have a program, and afterwards we'll open up a discussion where people here will be able to speak, agree or disagree. This title has actually struck and stung a lot of people. And there's a question of why. People feel very...
It's a question, and there's a question of what? Because you're lying.
Passionate about this question. And it's a necessary and important question to get into because it has everything to do with actually emancipating humanity. That's what we're about. So, just to set some ground rules for people here, there's a bathroom in the back. There's snacks and refreshments along the wall here. Just so people know that.
Right. They want it so, y'all want it so.
Okay. Hey, so another thing is, while people are up here, well, we'll actually get into this dispatch. We're gonna play the whole thing for everyone here.
We don't want to hear Bob. We want to read it.
So, look, just hey, Hey, just so I'm clear, while I'm talking, or Raphael is talking, or Carl is talking, look, we're not going to tolerate disruptions, okay? And we're going to be respectful of each other's time here, okay? Because what we're here to do is actually get into this dispatch, actually discuss the content of it, and go beyond just people narrowly looking at the title. Okay, this has been controversial in Chicago, and we have been in places like Hyde Park. We've been around here in South Shore, and we've been in other places. Hey, and we've been in other places around this city. Listen, let me finish talking. Okay, this is the stage. I'm the MC for this discussion. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna introduce my comrade right here.
Slap the boots on the table.
His name is Raphael Kadaras. He's a revolutionary communist, a correspondent with the RNL. First off, if you all are struck just by a revolutionary communist, most of us are communists in this room. So, correspondent with the RNL Revolution Nothing Less show. He's a follower of the revolutionary leader Bob Avakian, and he's been fighting against U.S. imperialist wars and murder by police and attacks on immigrants since the early 2000s. He is also known.
Notice he's a follower of Bob Avakian. He makes it seem like Bob Avakian is some type of religion.
For verbal sparring and taking on MAGA fascists, Democrats, wokesters, and phony socialists. Last year, he and some of us in this room burnt the American flag, made international news burning the American flag at the fascist country singer Jason Aldean's concert in Chicago. Well, in Tinley Park.
We really don't want to hear
Thank
your
you, Leo.
resume. We're here for this.
We are here for this. We are the RevCon Corps for the emancipation of humanity.
Now, after that, it got physical. It got physical, and I stopped it right there because, of course, you guys know that this channel does not condone violence. So I just let the whole thing play. Now, notice something. Bob Avakian didn't show up. This person who's sitting up there talking about black people are hating on immigrants and we should know better. We should know better as black people because of what we've been through. Let's explain what segregation was like. Let's explain what the Great Migration was like. Let's explain what Jim Crow was like. That's what Bob Avakian is doing to us, telling us that we should know better. We should learn. We should know better. We should know. That's what he's telling us. And he has a whole thing after spreading all of these lies and propaganda in our community, these provocative, inflammatory, hateful lies, harmful lies. He's going to do this and then not even show up. Get all of the clout and not even show up. And he's done these before, where he spreads these anti-black propaganda all over. The same way, we know our history, the same exact way the Ku Klux Klan used to do. Do you know the Ku Klux Klan? They would go around and they would put up just random lies about, oh, the black man, he's gonna go after your daughter. Oh my God, that's why we gotta get him. Black people are so monstrous and hateful and violent and evil. That's what they would say. They would go around and they would post those flyers the same way, the same exact way. They would go around and post those flyers up on buildings, on street poles and things like that. So people could see them. They would start handing them out, spreading them to different people so people could see them. So they could embed a society that has a negative view of black people and blackness in general. That's exactly what these people are doing now. What Bob Avakian and his new Communist Party, whatever he wants to call it, is nothing more than a liberal Klan rally. That's what it is. That's what they would do at the Klan rallies. What would they do at Klan rallies? They would come together and as a rally, they would reinforce all of these anti-black propaganda and anti-black narrative, black lies. I said, you said, you said, you said, we are justified in what we're doing. That's what the Klan, these liberal Klan rallies that Bob Avakian is told, and he's fat, and you're gonna be like, bullying. Right after that is when I got there. Right after that, you have business. I posted this on Twitter or X. People talk about X. I posted this then. And it's gotten over 100.
litigants, especially if they're in pro se, you know what I'm saying? Their constitutional rights to due process and their civil rights of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. So this is where it is in terms of a nonviolent hate crime. Alderman that's over the police and fire safety, so that we can have the one-on-one meeting with the super. So that's where it is. And like I said, we'll keep the public abreast. But we didn't want everybody to think that the only thing that we did was make a commotion about it. And that we're not now to event the people who are ready or who own property, because it's been brought to our attention that is early 2000 gonna say community had already got together to have them removed from here before. But and
is this on top of the this, and then on top of him and doing all of this and all that stuff. This is anti-Black propaganda that is harmful and is negative to a community. This can be considered a violent hate crime, because what this is doing is this is criminalizing a group of people, a specific group of people. Well, this is criminalization of a group of people. You're trying to socially criminalize a group of people, opening them up to being victims of illegal immigration, just to be victims of anything. This is how Jim Crow was started. These are considered violent hate crimes. And then you had the incident going on in their, I guess, community center or whatever the case is, on top of the fact that these people have a notorious history of putting out anti-Black propaganda and information. This has happened time and time again. The community has tried to get them evicted multiple times because of the anti-Black propaganda. This is what it is. Now, remember, for all of the people who thought that might be a reach, remember when it was Asians. Come on, that's why we got to bring it full circle. Remember when it was Asians, they were saying that, no, it's a hate crime. For you to say anything that is what we deem as anti-Asian, that's a hate crime. Remember? Oh, so if it's a hate crime, if you're saying that the pandemic coronavirus came from China, if that's a hate crime, then saying that Black people are hating on immigrants, that's a hate crime too. Oh yeah, what we're not gonna do is we're not gonna play this little game where all of these other groups get hate crime, regardless of the truth. Like I said before, regardless of the truth, it can be true, it can be not true, it can be true, it can be false. It doesn't matter. Regardless of that, it's considered a hate crime if you say it about them. Now, when it's us, you got the right to free speech. You know what I'm saying? Is it really a hate crime? I mean, it's a little, it's such a no. We're not playing these games with them anymore. We're not doing that. We're not sitting up there like every little thing you do, if you look at them sideways, if they think that you're looking at them sideways, hate crime right then and there. How dare you do that to them? How dare you? Like Bob was saying, you should know better. You should know better. Talking to you like you're a child. Now, when it comes to us, well, I mean, they do have the right to free speech. I mean, that is their First Amendment right. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to turn the society against us. You're trying to put a bad taste in Black people's mouth, in society's mouth, about Black people. Also, what you're doing is you're pretty much saying that we shouldn't have the First Amendment right to feel how we want to feel and express what we want to express. We shouldn't have that right. No. So that is. Now, on what she was talking about, the nonviolent hate crime, is when she's talking about the fact that they're seizing black properties at a rate disproportionate to other groups of people. That is disproportionate because the black property that is in Chicago, the black owned property that's in Chicago, is targeted, because the government would be seizing everybody's property randomly if it was no target in particular. But because of the fact that the black community in Chicago is particularly targeted, that means that you're doing this based off of race. You're targeting a group of people based off of race. That is considered, you're negatively affecting a group of people. You're putting a group of people in a harmful condition based off their race. That is considered a hate crime. That is a hate crime. You are grouping a bunch of people up based off their race, and you are doing something that is going to negatively impact them. That's a hate crime. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. So we consider that this is the era. Y'all want to play these hate crime games? Let's do it. I'm all for this. Let's do this. I'm all for it. I'm 100% for this. All the way. 100%. I think we had another super chat. Let me get to tell it like it is. Since the super chat says Bob Avakian just threw a grenade in a tent and then walked up. He did. And then let his little soldiers carry the bag with him. Let his little soldiers do that. So back to City Hall. Now this was earlier today. Now I gotta find these clips about all over the damn place. Let me pull these clips up from all over the place. I really hated that I had to do that. But this was our sister. Let me share it because it's not being shared. Our sister Zoe. Oh, come on now. Hold on, y'all. Come on, man. What you do? Okay.
Like hide that whole thing that happened between 61st and 65th on South King, shot spotter. Also let us know that shots were fired over there. If you guys are trying to say that nothing happened over there and it was fake news, but it's not. See, the issue is that drug trafficking is $1 trillion business for the U.S. government. Because you guys have arrested all of our drug dealers. So now that you have the Venezuelans over here, and because Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez and Carlos Rosa Ramirez had cornered Lori Lightfoot in a corner and made her sign this executive order that the police cannot work with ICE to deport these people, that when the there's a lot of drug trafficking over there. But the issue is our kids, our young black boys are involved in that because they're hungry. There ain't no money out here. So when they get arrested, our boys are going to take the fall for it, not the Venezuelans, because it's executive order. So they'll get arrested, but then they'll get back out, keep getting out. Then there's a whole bunch of fentanyl over here, so they're just killing people. So our kids are going to get those murder charges, not the Venezuelans, because you don't even know who they are. But guess what? It's on 61st and 6500 South King. So y'all don't care. You don't care, Brian Hopkins, that it's not your war. You sit here and say that we have to be quiet and maintain and all that stuff. You got a whole shelter that you let, because you probably got money, put in the Streeterville. 600 North.
Let me pause it for 1 second, just so she can understand. Okay. Now, yeah, it's, apparently a lot of people in the chat room are saying that. And I can tell because on StreamYard, I can see certain comments, and on YouTube, I can see certain comments. So I know which comments is coming up and which comment YouTube is just automatically blocking. So, yeah, the games is being played. They playing little games. But what she was talking about the shot spotter, because this was really the meeting was about shot spotters, because what the city wants to do is they want to take away the shot spotters that's in Chicago that really detect anytime a gunshot goes off that's in the black community. So what she's saying is that these things help people because these things are able to allow police and ambulance to get to people faster who need help. And the faster you get to somebody who gets shot, the higher it is that you're going to be able to save them. And statistics bear that out too. But the government wants to cut that down because, first off, they're saying, well, it's costing too much money. And what the government is doing is now they're penny pinching so they can subsidize the illegals. So what she was saying earlier, as far as them coming over here and them coming over here and doing the thing with our rights, the boys getting locked up, is because there are Venezuelan gangs who are coming over here. They got the plug for drugs and stuff like that. They're running, unfortunately, alongside some of these other gangs or people who are selling drugs. Now, when the police lock people up, when they have their charges and they storm houses and they lock folk up and they lock the black people up, the black people are staying in jail. The Venezuelans, they're not staying in jail. They can all of them are selling drugs or whatever. And then when the black kids get locked up, the black kids got to stay in jail. When the Venezuelans, when they get locked up, they get to get out. That's what she's talking about. Going back to it. Oh, come on, don't do that.
I would agree. I have different thoughts on all of this.
Okay, come on. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
That's what my family said. We have to see that all the time. My mother had to see that all the time. And you said you were going to get that shelter out, but you did not. You know, so don't sit here and talk about how we have to be quiet and you got to manipulate the First Amendment and all that stuff. When you let that shelter be right there in Ohio, while all these people were dealing with it, you had prostitution and all that stuff in your ward. Yeah, they're all quiet too. So I don't know what y'all think this is, but like my man said, y'all getting out. It's a new generation. Ain't nobody playing with y'all. The Democratic Party is done because all you guys have done was played us for forever. You played our grandparents, you played our aunts. I'm 38 years old. Ain't nobody playing with y'all no more. Y'all not gonna do this no more, and that's just what it is. Y'all are terrible. Y'all are terrible. The black representation that we have in Illinois do not do anything for us. It's sad, it's embarrassing, and the whites don't either. Just 6 days ago, you guys trying to like.
Now I want to get to let me see if I can find it real quick. I want to get to Mr. Y'all know we gotta represent when y'all know Mr. Blakemore. Mr. Blakemore came back.
You know when I put that discrimination suit on you several years ago, where you tried to set me up and say, Christian, I hit somebody. I know you. And now you're over in Streeterville. And like the young lady spoke before, it's terrible. The white folks have just been terrorized by these illegal immigrants there on Ohio and Ontario at that big hotel. And you have a audacity to go and tell the sergeant of arms, if Mr. Blakemore use any kind of language to stand up, I would tell the sergeant of arms to put me out. Who do you think you are? Or who do you think I am? Don't go there. Don't go there. I know you. I have a history. You're just another recycle from the county. And you was the chief of staff of John Davis. and you didn't do nothing there, and you're not doing nothing here. You voted for those illegal immigrants for over $1 billion, and some of our black elected officials also voted for that. That's not in the interest of black people. For somebody, you said you were gonna close up that hotel, but they still there. You know why? Because you're getting paid. You're getting paid. This is pay to play down here. It's about the money. It's paid to play down here. And you have that gap. Say if Mr. Blakemore say anything disruptive, I don't care what's starting about. Tell your mama. You heard me. Now drag me out. Tell your mama there was a crime against humanity when black people was enslaved over here. You didn't give us any money, and we're not advocating for reparations, which you should do. $1 billion was spent on the illegal. And the sad thing about it, they had black faces in high places also voting for sanctuary when your black ain't needed yourself. Now you're giving away free homes to them. And it's time to turn this city red. It's time to turn it red. What's wrong with you black people? I gotta run over here. Jeanette got a game being played over there. And then over here, we have these meetings at the same time, on the same day. You know what you can do? Use your imagination. But I'm gonna give you a little something more to show them imagination. Man. That's what. So tell Sergeant Obama, he's not gonna drag me out. He's not dragging me out. I'm not dragging me out. I'm not dragging me out. Drag me out, baby. Drag me out, baby. Drag me out.
Now, then they try to say, "Oh, what he did was so disrespectful. Oh, you can't do that." They told him that at first they were telling him he can't leave, he has to leave for the whole rest of the session, and he can't come back in the next session, or he has to be able to come back in the next session. He was all like, "No, I didn't technically say anything provocative." Now they was all like, "Well, you told us to kiss your ass." Possibly you could perceive it that way. I personally perceive it differently. I mean, Mr. Blakemore is clearly a very animated person, and he didn't do anything violent towards anybody. He didn't say anything violent towards anybody. He didn't say any type of profanity or anything like that. And now you didn't say anything about gestures, and I think that that's a violation of his right to free speech, which, mind you, he literally said at the very tail end of his speech. And then they was all like, "Oh no, you got to go and you can't come back because Mr. Blakemore has been around for many, many years, and Mr. Blakemore knows all of the background history of all of these politicians sitting up there in office." So when he was telling them that about them in Cook County and everything like that, they start biting their fingernails like, "Oh, damn, he knows." So they like to cherry pick every little thing like, "Oh, how could you tell us to kiss your ass? I can't believe you gotta go to jail." Now they be exaggerating all the little gestures and things like that he does. So I let it be known like this. I'm all like, because there was another brother, and I didn't have his thing loaded up. I let it be known like this. Hey, so y'all know right now, as far as the immigration crisis goes, really Chicago is the tip of the spear as far as that is concerned right now. You understand that? Now, I didn't let them know I got this platform. I'm all like, I posted a video up yesterday. It's going viral right now. The multiple video, and pretty much anytime a video about Chicago and immigration gets posted, it goes viral right now. So you want to do this, it's going to go viral. And the people, like they were before, are going to be on his side. So you can play this game and kick him out or whatever the case is. The people are going to back him up and be on his side, and that's going to be more public scrutiny against you in the city government. That's what's going to happen. And lo and behold, they let him back in. They let them back in. Yeah, because they don't want to be exposed. They let them back in. Even I spoke, and I want to get to that. I had some things I had to say. This was also on Twitter. Zoe posted this. Shout out to Zoe. Okay, come on, hold on. Get it up there. The angle, right?
We need more votes.
She was sitting right in front of me. That's why the angle is looking like this. I kind of started a couple seconds before she hit the record button, too. Let me make sure I got everything. Oh, take this all the way back. Okay, hold on. Yeah, make sure it's taken all the way back.
Neglecting us and giving to them. People that they don't.
Oh, come on. See, this is what I was talking about earlier.
Know who they are. I asked them, is there any type of vetting process for them to come over here from Texas to Chicago? They told me break into stores, vandalize into stores.
Okay. See, okay. See, come on now. Let me close some of these tabs real quick. Try to see if that's going to help everything work a little bit faster. Okay, hold on.
My age. These are not old men and old ladies.
Okay,
Neglecting us.
right here. Here we go.
Neglecting us and giving to them. People that they don't know who they are. I asked them, is there any type of vetting process for them to come over here from Texas to Chicago? They told me no. When I said this to Alderman Vasquez, he lied to my face, and he told me that they are being vetted. When I asked them, they said they're not being vetted. They said no names have been taken. They just got put on a bus and shipped over here. That's why there's gangs over here now. This is why there's gangs roaming the streets. I asked them, is there any type of regulation? Is there any type of police oversight or curfew? They told me no. This is why they're able to do whatever they want to do, break into stores, vandalize, break into cars, run people over with cars that they steal from people, children. These people come from countries that traffic in drugs and children that our government is subsidizing, while they're telling us that we need to be sympathetic to them. They're putting them in our community, the Black communities. We have to take the blunt of all of this illegal immigration. And we're getting told that we're the bad guys if we have any complaint for it. For years, the government has said that they were going to do something to the South Side and the West Side. And every single time they say, well, you know, it's not in the budget right now. We need more votes. It's a process. It's this, it's that. Yet illegal immigrants come over and millions of dollars out of apparently nowhere gets to go to them. Criminal or non-criminal, it doesn't matter. They still get to go to them. Adults my age. These are not old men and old ladies with little babies. Not most of them, no. These are adults my age that our government neglects the citizens of, the veterans sleeping on the streets, and they're giving to them. These people are preying on the elderly in our community. We've seen that time and time again. All of that's been documented. They're preying on the children, not just in Chicago, in New York, in Colorado. The government has neglected us, and we have the list of everybody who has approved of it, everybody who has voted for it, everybody who lies to our face. We're tracking everything, and your seats is up.
Yep. That's the end of that. Oh yeah, I finished the last thing, letting them know, because what they like to do, and I'm like, we got the receipts. Oh, we got the receipts. We're very well researched people. Shout out to I missed this earlier. Shout out to Antithesis for the cash app. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, we got the receipts. Yeah, we not playing these games with them. No, because what they'll do is they'll sit in our faces and they'll tell us one thing. When we got the camera in front of them, they'll tell us one thing, and then you can look, because legally they have to show. When you look and you see how they voted on a particular bill, because it does show that. It does have to show that how they voted on a particular bill. If they vote on a bill that's all for it, and then they'd be all like, man, this is really bad, man. No, because you voted for it. So don't come to us, all this two-faced attitude. Don't come to us, and you got all these criminals sitting up there roaming the streets, and you sitting up there acting as if you with the community and lockstep with the community, but you're voting the way the oppressor class wants you to vote. So I was sending them out to them. I'm like, hey, man, all the talking is over. We know who voted what. We know what side y'all on. And I had to represent not just for Chicago, but I also brought up New York and California, then New York and Colorado. Like, yeah, we know what side you on. We know what side you on. We know what game you playing. We know what game you playing. We know what team you playing for. So next election, because what they like to try to do is they like to try to do a whole bunch of nonsense. And I'm trying to keep my profanity at a minimum. They try to do a whole bunch of nonsense. And then right before it's re-election, they'll like fund some type of community fundraiser or something like that, or some big back to school drive or something like that, and some turkey giveaway for Thanksgiving or something like that. They try to do that stuff so that can be in recent memory. So then when it's time to vote for people, be like, hey, I really did help your Thanksgiving out. You know what I'm saying? Didn't you like those turkeys? Didn't you like, I gave your son, your daughter a free book bag with color pencils and everything like that. That was nice, wasn't it? Come on now. No, not that's what I'm saying. No, no. We got the receipts. This is why we keep a track of what we're doing. Because later on down the line, if we don't keep track of this stuff, then they'll be able to be like, well, really? Honestly, I was never in support of that. No, I was never in support of that. I was always on your side. I was trying to tell them. I was trying to tell them. I was in the back room going off. I was trying to tell them. I was like, you can't do this to the people. They were getting so mad at me. I was, man, you should see me. I was right there. I was with you. I've been with you the whole time. But we can do this together. If I get voted out, I can't do anything. You got to vote for me, because me and you, we like this. We like this, man. Come on. I do have your back, and I will fight for you again. That's what they'll tell us. They will sit here and lie to us and tell us that. No. Oh, no. You're not going to be able to do that, because what we're going to do, y'all know what this is. Y'all know what this is. Come on now. Y'all know what this is. We're going to be like, oh, that's very interesting, because in March,
and it's always one thing or the other.
We see here that your name is written as approved for this bill that gave these illegals $5 million for this one particular month. Okay. So that was one. That was in March. Then we go down, page number 2, section 3. And we see that in April, very next month after March, on the 2nd, not even a whole month away, you gave them free, link cards and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, we doing this. And this is not just Chicago. This ain't just Chicago either. This is Chicago. This is New York. This is Colorado. This is Iowa. This is Atlanta. This is everywhere they are. North Carolina, South Carolina, Los Angeles, and everywhere in between. Texas, everywhere in between. I need the family in New York to be all like, oh, well, you know what, Adams, all right? Ain't that your name, right? What was up with those free debit cards that you was giving? What you was just giving them preloaded debit cards? Yeah, what was up with that? Why are you trying to tell us that it wasn't you, it was Biden? What was it? Explain that, because Biden didn't do that. You did that. Explain that to me. So when they try to come in for re-election, And we got to show them, yeah, I know you want to come back for re-election, but what about them houses? Remember the Venezuelans that got the four-bedroom house? They've been here for 2 years, and they got a 4-bedroom house. Yeah, what was up with that? Oh, yeah, we keeping the receipts on all of them. We writing everything down. So when it's time for re-election, it's up for all of them. That goes in Chicago. That goes California with the reparations thing that they tried to pull last week. That goes New York. That goes Colorado. Everywhere. Everywhere is red pin energy. Everywhere you go, you can't escape this. You can't escape that. We knowing what's going on. Now I want to also show. Let me get to it. Of course. We got Ms. Jackson back on the scene, back handling business. Let me show this. Oh, okay, hold on. Where is it? Come on. Oh, it's muted. Okay.
Broken in order for the city to.
Oh, come on. See what they.
It's amazing to hear you read off rules. That's amazing. I want to know how many rules were broken to stack people that are illegal in warehouses, schools, park field houses, police stations. Where were the rules for that? How many rules were broken in order for the city to end up with $1 billion deficit in order to take care of a bunch of illegals? How many rules are broken when we're in here public speaking and they sitting there chatting?
First time, cuz.
They're sitting there chatting, but won't nobody tell them to be quiet. How many rules? But y'all want all the attention when you talk. You want to make sure we don't say things that are offensive. While we sit here and listen to you all do offensive stuff all day, putting bogus statistics up on there, black this, black that, black this, black that, that's not offensive. When you don't put no white stats up there, white people don't break no laws, white people don't commit no crimes. I want to see some mass shooting statistics up there. I want to see some opioid overdoses up there. I want to see some rape charges since 1619 up there. I want to see separation of families. How many families, black families, got separated up there? How many white gangs like Al Capone and them that actually started gangs in Chicago? I want to see them stats up there. So I dare you tell us that when we talk about what's going on in our community and our lives, with our families, that if it make you uncomfortable, that it's racist, it's xenophobic. No, it's us talking about us to the people who's doing it to us. And we got every right to do so. And if we don't have that right, then we're going to need you to stop taking our property taxes. We're going to need you to stop taxing us about anything. If we can't say nothing about the treatment that we're getting over here, just stop taking our money. You don't get to correct us, correct yourself, and think it will correct everything. But as long as you all think that you can keep on doing wrong,
they've been doing this, pay for it,
and applying rules to one set of people, this is gonna keep on coming. It's gonna keep coming. Yeah, look at the clock. Yeah.
They started speaking before her time was up. If you notice that, let me see if I can show it just a little bit. Before they started, she said, "Look at the clock." She still had a little bit of time left.
Think it will correct everything. But as long as you all think that you can keep on doing wrong and applying rules to one set of people, this is gonna keep on coming. It's gonna keep coming. Yeah, look at the clock.
Yeah, okay. And see, that's the thing. What they'll do, they'll be so concerned, and I'm glad she called this out. They'll be so concerned about black on black crime, black on black crime in the black community. How do we reduce crime in the black community? Y'all don't ever even address crime in any other community at all, period. As if they don't do any crime whatsoever. None, nothing whatsoever. As if these people don't do that stuff. They break the rules, they break the laws, their own laws that they work to put in place. They work to create the bills to put in place, and then they break them, they violate them. These people now, because there's so many of them coming over here, these people are sleeping in warehouses. It went from hotels to now the hotels are booked. Now we got to put them in shelters. Now the shelters are booked. Now we got to put them in police stations. Now we got to put them in the airport. Now they are putting them in warehouses. They're putting them in warehouses now. While they telling us, hey, sir, you got to have decorum. Mr. Blakemore, if you do that again, you have to have decorum, while they're snickering and laughing while we're talking to them. Let me tell you something. They don't have to listen. They don't have to really pay attention. Like they don't have to. They're gonna feel what we saying. What we say is that it doesn't matter if they want to change their mind or not. That no. Let's let it be very clear. Them wanting to change their mind is inconsequential to what is going to happen at the end of the day. At the end of the day, this is about to stop. At the end of the day, we're not going to sit here and be quiet and acquiesce and be the stepping stools for our replacement, be the stepping stools to buffer classes, to anti-black buffer classes to come over here and wrongfully get our resources that we are rightfully owed. And we have to be quiet, or else we're haters, or else we're racist, or else we're xenophobic. Yeah, no. We're not going to, no. That's not going to be how we doing this. Oh no. That's not how no. That's not how this is going to go no more. No, it is not. Oh no. What's going to happen is we going to let you know. We went out there to just let it be known out to the public. That's our main thing. Is to show the consistency of, oh no, the public doesn't want to just say something and get it off their chest. Oh no, we're very serious about this. We're already talking to aldermen. We're already setting up the police report. Oh, the paperwork process is already underway. We already getting the train. The train is moving. You guys know anything about trains? When the train starts moving, the train can't hit the brakes like a car can hit a brake. The train can't hit a brake and then just stop. Oh no, the train has to stop way ahead of its destination. Because this train has so much weight and so much power and momentum. It can't, even if you slam on the emergency brakes, the train has so much momentum and so much power behind it. It can't just immediately stop. That's why if something is on a train track, they hit the horn to say, hey, you got to get up. You have to get up because this train can't stop. It can't stop. The train driver hits the horn to let people know, like, hey, y'all got to get out the way or you will be hit because this train can't stop moving. That's how powerful this train is. I can't make this train stop moving. If you don't get out the way, you're just going to get hit. That's how powerful trains and locomotives are. That's what we are doing. That's what we go to the Chicago City Hall, to the Chicago government, to these meetings. That's what we go in there to express. Oh no, the train is in motion now. So y'all could have settled this before when we was first having this issue, but y'all said that y'all was just gonna let them do whatever y'all wanted to do. And we expressed that, hey, that's not right, that's not legal, that's not ethical, that's not right, that's not fair, it's not moral. Importantly, it's not moral. They said, hey, well, what you gonna do about it? And then we said, okay, well, you know what? We gonna set this. What we did is it took us a minute to really start to get here. It took us a minute to really start to get it. Can we get some trains? Tell it like it is. You got the good idea. Can we get some train emojis in the chat room? Is that
Well, I don't know what happened over there, but it's all political game, man. I be telling you guys, just amongst other things, not to fall for it. So we listen to it. They're talking about now with the immigrants. There's been going on. Immigrants is just a symptom of it.
Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to do this. I'm saying that to show you the remnants of the right wing, left wing behavior pattern tracing. Shout out to the people that still know their family that live down south. Most of the family that live down south, they kind of for real only deal with black people. You know what I'm saying? They only deal with black people for real. At all. It ain't really till you get like to people in the Midwest where you got people that kind of be a little bit more liberal. And this is what I be saying, and this is what I be telling people. Because of the way that the world is politically set right now, you would think that I'm conservative, but I'm not. I'm a true black person from the North. You know what I'm saying? True to the bone. You know what I'm saying? True to the bone, Northern black person. Very different than somebody from Alabama or Texas, respectively. You know what I'm saying? But the people of influence, despite the fact that this is known, the people of influence who control the majority of conversations with people online attempt to come with this false narrative that the entire Black America is Atlanta, and it's not. Sorry, it's not. Just like hip hop ain't just New York. Sorry, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said, I like my coons with a perspective. You crazy. That's hilarious. Shout out to J-Bird. J-Bird said, what's that about Texas? I said, I rock with UGK, bro. Shout out to Carlson. Yeah, there's nuances with Black America. Right. Now, see, there are nuances with Black America, right? But how come when we talk about not being a monolith, nobody bring them nuances up? It's just we're not a monolith. That's the end of the story. Anytime anybody says we're not a monolith, that's to shut down the conversation about how valid of a critique that we're a monolith is. That's what that is. You know what I'm saying? They were saying, oh, I.
Steps, they started to put them in our neighborhoods. Well, the neighborhood didn't want them. The residents, the citizens, we pushed back, but the deal was already done. And so they were bringing in a lot of military-aged men into the community. That time when that's stupid, we know what's going on. Residential neighborhoods like Washington Park, middle class Black neighborhoods, we're still pushing back. We don't want them here.
Now, here go my thing, though, right? If you didn't want them there, it probably would have been in your best interest to not vote for those people, right? If y'all agree, that probably would have been in the best interest to not vote for them people. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree and y'all think that it was in the best interest to vote for them people, then give me a thumbs down. Now, this is what I'm saying. In the South, the Southern Black people, if you ask me, are by nature much more conservative and much more nationalistic than Northern Black people like me. And the reason why I believe that they're like that is because the circumstance of race and white supremacy and all that affecting those Black people directly was its worst and most brutal form in the South. So as a result of it being the worst and most brutal form in the South, those people would have the most acute and accurate response to it. And that's what you, and that coincides exactly with the two times the far right party won those elections in Germany, when the circumstance was perceived to be the most dire to the German people. They voted for politicians who attempted to sell them their service with a dedication to improving their situation and putting the focus back on them. And if you ask me, that is one of the remnants that is a true behavior pattern. Even where that behavior is suppressed in people like us, there's still evidence of it if you talk to your relatives from the South. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. if you ask me, this is just if you ask me, it's far more likely for a family member of yours in the North to be in a interracial relationship than it is for your family member in the South. And for the only reason that in the South, those people were directly they were directly bombarded and seen right in their face the most brutal form of ridiculous crimes against them as a result of that type of activity. Not even though it would go on all over the United States, it started to ease up in the North first. You know what I'm saying? And so as a result of the consequences of it, the operant conditioning goes into play. The operant conditioning forms the behavior pattern. Shout out to Rick. What's good with it, bro? So again, this is one of the reasons why I be saying human behavior is inescapable. And all of these different things are responses to human behavior. And what I'm saying is that if there's a monolith not going to give them enough money that's necessary to keep them sustainable, and you're going to start to see structural implosions. We've seen it in New York, we've seen it in Chicago, we've seen it in California, we've seen it in Denver. Why are we ignoring trends is the question. Why are we ignoring reality is the question. How many times do these points have to be proven and then you just get shouted down? Somebody make it make sense. Please make sense of this.
One town.
Well, what the city's looking for, obviously, some additional money. What I've asked my staff to do is to try to protect Ohio from this happening in other places. You talked about, or your reporter talked about 42,000 people in Chicago. Well, that's a drop in the bucket in a city the size of Chicago. And they're even having problems with it. Imagine a small town, 58,000 people, and suddenly
I said the same thing. I said the same thing. This is going to be really bad. It's going to be really bad. Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. Throw them 100s in the chat. We keeping up with the 1-to-1 ratio. That's what's good. We got 32 people watching and we got 35 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Let's try to get it to 60.
you wake up and there's an extra 20,000 people and none of them speak the language. They all have a different culture. I'm not bashing them. This is not about who is coming. The question is how many and how.
Yeah, I imagine several different, parts of that city, different facets of the city feel like they're.
So now, yeah, talking about the population, right? Shout out to Unsunken One. You guys remember when we had the racial demographics up on the screen? This is what now do you guys see why I adjusted the racial demographics for saying it probably has bumped up that 4% number down there to be competitive with the 10% number? And if a lot of these people are from Mauritania and Haiti, that's going to bump up that Black demographic on that 4% side of unknown. Consistent with what they're saying. Shout out to Sybil. What's good with it, Sybil?
They're at a breaking point right now with 20,000 in the last 4 years alone. Attorney General, thanks so much for joining me this morning. Dave, yes, we appreciate your time, and please keep us posted as you learn more as well on your end.
Now, Dave Yost, shout out to the people from Ohio. You'll see his name on the gas pumps and all that. That's the gas pump guy. You know how when you get the gas and it says that the gas has been weighted and verified by XYZ, that's the guy right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the guy. So according to Roland Martin, right, that makes me qualified to be able to talk about politics, I guess, because I know who these people are, right? I guess, right? So shout out to, I think it was DeAndre. Let me just go check real quick. Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, bro, they were at town hall meetings speaking on it. Yeah, we're going to check out these town hall meetings. All right, we're going to check out these town hall meetings. So this is an article that was put up by Blaze. All right, and they have like I guess some clips from the town hall meeting. All right, without commentary. So we're gonna take a listen to this and see exactly what they're talking about in terms of this. All right, so let's see what they got.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how like y'all can be comfortable with this. Like I don't know like who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to like seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
Okay, I would like to know how many of you sitting up there tonight go into the grocery stores here in the city, Walmart here in the city, to do your shopping. I'm going to tell you, 64 years old, and I don't know what kind of label you can put on this, but I'm taking my cart down the grocery aisle, and I have 3 immigrants strapped across the aisle. Seen me coming, would not budge, wouldn't even, and I said, excuse me. Maybe they didn't understand what I was saying, but I'm sure they understood that I was trying to get through that aisle. So I have no recourse now but to bust through it. I'm not afraid to do so. You know, I would like to see them have some common respect, some common decency.
When folks stand up here and describe what is happening to them, they are often painted with a broad brush of racism. That has nothing to do with it. Color has nothing to do with what we're facing. It's culture. I have yet to be approached in a year's time, and none of us have. The core group that has been coming up here and trying to tell you what's going on, have never been approached. There's not a round table for us. There's a round table for the Immigration Accountability Task Force, which I've come to find out has nothing to do with us getting any better, but making it easy for you to be an immigrant. That round table should have started in November, when this was brought to your attention. The core group that has been coming up here Tuesday after Tuesday have great ideas, and it won't cost the state a dime.
I really wish we could deal with this as a community, you know, with the council instead of going through NAACP or, you know, all this other rigmarole, because we are a community. But my experience at work, okay, I work IT for a living. I'm also a videographer. I do video editing. I have these Haitians along with Somali, Mexican, Spanish, you know, I have them all. With the Haitians, they need extra attention because, in all honesty, the best way that I found to train them, and I'm saying this from a company point of view, okay, is most of them, if we would match them up to our life, it's going to be, they have a kindergarten to 2nd grade education.
I feel like we have been invaded by some sort of pest. I'm angry that my friends and family are packing up and moving away. I'm angry that foreigners are using up the resources that were set up for the Americans that reside here. I'm angry that another country's flag was being flown in our city. I'm angry when I see our businesses and recreational areas literally.
Now, this is funny when these people had this fake outrage about other countries' flags being flown in their city. But during Oktoberfest, you guys have no problem with the German flag being flown. And on St. Patrick's Day, you have no problem with the Irish flag being flown. Shut the hell up.
With garbage left by people that do not know or understand our laws and culture and are making no attempt to learn about them. And let me be clear, this is not about race. This is about people being given the privilege of coming here from another country.
There you go, right there. Anytime they say it's not about race, it's absolutely about race. Nobody said, if we're talking about let me ask you guys this. Immigration is probably the largest DEI pool in the world. Any immigrant can be anybody, right? So why is it that when white people start talking about immigration, the first thing they have to do is start talking about it's not about race babble? It's because in the back of their head, it is about race. And they think that everybody thinks like them. So they have to express to everybody that we're not talking about race. Like, but you just outed yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just outed yourself. You know what I mean?
and having no respect for our people, our land, or our life's work. I'm done with what I'm seeing. It is so unsafe in my neighborhood anymore. I have the homeless that were trying to camp out, and I have made concessions with them, and I try to help them the best I can to keep them from trying to squat on my property. But it is so unsafe. I have men that cannot speak English in my front yard screaming at me, throwing mattresses in my front yard, throwing trash in my front yard. And I can't. Look at me.
No, she's anyway, man. Where do we have any ring cam footage of any of this stuff? Some video, some recording, some tape. This is they might pull out an Oscar for this. You know what I'm saying? She's doing a real good job with the performance. But do we have any video footage, any actual documented proof of this extra stuff that they're talking about? That's my question. You know? Okay. You know, let's get it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Shout out to Unsunken One. Do you notice how the black guy didn't say anything about race? Hey, take lessons. Do you guys see how the black guy didn't say anything about race? I'm just saying. Oh, man.
I weigh 95 pounds. I couldn't defend myself if I had to. My husband is elderly, and last night, after living in this home for 45 years, he said, Noelle, guess what? It's time to pack up and move. He said, we can't do this anymore. He said, it's killing both of us mentally. I don't understand what you expect of us as citizens.
Springfield has a long-term population of 57,910. I believe that was as of May of this year. It's hard to know the exact number, but all I count have a population of 20,000 newcomers. This has resulted in a number of issues. First and foremost is the driving situation. There have been firsthand reports of wrong-way drivers on one-way streets, drivers ignoring stop signs and red lights and other traffic issues. I'm sure that there are others here who have many more firsthand experiences with that situation. There is the impact on businesses having to deal with language, cultural differences. There is a strain on public resources, both governmental and private services, including health.
All right, so let's listen to the black guy not mention race one more time since it's restarted.
Are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how like y'all can be comfortable with this. Like I don't know like who's getting paid from this. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
Hey, what did Jay-Z say? No headless chickens. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what song was that on? Didn't Jay-Z say that? No headless chickens. What song was that when he said that? Oh man, what song was that, man? I know y'all know. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, what song was that? No headless chicken. You know what I'm saying? Girls. Oh man, that's wild, man. That's crazy. Jay-Z tried to warn us, man. Jay-Z tried to warn us. You know what I'm saying? Thousands of Haitian immigrants now in Springfield. 5 takeaways from our reporting. All right. This is an article from the Springfield News Sun. Immigrants from Haiti have poured into Springfield in the last 5 years, yet we're only now hearing about it. Oh, man. Oh, man. And the estimates grow monthly, with city officials now saying the number could be 15 to 20,000 new residents among a population that had numbered just under 60,000 prior. The number of immigrants has strained city government, healthcare, schools, social services, and nonprofits trying to provide assistance. All right, here are 5 takeaways from our reporting in the last 5 months about the Haitian community living in Springfield. Give me a second. Let me see. Am I subscribed to this? Hold on real quick. Give me 1 second. I thought I had a subscription here, but I'm not sure. Hold on. And if I don't have a subscription, I mean, we're going to have to come back to this. Immigrants now in Springfield. 5 takeaways from our reporting. All right. Immigrants from Haiti have poured into Springfield the last 5 years, and the estimates grow monthly, with city officials now saying the number could be 15,000 to 20,000 new residents among a population that had numbered just under 60,000 prior. The number of immigrants has strained the city government, healthcare, schools, social services, and nonprofits trying to provide assistance. Here are 5 takeaways from our reporting in the last 5 months about the Haitian community living in Springfield. Springfield is now saturated. All right. What do that mean? What do that mean that Springfield is now saturated? When they say Springfield is now saturated, what are they implying? And shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. We got 37 people watching and we got 43 likes. Let's try to get the likes up to 70. Mayor Rob Rue told residents at the last commission meeting that the city did not know about the possibility of a large immigrant population coming, but said a network of businesses knew what was coming. How did a network of businesses know what was coming? How is that? How is that? Somebody make that make sense. He said the city's immigrant accountability response team that formed last fall has discovered the possibility companies knew they were going to make an effort to bring in individuals who were crossing the border. So now we got to ask this question. How is it that the mayor is saying that businesses there knew about this before the government knew about it? How is that possible? Rue said he was upset the city did not get a chance to plan for the immigrants. Springfield is now saturated, he said. So now let me ask you this. I mean, I don't understand. It's like, if they're not a sanctuary city, how can they just bring all these people there? So what this would say, right? What this would imply is that it don't matter if you're a sanctuary city or not. That's what that would imply, right? Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this video to play. All right, hold on.
Housing crisis as thousands of Haitian migrants have arrived on their doorstep because of the federal government. The Haitian migrant population in the city has skyrocketed to an estimated 50 to 20,000. That is about 1/3 of the city's entire population.
So I want you guys to just like that, we looked at the racial demographics, right? So just like that, the Haitian population, they've surpassed the existing Black American population and all the other populations except for the white population in this city, right? Because remember, the Asian population was like 0.0, it was like 0.8%. Like the Native Indigenous was like 0.02. The Black population is 10%, right? So if 20,000 is greater than 10% of 60,000, which it is, then that means that the migrant population has skyrocketed to the second highest population in Springfield. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree that that math is accurate, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and the math's not accurate, then give me a thumbs down.
Vance brought this to light during a hearing with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
What role do you see illegal immigration playing in driving up housing costs, which of course is a main driver of inflation for American citizens?
My sense is that in the long run, immigration is kind of neutral on inflation. In the short run, it may actually have helped.
In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. There are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences.
Rob Rue is the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, and Brian Heck is the city manager, and they both join me now. Good morning to you both. Mayor Rue, tell us what's going on in Springfield.
Well, what we've seen is just such a quick increase of our population over the last 5 years. You know, like you said, up to 15 to 20,000 immigrants have come across and into our community. This has overwhelmed our safety services and caused great concern for our community.
Brian, you're the city manager. Tell us more and how this influx is impacting the city.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for having us on this morning. You know, when we see a 25% increase over a 3-year period, we're a community, we do not have the capacity to sustain that. And it's taxing our infrastructure.
Oh man, it's just the same all over. Y'all know what to do when y'all hear the word unsustainable. Y'all know what to do when y'all hear the word unsustainable. It seems like it's the same story everywhere, doesn't it? It's the same story everywhere. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with you, bro?
Taxing public safety, it's taxing our schools, it's taxing healthcare, and as JD Vance spoke on, it's taxing our housing. We had a housing shortage well before this immigration crisis that's impacted our community, and this has just made it 100 times worse. And so it's setting communities like Springfield up to fail. And we do not have the capacity to sustain it. And without additional federal assistance or support, again, communities like Springfield will fail.
Yeah, Mayor Rue, you know, big cities like New York City, Chicago, they get a lot of attention when it comes to this issue. But these mid-sized cities like yours are really struggling here as well, and are probably at even a greater disadvantage because the resources aren't there.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the impact that it would be on an area like New York, if they would receive 700,000 people at once, that would be the impact that it's having on our area, the growth that it's had. And our safety services are exhausted because they're trying to care for the people in a safe manner. It's become just very difficult, you know.
Yo, and shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate you guys. You guys are killing it. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. We still on the 1-to-1, man. Y'all are killing it. We got 43 people watching and we got 45 likes. Make sure y'all throw some 100s in the chat and some flames, man. We've been on the 1-to-1 for a minute now. That's what's good. If y'all haven't shared the stream, do me a favor, take a moment and share the stream. And also, if you're not subscribed to Undocumented or Undocumented Bros, if one of the mods could put the links to those channels in the chat, make sure you guys take a moment and subscribe to those channels and check out the content over there as well.
You know, this border crisis, the policy of this administration is failing cities like ours and taxing us beyond our limits.
Yeah, Brian, so what drew so many migrants, Haitian migrants, to Springfield in the first place? And now that they're here, they might not want to leave. What do you do?
Yeah, so, you know, available jobs and affordable housing is what drew the Haitian migrants to our community in the first place. They're a very communal culture. And so once they come to a place and they find a place where there's jobs, housing, and so forth, they're going to tell more to come to Springfield, Ohio. And unfortunately, you mentioned federal funding and resources. You know, funding is tied to population, and these are not captured by the federal government. The influx of 15 to 20,000 is not captured in our community. And so our federal funding has actually been reduced over the last couple years. And so that's concerning to us as a community, because certainly adding 15 to 20,000 we need additional support. We need additional resources. And, frankly, the federal government, once they cross the border and come into our country, they do not know where they're going.
Yeah.
Well, they're coming to communities like Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, it's so true. So, Mayor Rue, how did you feel when Senator Vance brought up Springfield during that hearing with Jerome Powell? You're at least being heard by one person in the federal.
So now, shout out to everybody, right? I appreciate you guys. Just so you guys know what my plan is going forward. Once we get this channel to 500 subs, I will be putting undocumented clips on the channel. Okay, so there will be clips. It won't just be all live streamed anymore. Once we get to 500 subs, there will be, clips, 5 to 15-minute clips from the live streams that will be put on the channel. All right, so we're trying to get that. All right.
Herman?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just one. Congressman Mike Turner as well has brought light to this. We were in Washington, D.C., pleading our case to the Department of Homeland Security. That's where we learned about this app that had no limit, that somebody could easily cross the border at that point. We were a bit shocked.
Now we've talked about this app. When he says we just found out about this app, do you guys know what the app is that he's talking about? If you guys know what the app is that he's talking about, put it in the comment section. And shout out to DeAndre and Cameron. Throw some flames in the chat for them for putting undocumented and undocumented bros in the chat. Make sure you guys go and subscribe to those links that DeAndre and Cameron just put in the chat.
It was for folks to come into the United States with very little accountability and, of course, no funding to help cities like ours.
Well, you're trying to do a whole lot with very little support. Thank you so much for joining us this morning to shed some light on what's going on in your community. Mayor Rue, Brian Heck, thank you. Have a great day.
Shout out to Coco Tinkerbell. Yeah, CBP1 app. That's exactly it. Yeah. There's a Senate meeting, a Senate hearing, I believe, online that you could take a look at with Josh Hawley, where he's discussing that CBP1 app. That's very problematic. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says officials are asking for help, and they always end up asking for help. We saw Brandon Johnson ask for help. We saw Eric Adams ask for help. We saw Mike Johnston in Denver ask for help. These people they're always asking for help. You know what I'm saying? The city of Springfield and Clark County government officials are seeking help from the state and federal levels. In April, Rue and two other Springfield officials, Brian Heck, city manager, and Jason Villa, deputy director of public safety and operations, went to Washington, D.C. to meet with representatives from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, United States Citizen and Immigration Services, and the U.S. Department of Labor to ask how the federal government can help. Okay. Now, again, I want to ask you guys, how many people know the answer to this question? Is Springfield, Ohio, a sanctuary city? Anybody know? If anybody knows if Springfield, Ohio is a sanctuary city, let us know. Okay. They also met with U.S. Representatives Mike Turner, who's a Republican from Dayton, who represents Springfield and the southern portion of Clark County. Turner has been critical of the Biden administration for expanding immigrant eligibility for temporary protected status, which he said opened the door for more migrants to come to Springfield without resources. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Would you agree with that or would you disagree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, then give me a thumbs down. Okay. So now we should actually take a look at this article. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Okay. In May, a 3-person Clark County government delegation also went to Washington, D.C. to Clark County Commissioner Sasha Rittenhouse, Ethan Harris, Director of Community Development, and Alex Dietz, Deputy Director of Development, visited as part of the Dayton Development Coalition's annual fly-in, scheduling visits with the offices of lawmakers Republican Mike Carey and Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator J.D. Vance and Turner. The federal government has allowed them to come into our country, most of them here illegally, Rittenhouse said. Rittenhouse said the area needs financial assistance from the federal government for the needs. Now, let me ask you guys this. What is the likelihood that the federal government will oblige them and help them with this situation? You guys think that there's a high likelihood that that'll happen? Haitian-led community centers offers aid. All right. So there's a new Haitian community support center. All right. We could take a look at that too if you guys want to. I'm saying we can pull that up. See what they're talking about. All right. The new Haitian Community Help and Support Center is led by Haitian community leaders, which Haitian pastor and president of the community center board, Viles Dorsonville, said it gives a unique position. Okay. Many resources for Haitians are run by nonprofit and local government agencies. The center is a one-step shop for resources with its goal being to end the need for Haitians to visit organizations all over to find what they need. The center is at 1530 South Yellow Spring Street, and it sees a large number of people seeking services such as help setting up and maintaining accounts with Columbia Gas and Ohio Edison, obtaining food stamps, Medicaid work permit, and car insurance. How are they getting car insurance? How are these people insurable? I still don't understand that. The risk, I want to talk to a car insurance underwriter and ask them how the risk is calculated for undocumented migrant drivers. I'm so curious as to how they're doing those calculations and factoring in the rent and what is driving the premiums up to and how those people are paying for those premiums. Rose Thamer Joseph, the center secretary and board member, said, so maybe one of these days, if I get some extra time, I'll go down here and like actually interview some people. Would that be some stuff that you guys would like to see on the channel? If that's some type of content that you guys would be interested in seeing on the channel, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. Most Haitians are here legally, making their way from a violent and gang-ruled island homeland to Mexico. Katie Kurish, senior attorney with Advocates for Basic Legal Equality, said many Haitians coming here go to Mexico and get a CBP-1, okay, mobile app that allows users to request appointments related to immigration. That allows them to be legally processed into the United States through what's called the parole program. All right. And you guys know that parole program is like the gateway for the temporary protected status. Okay. That's the gateway to the temporary protected status. They then typically obtain temporary protected status. There you go, right there. Temporary protected status, TPS, which allows them to temporarily stay in the country. Others may apply for asylum, which is evaluated based on a person's individual situation and if they were persecuted or have a fear of persecution, or for both TPS and asylum. Okay. So then they got this here. So we might actually just have to do another stream on this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we might have to do another stream. So what I'm gonna do, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just pull these to the back. These other articles here. All right. Let me see. Hold on. And we'll look at the Haitian Community Center next stream too. All right. So we'll just go as planned, and then we'll do another one. All right. So if you guys are not subscribed, one of these cities that's dealing with this situation of migrant influx and is uncontrolled and completely unorganized by the government, your city or where you live
One
at
Ohio suburb
is always going to have an issue with this. It's going to always be an issue. It's going to always be an issue. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree that this will always be an issue, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you don't think that it'll always be an issue, give me a thumbs down.
One Ohio suburb is getting bigger, and it's got population growth stemming from the immigrant community. The mayor here in Springfield, Ohio, says that is taxing his city's resources.
I used to say that USA for me, it's you start again.
Joseph starting again in Springfield, Ohio. She left Haiti in 2020 as the country declined into chaos with virtually no working government and gang violence ruling the street.
There is a lot of security issues in Haiti, gunshot, kidnapping. Asian people are not safe in Haiti.
She came to the U.S. legally and spent a year in Miami before hearing about a more affordable life and plentiful jobs in the Midwest.
We heard a lot about work opportunities in Indiana and Ohio.
She's been in Springfield, a Dayton suburb, as a social worker for more than 2 years and connected with the Haitian community here.
Folks came here because they were looking for jobs.
Springfield's mayor says those immigrants are straining his
Shout out
city.
to everybody watching. If you guys haven't hit the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. We're getting close to our 500 subs that we need, which would be great if we could get that by the end of the day. Smash that like button. If you guys haven't hit the bell and you're watching, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media and tag people that you know who are interested in this information in your share. And also, if you've done all of the above and you're still here and you're still rocking with us and you're still enjoying the content, throw some flames, some radiation emoji in the chat to show people watching that you are enjoying the content. All right.
These resources.
But we're saying anywhere between 15 and 20,000 immigrants is what we're seeing within our community.
In a town of what population?
60,000.
Rob Rue says his police and fire departments are staffed for 60,000 people. He needs more cops and firefighters to handle the steadily increasing population.
We need to hire 10 to 15 more on each of the departments. So we're not budgeted for that. Our school systems are strained. Our healthcare system strained.
Rue blames the country's immigration policies.
We're not picking on party. The policy's broke.
So now here's the question, right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? So the immigration policy. So here's my question for everybody in the chat. Everybody should be able to answer this. Who's directly responsible for the immigration policy that we have right now that has resulted in this large influx of these type of situations? Let me know in the chat what your answer.
The policy needs fixed, and it's hurting cities like ours.
Rue says it's not a lack of compassion. He says it's a lack of dollars behind his call for help.
If you were to come to our town, you would find people that actually care about the residents here, care about folks that actually are coming in the community, and we want to make sure they're taken care of. We've just been overwhelmed with this.
Rose Joseph says she and others in the Haitian community here are not trying to be a burden, just working to find a better life.
We are here to work. We are here to maybe start our life again.
The mayor tells me he's already been in touch with U.S. Senator J.D. Vance's office, and later this week has a meeting set up with U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown. On your side, in Springfield, I'm Tom Bosco, ABC 6.
All right, so there's that. All right, so we're gonna take a look at another article from ABC 6 News. All right. Okay, you guys see the title here? Ohio residents plea for help amid migrant crisis. I want out of this town. This kind of stuff like this could implode an entire city. This is one of the reasons why when it came to Tren de Agua and the gang activity that was going on in Denver, they want to try to keep it under wraps. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, several residents of Springfield, Ohio, last month decried the growing presence of migrants in their community during meetings of the Springfield City Commission. Okay. Springfield recently has taken center stage in the immigration debate as the city attempts to accommodate a significant influx of migrants from Haiti. All right. So now let me ask you guys this question. This isn't the only option that they have is to accommodate. They could kind of be like, I don't know. I don't think we can't afford you guys right now. Shout out to Tarek. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to Tarek for being a like enforcer. Yo, and also, like I said, anybody that is supposed to have a wrench and y'all know who y'all are, make sure y'all leave comments after the video so I can get to your name real quick and fix it. All right. A significant influx of migrants from Haiti. Senator J.D. Vance, a Republican from Ohio, drilled Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell in July over the potential economic repercussions of such a move. All right. And again, we've been tracking this stuff on this channel for a while now. We all know the economic repercussions of this move. This is unsustainable. So what happens with unsustainability? Collapse, budget cuts, crime, and everything else. Infrastructure decay for the most part, right? In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing, the senator said. They are trying to build 5,000 new housing units, okay? which is very Herculean talk in a town of about 55,000 people, but it's also hospital services and school services. There are a whole host of ways in which this immigrant problem, I think, is having very real human consequences. So again, we saw what this did to the Denver hospital system, right? What happened with the Denver hospital system? If you guys don't know and you're new to the channel, there's a video on here about it. One resident, who the commission referred to as Noel, told members during an August 13th meeting that she felt so unsafe, and that was the skinny lady, if you guys recall, that put on a Grammy Award performance, due to the numbers of homeless migrants arriving in their neighborhood. These individuals, she said, are often camped out on her lawn. I have men that cannot speak English in my front yard screaming at me, throwing mattresses in my front yard, throwing trash in my front yard, Noel said. All right. So then she goes on to say, look at me, I weigh 95 pounds. She said, I couldn't defend myself if I had to. Noel said she and her husband decided to leave their home of 45 years due to the conditions created by the squatters. So again, now you guys see the squatter issue, right? Still getting close to October, and I still haven't had a chance to do a Box Bros video. But as you guys can see, the Box Bros and the undocumented bros go hand in hand, right? I don't understand what you expect of us as citizens, Noel said. Who's protecting us if we're protecting them? Who's protecting me? I want out of this town, she added. Please give me a reason to stay. Lonnie Cole Jr. told the commission during an August 27th meeting he was frustrated. Hold on real quick, my bad. He was frustrated by the migrants who appeared to be circumventing U.S. immigration procedures. All right. So yeah, that's basically it. Okay. Now this is interesting. This is funny, right? Look at this right here. Biden struggles to remember defense secretary's name and refers to him as a black man instead. He's cooked. And how many people remember this? This lady right here, 42-year-old former mayor accused of raping minor 5 days after resigning. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was in Louisiana somewhere. If you guys are interested in that type of content, make sure you guys check out the Crimecast channel. If one of the mods in the chat could put the link to Crimecast in the chat, that'd be great.
Ones who have children or ones who are pregnant. Don't believe me? Check it out.
New York City Department of Homeless Services is offering up to $4,000 to migrant families with children and pregnant women who are currently residing in a city shelter. It's called the Asylee Move Out Assistance Program, a pilot program that began last December, helping asylum seekers transition from a shelter to permanent housing. So far, 150 families have benefited from the program.
We've done 150 families starting about 7 months ago. I think we have had one person from a family, not even the whole family, come back. So that is, in my mind, a very strong success rate thus far.
The one-time grant is modeled after the enhanced one-shot deal program for those in the traditional homeless shelters, only to be used for first and last month's rent, security deposits, moving expenses, and household supplies.
It really is for documented expenses related to permanent housing. So that could be first and last month's rent. It could be moving expenses. household supplies, things that somebody who is brand new to the country, brand new to permanent housing might not have. But the shelter providers are really looking at documentation.
The money is coming from DHS existing budget. Since the program is only a pilot, it is not offered at every migrant shelter, but only at 62 sites for now. The families themselves have to find housing, and once they do, they work with the not-for-profit providers operating at the shelters who help them with the process.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I first saw this story, I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. So New York City, has homeless services, and instead of giving that money to the homeless people who are American citizens, they're giving all the money to the migrants who are there, people who chose to come here, right? People who still have a homeland to go back to, yet American citizens in New York can't get anything. And then you want us to go in November and go vote the Democrats back in the office? What, so we can get more of this, what you saw in this video? Times 2, times 10? Because we know the Biden-Harris administration's policy has been an open border policy. And now people all over the country are starting to see what people like myself and other Texas residents have been seeing for a very, very long time. See, I live on a border state, and we are one of the first places they come to. But our governor, Greg Abbott, is saying, nope, since you got some sanctuary cities and you want them, you about to start getting them. And that's why they came out with Operation Lone Star, since they want to talk crap about Governor Abbott here in Texas. That's what really got him to start sending them, is when they was running off at the mouth, right? Now people seeing the problems. But when I told y'all a long time ago, this denial of reparations has nothing to do with the economy, has nothing to do with inflation. It has something to do with anti-Black racism. You're seeing with your own two eyes that the state government, city government, and federal government has so much money to pay reparations every year. They can do it in a 10-year span if they would like. But they have the money to do it. They just don't want to, because they don't want you to be made whole. You see, they just throwing money at the migrants. While American citizens are homeless, and we're going to be coming up on winter very soon. It's not that long. How quick time passed. While American citizens are homeless in New York, migrants have been staying in hotels. They've been staying in different shelters that even our homeless population can't stay in. But yet in November, we're supposed to go out and vote Democrat. We're supposed to go out and vote Vice President Kamala Harris. We're shamed if we don't want to go vote for more what you saw on the screen. We're shamed for that. That's what we're shamed into voting for, that. None of that money is going to the Black community. None of that money is going to reparations. None of that's going to help the poor in the communities. No. So we supposed to go out and vote Democrat. Those people who getting all the funding not voting for Democrat or Republican. They're not voting for nobody. And yet they're getting the funding. Or should we be like, okay, enough is enough? And at least on this issue, and I said this many, many times before, I trust Trump on this issue. When he said he's gonna have the biggest deportation event in American history, hey, right at this point we need that. Because look at all the money that's going. This is your tax dollars and mine. And they're not even going to American citizens. And they're just doing what they want to do. They don't talk to the people about it. They don't say, hey, let's put something on the ballot. Nothing. They just do whatever they want to do. But yet, once again, I'm going to repeat it again. We're shamed in the Black community because they don't shame no other community. We're shamed. If Black men say, hey, man, I don't like that agenda that Kamala and them got going on. Oh, you hate Black women because you wrong. You notice Boulay Martin and them don't come against this migrant crisis because of the funding that's not coming to the community. You notice he don't say nothing. You'll notice Ricky Smiley don't say nothing about all of the finances. They try to shame you about immigration, but they don't shame you about the money aspect of it. They never bring up the money. Pay attention to that, because they cannot defend the money part of it. You don't see Plies talking about the money aspect of it. So don't ever let them try to shame you about immigration. When they start shaming you, you start talking about the money. You say, okay, so you think that's right that $4,000 are going to people each, and yet Black Americans can't get anything on top of what you saw in New York about the EBT they're getting, the cash they're getting a month, the free hotel. Think about it. What if we all had free places to stay, free food? What if we had that, right? But if Black Americans even try to get some food stamps, you call lazy. If you want to get some Section 8, you call lazy. That's why when I seen this migrant crisis, my message to Black people, get every government program that you are eligible to get. And get it all times 10. And I also want y'all to notice something too, Black America. Where the folks at? Where they at? Now, when we talk about reparations, they always talk about why I gotta pay. I ain't had nothing to do with it. Well, why don't you ain't questioning about all this money going out with the migrants? Right. Why don't you say that? Why you gotta pay? That's your tax dollars. The same tax dollars you complain about reparations. I want y'all to notice that. The folks are complaining about migrants, but they're not really homing in on the dollar amount like they do when we talk about reparations. They talk about it's gonna break the country, it's gonna cause inflation, it's gonna cause division. But look how the money they spend on the migrants. Where's the division? Where's the inflation? You notice that? No inflation, no division. Why should I have to pay? I had nothing to do with it. You had nothing to do with the migrants either. Nothing. You had nothing to do with that. Yeah, you don't say nothing. And that's why I say that any of them that speak against reparations is based on anti-Black racism. They hate Black Americans so much. They don't want you to have a dime. They rather the migrants get it than Black Americans who actually deserve the money. But how you gonna sit up here and tell Black Americans, shame Black Americans, go vote Democrat when that's what we're voting for? Like I told y'all the other day on African Diaspora, I'm not going out and voting for my collective demise. I'm not voting for that. Now, some people are silly and they will do that. You have the silly among us. But if you are a person with common sense, you will not go out and vote for your demise. You won't do it. That's something you will not do because you're too smart for that. You're too smart. We need, like I said, we need to keep talking about reparations and keep pointing. Like I said, the good thing is, this is a good thing about the migrant crisis, though. It's a good thing. All the money we see they spent, all the figures they talking about it, then we can easily say, hey, that same amount of money you spent on the migrants, that's good. Start reparations. That $400 billion the federal government spending a year on migrants, that could be reparations for the next 10 years. $400 billion a year for the next 10 years. That could be reparations right there for the people that's owed for the building of this nation, for slavery. And you got to keep hammering home about reparations and point to the money they spending on the migrants. Point to that. And then also, you got to point to the Democrats and look at yourself in the mirror and say, are you going to continue to give them power so they can keep funding them and you wither on the vine? Because Black community is withering on the vine. Yeah. You're withering on the vine and yet they're getting provided for. I'm sorry. I'm not voting to give everything to someone else. I'm voting for myself, my community, and what we can get. So please, think about your collective survival, Black America. Think about that. All that shaming they try to do and all that mess about, who cares about their shaming? There are people that think the folks gonna take care of them for some reason. I don't know why. But those of us who are smart, those of us who understand, those of us who know the game, that know the deal, we can't vote for these people in November. Lord, no. From the top of the ticket all the way down to local, we can't do that. And if you do that, then, like I said, I won't say much or nothing about it, the migrant crisis no more. I act like Boulay Martin and them, get silent about it, because at that point, I'm going to say that's what you wanted. That's what you wanted because you went voted for that. You understand? But hopefully more of us understand what's going on, and hopefully more of us won't go vote for our collective demise as Black Americans, because it's not even about, you always saying the statement, you're being replaced. You're not being replaced. You're being destroyed. Because they're doing it through resources. and they're doing it through economics, choking you out. Seeing more and more people, you know, wake up to the fact of some of the stuff that we see going on right now, and that's good. But will enough of us wake up to this? Will enough of us wake up to say, hey, man, it's about the survival of our children, because the Democrats have thrown you away. Let's call it what it is. The Democrats are done with black people. I realized that a few days ago. They're done. And that's why they're not discussing nothing about reparations. They're not discussing police brutality. They're not discussing anything about black people. Have you noticed that? They are not even messing with you. They're prioritizing the migrants because they have moved on from black people. And that's okay. That's a good thing they moved on, because when they move on, it's actually going to let you wake up. Unfortunately, some of us not waking up enough, but you better get it together. Think about not only yourself, but think about your children. Because if you don't think about your children when you're not here anymore, they're gonna be down bad. And when they look back in history, they're gonna have to point blame at you and say, hey man, they had an opportunity to do something about this or turn this around. But yet they were sitting up here on some first black woman stuff, and the lady didn't even prioritize black people, don't even mention black people, wasn't even doing nothing for black people, right? She openly said she was going to do for migrants, openly said she was going to do for other groups, but not us. And yet you still voted for her anyway. A woman that won't even say she's black. That's the one you wouldn't vote for. Think about what our kids would say when they do history. What would they say about the 2024 election? That's why you better think about self-preservation. That is the key word. Self-preservation. Self. Taking care of self, doing for self. We can't worry about other groups or nothing else because them other groups not worry about us. They don't care. I don't want nothing to happen to my children. You understand? Nothing at all. So I'm not going to sit up here and vote for my own collective demise. I'm not doing it. It's just not happening. And I can't wait to go vote. I can't wait. I'm going to be the first one in line in Texas, October 20th, for early voting. I'm going to be the first one in line. So please get registered to vote and help out our community, because what you're seeing right here is going to quadruple if Harris get in, and she's going to make all of them give all of them amnesty. And then you think you seeing something now? Oh, wait. Just wait till you get amnesty. Then you really gonna cry. But don't say.
Lord. We've been telling y'all.
Yo, those are nice. Hold on one second.
Candace, what's up? I think my daughter's going pro at basketball.
She's 3.
Yeah, she's 3. What's your point?
Thank you very much. Oh my God, not that. Okay. Police. Okay, now we're gonna go to
black people in this situation. We're going to just look at one part of this article, and then we'll go from there. As we just kind of scroll down, you know, I'm just going to start where it say black people represent about 8% of Los Angeles population, but make up 34% of the city's unhoused population. Centuries of American history contribute to the overrepresentation, including decades of racist housing policy and redlining that deprived generations of black Americans of wealth. There's some consequences of such racist legacies can be quantified. For instance, in the average wealth, they say of white households, 189,000 versus black, 24,000. They say when something goes wrong, such as a medical crisis or a job loss, such wealth can make the difference between weathering the storm or becoming unhoused. Now, they covered some stories of some other people. We're not going to go through those personal stories. But what we want to look at here, you know, with this situation is just talk about why it was so despicable the other day, what we saw. that happened in California. Ladies and gentlemen, the homeless population in California itself is just something I've never even seen. I mean, the last time I went there, even in the area of Beverly Hills, that area, you seen homeless people. And I still remember when me and my family was driving there, and you had a sister walk across. I mean, you can clearly see this sister had a mental health issue. She's screaming and yelling and like what is going on with this sister, right? You have so many of our people in California that the small amount that's left there, because a lot of them had to leave. The Democrats in California have done a full court press against Black Americans. They have deprived them of resources. They've allowed hostile migrants to come in, organizing criminal gangs. These criminal gangs have attacked Black people. If you remember the Hawaiian Gardens case, where you had the migrants creating gangs and they were trying to run Black people out. They were firebombing Black people. Did the governor do anything about it? No. Did the California state government do anything about it? No. The FBI arrested them, but it should have been a California issue for California to handle. Black Americans have been priced out of California. A lot of Black Americans have either came to the South, or some of them maybe went to Las Vegas or somewhere like that in Nevada. Some have went to Arizona, just so they can kind of have a little bit closer proximity back to family and friends who are still in California. In particular, we're talking about the Los Angeles area. Los Angeles is literally pushing out, or just even the state of California is actively pushing out Black Americans. And when you have something like reparations, that's something that the Democrat Party say, let's do this study so we can get the recommendations to pay reparations. But you already should have known the fix was in when the moment they gave the recommendations, and Gavin Newsom ran to Fox News and went to talk to Sean Hannity. And the first thing he said was, reparations is just not about a check, or reparations is more than just a check and all of that. When he started that mess, I said, oh boy, I knew the BS was already there when Gavin Newsom said that, when he went to Fox News. Well, what Black people got to pay attention to, especially you brothers and sisters that's still in California, all of you got to take this stuff seriously. All these Democrats, and then the thing is, you have no representation. Because if you look at the population of California, Black people only represent 6% of the total population of the state of California. Almost half of that California is Hispanic. And a lot of that come through illegal immigration. Then you have, of course, the white population behind them. Then you have the Asian population behind them. And you have to understand, you have all these different groups against Black folk, because we know that everybody is against us when it comes to any kind of resources. Everybody is on code to say, hey, we'll work together with each other just to make sure Black people don't get anything. And see, it's not that these other groups are just more powerful and things like that. No, what happens is when we're not on code, what happens is I just want to see a Black politician. I want somebody that look like me. They look like you, but they have the agenda of a racist. That's their agenda. They look like you, but they say, look, I don't mind selling them down the river. Just, are you going to give me my check? And like, yeah, we'll pay you as long as you keep selling Black people down the river. Okay, cool, no problem. I'll sell them out as long as I get mine. And that's the Black politician in California, and that's the Black politician all over America, to be honest with you. Look at your girl, Maxine Waters. Look at her, right? What has she done for Black people in California? Karen Bass, she's the mayor now of LA. What is she doing for Black people in LA? Not a freaking thing. Because if she was doing something so great, we all would have heard about it by now. She'll be getting praise for the great things that she's doing for Black people. Those Democrats in California understand they don't have to prioritize Black people at all. They don't have to. Because even if every Black person go over there and vote for them, it still will not do a whole lot. Not to say that Black people, they come out in mass in California. I think they say it was about 2 million Black people. So if all Black people came out in mass and voted and say, you know what, we're going to do this vote against blue no matter who. And so whoever we want to vote for, we'll vote for Trump in the election. And we don't want to vote for Trump, we'll vote for Cornel West. We'll vote for whoever, third party. We'll vote for third party. if we do not want to vote for nobody, then what we'll do is write our own name down. And you have to do this from the top of the ticket all the way down to the local election. Anybody got a D by their name, you got to vote against them. If they're running unopposed, write your name down. That's at least a vote against them. It's not about you winning. It's about a vote against them, because you have a short amount of time to get on board with this, but you can't get on board unless you're registered to vote. You got to be registered to vote. You got to be able to participate in this. That's why we always promote vote.gov on the live streams, because we want you to participate. You can't do nothing by complaining. You can't do nothing by being mad. Okay, now you've seen the play. You've seen what the Democrats did the other day, this past weekend. Okay, cool. Now you know what to do. Now you know is to vote against blue no matter who, because as long as you've been voting blue, look at the homeless population in California. As long as you've been voting blue, look at all the migrants they just stacked on top of you and giving all the resources to the migrants. They just approved, that same California government approved for migrants to get $150,000 for down home payment assistance. But where is your approval, Black people in California? Where's your approval? Where is it? You've been in that state forever. You've been in that state. You helped build California. And you mean to tell me somebody that just crossed the border, the beginning of the year, they gave them free health care? Where's your free health care? This is what California did in January. Now they're giving them homes. They are purposely elevating them up over you. But you go vote blue. Yeah, you voting blue, and they're getting everything. And they don't even have to vote because they can't even legally vote. They can't legally vote, but yet they get everything off of your vote. You're sitting up there being the lapdog. You're literally being the doormat for everybody that's coming into this country. That's what you are. You're a doormat that everybody walks on to get their free health care, or you don't get it, to get their homes they're going to get, right? Now, we know Gavin Newsom haven't signed it yet, but 9 times out of 10, if he signed the health care thing, why wouldn't he sign this? And then we had Camila Moore on. She said that program, even though the folks dominate about getting all the resources, and Black people are really at the bottom of that, if they get any at all. But the fact is, if somebody gonna be at the bottom and getting something, it's gonna be the migrant. It's not gonna be you. You're not gonna get a freaking thing. Then the same guy, Gavin Newsom, is literally criminalizing the homeless. He wants to clean up all the homeless encampments and all, instead of saying, let's clean up our economy. Let's fix this economy so people can actually afford to live, because affordable housing is just not where it's at in California. It's not. That's why you have a high homeless population of not just, Black Americans, but of all Americans. But this is what happens when you have a super majority Democrat state. Let me tell you something. Now let's take it to Vice President Kamala Harris. She's from California. She is from California politics.
So,
do you want America to look like California?
Hell to the no.
From what I can tell you, no, I don't want America to look like California. Not their politics and not the way they do things. No. Well, you can't afford to look. You think about you complaining now about food and rent and houses and all that. A little small house is $1 million over there. That is crazy. That is utterly crazy. Who can afford that? $1 million dollars? We not talking about a mansion. We talking about a little small house. Well, at this stage in the game, they'll probably cost you $250 here in Texas, but $1 million over there. Who can afford that? The average American does not make that much money a year to afford that. So Black people, you got to get serious. You got to understand, this election is not one that we can just sit out. Normally, when y'all say that, I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know. Hey, if they do, they don't. It is what it is. But now, after what they pulled in California, oh, no. We can't sit this out. We need all hands on deck. We need everybody to be registered to vote. And I want you to participate in early voting. Get it over with early. That way you're not in that crowd. You get frustrated. Get it over early. Every Democrat you see, especially that California Legislative Black Caucus, vote every last one of them out. Vote them out. Ain't no shame. Listen, all the shaming is gone now, right? They can't shame you because Democrats did that. And the Republican that tried to put the bill up, he pulled the chess move on them and forced them to show black people, see how they treat you? See how they do you? He made sure to expose.
The Giving Pump at Shell. Easy to stop, easy to donate.
Them like that. And that's good. I'm glad he did that because it's been time for Black America to wake up about this Democrat Party. How they are so against black people. And unfortunately, all the black politicians that y'all praise or y'all thought would fought for black people, they all on the team of being against you because they getting paid. They getting their reparations, but they fight hard to assist the Democrats in making sure they give resources to everybody else except the people that come from their own community. And they are some wicked and despicable black people who do that. These black politicians. They're wicked and despicable. But what's happening is the wool, the covers are coming off. And now black people seeing this black politician for what it really is. And who they really are all this time. Yeah. This is the time, Black America, that you gotta make the right move. Because if y'all reward these Democrats with the presidency and anything else you can reward them with, you're done. We as a community is done. We all gotta get ready to vote like y'all did with Obama. And we all need to come out and vote against blue, period. Where's our sanctuary city? They have no sanctuary city for black Americans. None. They'll hide the migrant from ICE, but if the U.S. Marshals or anybody else, FBI looking for you, they're not gonna hide you. They're gonna say, oh, he right over here. Oh, matter of fact, I go get him for you. The Democrats hide migrants from ICE who broke the law. In my opinion, any politician or entity that hide them, they should go to jail too for obstruction of justice. That's what that is. That's obstruction of justice. It don't matter if it's a doggone a mayor. It don't matter if it's a city councilman. It don't matter if it's the police or the police chief. It don't matter if it's the governor. They should go to jail for obstruction of justice. The black folks, you better think about this. You better think real hard about this election and get out there and remember you're doing it for your community. Your community, your pocketbook. That's the two things you got to think about from now on. Your community, your pocketbook. That's it. When it comes to elections, your community, your pocketbook. I don't care about what everybody got going on. I just care about my community and my pocketbook because your pocketbook is what's going to pay your bills. Your pocketbook is going to put some clothes on your back, shoes on your feet, helping you pay anything you have with insurances or cars or whatever the case, hell, a vacation or whatever. It's your pocketbook, your community and your pocketbook. That's the focus. I don't care about no other social issues. I don't even care about racism at this point. Because what's the point of talking about the racism aspect when no Democrat is not trying to solve that issue because they racist? And for sure, the Republican Party not trying to solve that issue. But Martin Luther King said you cannot govern the affairs of the heart. And that's true. You can't. Now, you can put a law, but will they enforce it? Will they enforce it? No, they're not. So we need to focus more on our community and our pocketbook when we go out to vote. Especially you brothers and sisters in California, y'all should be fired up to vote after what happened the other day. We need every black person that's eligible to get registered to vote and vote them out.
Yep, I agree. Okay, that's so. All right, so moving to Denver and Aurora. Yeah, several things happened over the Last week, but I'm going to cover this for down. Oh, there's another video.
Americans are starting to see the Democrat Party for what they really are. They're anti-black. Black people have been supporting the Democrats for the past 60 years. There are people that haven't even been living 60 years yet. I'm one of them, right? And yet we've been voting that long, and what have we got out of it? Now, as I said many months before, even definitely on this podcast, that the day is going to come when the migrants is going to excel past black folk. And that day has came much sooner than later. Now, this one sister on this video, she's upset. She's upset, but we got to keep the anger in the right perspective. But let's go ahead on and check out what our sister had to say about finding out in Chicago that a migrant family just got a whole brand new home, not an apartment, an actual house.
Today, the Gomez family officially welcomed friends to their new home in North Austin. Gabriel Gomez tells us it's his dream. This is what he wanted for his children.
This is pissing me off, and I really had to get my thoughts together to really express them better. This is literally a slap in the face because there are Americans in this country, born in this country, who are homeless or people who are struggling to pay rent, and we are just giving away homes to people who just got here. You feel me? And then there are immigrants in this country committing crimes, terrorizing streets, New York, Colorado, Chicago, all over. And we're just rewarding this behavior. And then food stamps. Don't get me started. I keep getting denied. Food is expensive. I have kids, they eat. But I keep getting denied. But immigrants get money like it's nothing. Big bank on their food stamp cards. It's really stressing me out, and it's really upsetting me because it's like, we've been working here. We've been putting in work. We've been putting in stress to just be told no. And then immigrants come into this country, and please don't call me racist. I am not. I'm an equal opportunity person, but not when it comes at the expense of me and how I get to live. It's not right. It's not right at all. I'm sick of this shit.
And I like what that sister said toward the end. She said she's not against immigrants. No one is against immigrants. I'm not against immigrants. I'm pro-legal immigration. I'm going to repeat that again. I'm very pro-legal immigration. If you come here the right way, you go through the proper channels, you become, a naturalized citizen. Welcome to the United States of America. I hope you do well in life. If you're not coming over here committing crimes, you're just trying to, work hard and do what you got to do for your family, enjoy your life. Hey, I'm with you. I'm going to support you. But I cannot and will not support illegal immigration because as like their sister said, at the expense of Black Americans or just Americans in general. I can't support that. Now, I know our sister's upset. A lot of Black people starting to wake up to see this, right? And understand some of you Black folks in other cities. You may say, oh, well, that's them in Chicago. Oh, no. It's just not them in Chicago. It's coming to a city near you, especially if you are in the Black area. It's going to come to your city, and you better be wanting to help Chicago fight this off now and show the Democrats now. Listen, I'm telling you, of course, you can be upset, but I'm the type of person getting upset and not actually having a solution. That's even worse, right? And we know the problem is the Democrat Party. We know this. They are promoting open borders. They are promoting bringing everybody else in and taking resources out of the back pocket of Black people. Black Americans have been in this country for 400 years. These people just showed up. That family showed up 2 years ago, and they got ahead of Black people in 2 years. I've been warning. All this was going to happen because I've seen the writing on the wall with the Democrat Party. But yet it is despicable. We got these shields running around. These Democrat shields, tell them to explain why they came in here in 2 years, they got a home, but Black Americans don't have homes. They're still renting in their own neighborhoods. Tell the Democrat shields to explain that to you. They can't explain that to you. You know why they can't explain that to you? Because they have to toe the Democrat line. That's how they're paid. You understand? At this point, it is against the survival of Black Americans if we go out and vote Democrat en masse. It's against our survival. Now, I know we got some silly people in our community that's going to do that anyway, but I'm not talking about those silly people. I'm talking about the average Black American who's waking up to this. Listen, we cannot go out and vote Democrat. We can't. It is against our self-preservation to go do that right now. It is. We better go out and register to vote, as I clearly keep preaching. We can't do the couch this time. We got to get registered to vote. We got to let the Democrat Party know we mean business, and we're going to go and vote against blue no matter who. That's exactly what we're going to do, is vote against blue no matter who. Why are we going to vote against blue no matter who? Is because we're trying to survive. And we know that if we go out and reward, the Democrats will see they reward it for this kind of treatment to Black Americans. If they see that, then we're really done, because what they're going to do if Kamala Harris becomes president, she's going to give them all amnesty, and all of them going to become legal. Nancy Pelosi just said the other day that she wants them to all be legal. Okay, so they already discussing that. If they get the House, they get the Senate and the White House, it will be nothing to stop them. That'll be California all over again. You saw what just happened in California the other day, where they denied Black Americans reparations. So do you want more things like this happening? Because once they give them amnesty, and once they make all of them, legal, they can, vote and all of that, you'll become politically irrelevant. Just like a lot of Black people are in California right now. They're outnumbered. And the Democrats don't care about Black people in California. They don't. There's a lot of Black people have left California. They left, and they're not coming back because that state has just become ridiculous. Do you want America to look like California? I don't think I wanted to, right? And a lot of you don't want America to look like California. Remember, Vice President Kamala Harris is a California politician. So all she knows is that type of politics. That's all she knows. So we have to not just be upset and complain, but we got to go make moves to vote against blue no matter who. Vote against blue is just simply vote for anybody you want to, including yourself. But as long as you don't give a vote to Democrats. From the top of the ticket all the way down to the bottom at the local level too. If there's a Democrat running unopposed, write your name down. At least you showed up and you voted against that Democrat. We have to make the whole party feel us in 2024, because if we don't do that in 2024 in the election, we are going to be done. We're going to be done because Vice President Kamala Harris is going to finish us off in this 4 years. Oh, she will. She will. You better believe that. You better believe it, that she will finish us off as a community. Okay? So, yes, this is upsetting. Yes, it's wrong. But we got to make status correction. We got to get out there and get these Democrats out. It's just that simple. It's not about liking a party, liking this one, liking that one. It is about letting the Democrats know you've done too much. 60 years of giving you enough, quote unquote, loyalty. And where have Black people gotten with 60 years of loyalty? Nowhere. Nowhere. No reparations, no anti-Black hate crime bill, no resources, no nothing. We had the migrants come right in and they get houses. Houses, not even an apartment, a house. That's why they covering it on the local media in Chicago, because they're getting houses. You didn't go from being in your city for 2 years and getting a house. You barely can get an apartment. You were struggling to stay in that apartment. A lot of you. So we got to get out there and vote. We got to. And all that gaslighting, that the shields, oh, y'all guys don't like immigrants. It's not about that. It's about the survival of Black America and the Democrat Party being anti-Black and taking resources from Black Americans and giving it to people who don't even pay taxes. That's the beauty of it. All us American citizens pay taxes. They don't pay a single tax into this system. And yet they getting the benefit, and yet the taxpayers not getting the benefit. It's nothing to do with not liking somebody. It's about just what's right and what's wrong. Tonight in the podcast.
Right. Exactly. So, here, as y'all heard. A lot of crazy shit going on. So, what are we doing? Let's see. Last week we had Spectre Watch Clemens putting up all these signs about cop mothers, immigrants, and black people need to get back. Must sit at the back of the bus, and some other shit they was putting up at these bus stops along small stretch of Colfax from like York to Carl Boulevard. And they had just recently decided to do play the videos before they cited him. They had a whole press conference about it. All these Democrats were speaking about how racist this was and all of this. Play that real quick.
Other news now, multiple Denver leaders coming out today saying there will be accountability for the person or people who put up racist signs at several intersections in Denver yesterday.
Sam Pena shows us how they're taking a stand.
We are saying we will not go back. We will not go back to a time where individuals believe black people should be at the back of the bus.
Colorado and Denver's leaders united.
We welcome everyone, and we do not demonize people because of who they are.
The state's attorney general, Denver city council members, and police all speaking out at a Friday morning presser about 7 racist signs that went up at various intersections for several hours on Thursday.
This is not the Denver that we will accept. This is not the Denver.
Signs so offensive,
this is not the Denver we love.
they brought tears to the eyes of Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas.
And I have every confidence that the despicable individual who's responsible for these acts will be in custody.
The signs targeted new immigrants and the black community and were placed at 5 RTD stops on Colfax.
So that was the first one. When I was turning, I saw it. Very jarring for me to see.
Olivia Hunt was one of the first people who spotted them while heading towards a birthday lunch.
Blacks must sit at the back of the bus. Cameless migrants sit in the front. Cameless illegals. Where's the lie though? Like literally, this is exactly what I was saying when I was running from there. Like literally, we are at the back burner, at the back of the bus, or at the back of the priority list. The illegal immigrants and everybody else is ahead of us. And our illegals, Kamala's illegals, or more like Biden's illegals, are just running amok.
Know that our newcomer neighbors are typically working on that corner, and I don't want people to stand under a very dehumanizing.
Newcomer neighbors, are you fucking serious? Like they're literally displacing you, putting you out of your fucking community, out of your neighborhood, out of your city, and you sitting up here, you got this damn, oh my god, this mammy here, which is probably the bad ones too. Shouldn't have been talking about, oh, we won't let them demonize the newcomers. Are you serious?
Sign.
After trying to remove the sign, which was bolted down, Olivia alerted police.
I don't want that to be a message that gets normalized.
The signs were quickly taken down.
We have some very strong leads that we're following up on.
And Chief Thomas says they hope to make a quick arrest.
There is camera footage that is going to be helpful to us in this investigation.
DPD is keeping an eye out for more signs in the future.
We're not going to accept hate of any form.
Say neighbor.
A problem Thomas hopes will remain in the past.
Say neighbor.
These mothers are literally confusing the truth with hate. Like, this is so crazy, but this is how it is out here. And this is a blue state, blue city, enclave, all of that shit. All these mothers up here is a bunch of damn Democrats. I've got to say, Auntie, damn, some of the council people was right here. My councilwoman right there in the red blouse and the red, black, and green dress. But they got buck breaking coon ass goddamn Hashim, who don't even live in Denver. He lives in Aurora. I know, like, majority of these people here, Jordan, all these mugs, like, bunch of goddamn sellout bootlicking coons for the most part.
I'm not going back.
In Denver, Sam Pena, Denver 7.
Right now, racist signs in downtown Denver causing concern. Denver 7 received this photo of a sign on East Colfax and Yosemite. Now, the Denver Police Department and RTD have since taken down these signs. The situation is...
How's it racist if it's true? Like, literally, they want us at the back of the bus. They want us not to be no kind of priority at all. But yet these must keep telling us to go out and vote. Vote, 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 vote. You need to vote. You need to stay in office. You need to preserve the democracy. For what? Y'all ain't doing shit for us, but you want us to go out and vote.
Under investigation. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston reacting on social media in a statement saying in part, quote, Denver is a welcoming and inclusive city that gives opportunity to people from all walks of life, and we will fight to ensure that remains the case. Governor Jared Polis also responding on social media, posting in part, quote, there is no room for hate in our state. These horrible and racist images funded by unknown groups are meant to stoke fear and hate in...
How is it hate? It's literally true. Literally, this is exactly what is happening. They want us at the back of the bus, black family, and illegal to be at the front, to be on the priority list. We're supposed to prioritize these illegal immigrants. They ain't paid the liquor tax, ain't voted now one of these Democrats. This is a damn Democratic enclave, stronghold in the office. But this is what they want us to support. Come on, stop it.
In our communities. We will continue to look into this and bring you all the updated information as we learn it, both on air, on Denver 7, and online, denver7.com.
Leaders gathered in Denver today to talk about racist signs popping up around the city.
Fox 31's Gabrielle Franklin joining us now with what they had to say.
Yeah, community leaders say that they are frustrated and disappointed that this hateful act happened in their neighborhood. But they say that they're glad the police took swift action to remove those hateful signs.
You can't make America great like that. I was saddened by the fact that people thought that this land...
Coon ass, sellout ass niggas here. Like, this is why we need to counsel the NAACP, because you got Negroes like this. Now get up here with this bullshit. Sonya, you know better than this. Why the hell would you say some stupid shit like this? Now, why in the hell would you say immigrant rights are human rights? These mugs ain't even citizens. Our people literally fought and died for these same rights that these mugs is coming over here benefiting from. But they telling us it's hateful because we telling them the truth that they using us for an American value and they abandon us in our time of need. These mugs ain't nowhere to be found when we got an issue pertaining to our community. Nowhere to be found. But all of a sudden, when something comes up like this, now all these coons, sellouts, bootlegs, all these so-called allies, people of color, all this bullshit want to come out talking about, oh, we're not going to tolerate this. But you're not going to do nothing to help black people. Black people getting displaced left and right in this goddamn city. We're getting ethnically cleansed and gentrified out of our communities. This is exactly why I am running for office, to make sure that this shit stops. Like, if you tired of this shit, I've been saying it for 5 freaking years. Longer than that, 6 years now. You tired of being at the back burner, at the back of the bus, then you would support me. But no, these coon ass Negroes, they want to know, we love everybody. Oh, can we just all just get along? We're gonna welcome the migrants, even though they're taking our homes, they're taking our jobs, they're taking every goddamn thing. But when the dump says it, oh, he's a racist. If I say, oh, you're xenophobe. No, this is the reality, and this is what you get voting for Democrats. All these mugs, and they got punk ass damn Webb in the back over there. These mugs should be ashamed of themselves. These are the same people that was against development of the Park Hill Golf Course so black people in my district have somewhere to get some goddamn food, somewhere to grow a business, start a business, any of that stuff, somewhere to freaking live. These are the same people. So that's why I said we need to definitely counsel the NAACP, and the NAACP shouldn't have no involvement in any kind of politics. It's a complete violation of their 501c3 status.
And it's segregated land, and it's not the land for all of us. It's for all of our voices, our cultures, our ethnicities, our races, our vernacular.
Since when? When in the fuck has it ever been that? Yeah, it's segregated. It's definitely segregated. Still, in 2024, it's still segregated.
This land was made for you and me.
Leaders of communities along Colfax Avenue expressed their frustration after hateful signs with racist messages about Black people and migrants were bolted near bus stops. Police Chief Ron Thomas saying he believes all the signs have been recovered, the department finding 7 in total.
The locations that I'm familiar with are Colfax and Nome, Colfax and Yosemite, Colfax and Oneida, Colfax in Colorado, and then Colfax in Garfield.
The culprit of this crime, I want to be very clear who it is. It is a white nationalist who is not from Denver at all.
This broad, so this is the same broad that's representing the seat that I'm running for right now, Leslie Harrod. And she called herself running for mayor last year, but then she wanted to keep her same seat. So now she's termed out. So now it's me, the white girl, and a white dude who's a Republican. And ain't none of them really been making no appearances. Ain't nobody really heard nothing from them. They already gave the white girl the victory. They already talking about she's got it in the bag, and they're gonna take her by the hand and show her the ropes and all that dumb shit. And then that broad straight up colonizer. But that's what they want. These damn Democrats, yo, like, these Democrats are literally killing us with a smile. And they got people that look like us that's helping to usher it out. And if we speak out against it, oh, you're xenophobic, you're this, you're that. No, this is the freaking truth, though. Like, if you tired of this shit, y'all live in Denver, you tired of this shit, then y'all support me for office. If y'all support Lindsay or any of these other Democrats, it's just gonna be more of the same of this shit. Like, just like if y'all vote for Kamala, there's gonna be more of the same of this shit nationwide. So enough is enough of this shit.
That is trying to use and play on the fears of the people who live right here to tear us apart. So they can drop these ugly messages and walk away. But guess what? It didn't work.
Chief Thomas says police are not ready to talk about if they have ID'd a suspect, but they are investigating the crime as a bias-motivated hate crime.
And we are following a number of significant leads, I think, fostered by video evidence that we have and other evidence that we have that has helped us kind of narrow in on some individuals.
And Thomas says that he doesn't necessarily believe that this act that happened in Denver is necessarily connected to similar crimes playing out across the nation. Of course, if you know anything about this crime, you're asked to call Denver police. Reporting on Colfax, Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
So they got the dude in question. They're gonna fight him. So what are you citing for?
I think a very emotional subject. I think that people that are expressing hate in our community is something that we should all be emotional about.
It was this hate. Again, how the hell is this hate? Look at these coons. This is all Jeff Farr's crew. This broad with this damn pink shirt. That's the same one that had the audacity to have a black fist up after Elijah McClain, one of his killers was sentenced. 2 of his killers were sentenced. The other 2 they let go. These mothers are clowns, y'all. Like, these mothers cannot be representing us. They cannot be speaking on our interests. And they're a bunch of goddamn tethers. They goddamn self. This broad's a tether. She's from Jamaica. No wonder she's on so much support of Kamala Harris. I'm gonna let the video play.
It was a heavy morning at Colfax and Garfield.
When we get calls to our office, we will respond.
The same intersection where at least one of these signs was hung just a day before. Olivia Hunt was one of the first to notice it.
I just wanted the sign to be down because it's very dehumanizing.
Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says DPD has strong leads for who's responsible,
We do have a video that is going to be helpful for us identifying a suspect, yes.
but DPD did not share much more about who that could be.
Again, I'm not going to talk about whether or not we have a suspect that's positively identified.
A street artist with a company P.O. box in Aurora is taking credit. His name is Sabo, a Republican activist with a history of racist online posts. He
Sabo did the shit.
Posted pictures with the signs on Facebook. He told 9 News DPD contacted him. DPD says they're looking into it.
And part of the package of leads that we're following up on.
DPD is investigating this as a bias-motivated crime. At the very least, there could be city charges for posting the signs.
Bias motivated, and we still ain't got no damn black hate crime law. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, this stuff is retarded. Like, where was the lie?
It is illegal to post signs on public or private property. This is not the city that we moved to. This is not.
Since when? There's all kinds of signs up. Y'all be picking and choosing which y'all want to enforce and which you don't.
The city that we grew up in. This is not the city that we live in.
Yes, it is. It is the city that we grew up in and the city that we love. It's all of that. Like, this is racist as hell. Are you forgetting we're in Klan country? Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? The Klan, like, literally right across the street from where I live, there used to be a freaking airport that was named after a Klans member named Stapleton. They changed the name to Central Park with the sentiment of Benjamin Stapleton still is alive and well in Central Park. So what the hell are they talking about? The Klan used to march through here all the freaking time, running crosses on black people's lawns, all of that stuff. This ain't the city that we grew up in. Come on, stop it. Stop it, Chief Ron Thomas. Stop it. Exactly, Mac 285. All they do is lie. And intangibles. That's right.
And this is not the city that we're going to accept.
Sabo also admitted to posting the signs in Chicago, although Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas doesn't believe that there's any connection there. Live in the studio, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
New this morning, a man will not face hate crime charges after he allegedly installed anti-migrant signs near the Colorado State Capitol back in March. Denver police tell us 56-year-old Christopher Bawley was cited for violating a city code after the department's bias-motivated crime unit launched an investigation. Detectives used social media content and surveillance video to identify him. One sign claimed migrants were acting as sex workers, and another said, quote, undocumented Democrats, and showed people running with weapons. They were eventually removed by Capitol crews. Prosecutors with the Denver District Attorney's Office determined it did not meet the requirements for a hate crime charge.
Happening now, the city of Denver investing.
So that's that bullshit right there. Now, Johnston, after stealing my plan and Lady Che's plan, the Paris plan, he wants to start buying up all these hotels and motels. He's been doing it for like the past year. They just bought up another hotel though, right up the street from me. They call it the Trouble Tree. There's been several murders over there. It's a lot of criminal activity going on. I mentioned a lot of criminal activity going on in my building right now. That's me. But said Denver officially buys former Doubletree shelter building. So this is one of the motels they had opened up for all the illegal immigrants to live in. So it got really bad real quick. So now the city was like, oh, we're just gonna buy it and then we'll be able to regulate it like that. So that's what this video is about.
Even more in its efforts to help the homeless population. But are they investing too much, I suppose, is the question here.
Yeah, so the city, they officially are buying a property. It's right there at Quebec and 45th Avenue. Fox 31's Carly Moore is on it live from the city and county building to kind of explain what they're going to do with this property. Carly.
Kirk, Andrea, good morning. And so they were just renting the property before. This is that former Doubletree hotel they've turned into a homeless shelter. Now they've officially bought it, and they said so they can continue to help the homeless here. Here's what you need to know this morning. They bought it to the tune of $43 million using state and federal funding. They closed on it just last week. Monthly rent for the property was $83,000, and the rent the city has already paid was applied towards the purchase. The initial lease agreement with Rocky Mountain Communities was approved by City Council in November 2023.
That's the same people that own this raggedy ass building I've been calling home for the past 4 years. The Fusion Studios is literally falling apart. Literally falling apart. They had the health department out here, the health inspector. These not supposed to be coming to inspect my apartment later on today. Like, it's just ridiculous shit. So they spent $43 million on this. And again, this is one of those migrant hotels where they put all the damn illegal immigrants in. And now they're talking about this is going to put a dent in homelessness. Stop it. You put homeless people, you put illegal immigrants in your account. Remember, we showed that when we kept talking about, oh, we're going to house 1,000 people. We got a plan to house another 1,000 people. And you not factoring in the fact that you're putting in these illegal immigrants in your account. So you're not really housing people, actual citizens. You housing these illegal immigrants and trying to pass it off like you housing unhoused neighbors, which is my term, which they stole, try to run off with, and I keep reminding them that's my goddamn term. Now they don't use it no more. They say unhoused residents.
The initial agreement did include an option to buy the property. Now, of course, questions about security have been an issue at this building. In the first 2.5 months of this year, the Denver Police Department responded to a total of 465 calls for service, including calls about drugs, assault, domestic violence, and even a homicide investigation. Also, a security sweep found ammunition, but no guns. The city says it has since implemented a security plan, which includes more patrols. They say buying it will help them maintain.
It's still bad. It's still bad. Even with all these so-called changes they've done, it's still fucked off. Still rampant crime everywhere. Like, this whole area where I'm at right now is just crime ridden. Like, motherfuckers off them blues. They tweaking. It's like fucking Walking Dead over here. Like, straight up.
The shelter as a rehousing hub. That's what they call it. The site will also serve as a navigation center for people experiencing homelessness. So they will also have behavioral and physical health care on site. Of course, we'll continue to follow.
They were both trash, but the dump was giving her that work. I'll give them that.
All right. Thank you, Carly.
What you think? Back to this shit.
A man who says he's a white supremacist went on a racist and homophobic rant last night during public comment at an Aurora City Council meeting, and the council members didn't stop him.
This isn't.
So we got all this shit going on with the Taylor, whatever the hell, TDA, 10-day agua shit going on in Aurora. They arrested a whole bunch of them, and then they ended up letting them go. So then they had the city council meeting 2 days ago now. So it's just now Wednesday. 9/11. Oh shit, it is 9/11 now. So they had a city council meeting on Monday, and I guess this suspected white supremacist went on a racist rant.
The first time we've reported on something like this. Last November, anti-Semitic rants took over a city council meeting in Wheatridge. 9 News reporter Ria Jha spoke with an expert about the impact of hate speech like this.
Yeah, the professor I spoke with specializes in hate speech in civil discussion. She says, yes, it is becoming more common, and it's up to each city to put measures in place to stop it.
Okay. Watching people use hate speech is something Katia Campbell has seen before.
It is so egregious.
But it never gets easier.
And here's where I think it should have absolutely been shut down.
You know what I think is so egregious? That y'all live in a state of denial that there's no such thing as racism and white supremacy. Even though it's all around you, it's like that big ass elephant in the room that you refuse to acknowledge. And then when it happens, you act surprised. I don't act surprised. The only time I act surprised is if there is no racism, because it controls all 9 areas of human activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion. So I don't know why these Negroes out here act so surprised. Like I said, this is a Ku Klux Klan state, so nothing that these mugs do surprises me.
Because again, where do we go from here? What's the deal?
We asked the MSU communications professor to watch Monday night's Aurora City Council meeting.
People like me are getting pissed off. The
And
people that
Aurora's
make
a
it come
sundown town
white
for
supremacy.
real. So I don't know why anything that you
Exactly
can
what I
say
am.
surprises
This is
me.
not getting us anywhere.
People at the meeting were appalled that the city council members did nothing to stop the man as he continued to make racist and homophobic.
Just like they did nothing when them black girls were attacked that were speaking at Denver City Council on the Zoom. Somebody got on, Carla Nash got on the Zoom, and they keep talking about they didn't know who it was, and they don't know how that happened, and they made it so hard now to speak at City Council. It's just ridiculous. Even when they changed the sign-up times, they changed the window. This is under Democratic leadership for the most, especially in Denver. It's definitely under Democratic leadership. And they make it harder and harder to do public comment in Denver. And Aurora's no better. Aurora is just one and the same. I mean, like I said, it's a sundown town. But again, I don't know why any of this is surprising to them. They let the racist white supremacists say and do whatever the hell they want to do, whether it's Denver or Aurora.
Comments. In a statement, a spokesperson said the city is looking at ways to deal with situations like this in the future while not infringing upon an individual's First Amendment free speech protections.
And I also think that people are afraid to do anything because they're afraid of being attacked about the First Amendment.
That right is what Campbell says is actually threatened by allowing this kind of speech.
It can impact people in a way of not wanting to participate in these types of civic engagement, democratic talk elements with city council or whatever it might be. If people know that they're going to go to something like this and then just be subjected to vitriol just based on the color of their skin or their identities.
The color of their skin or their identities? Are you serious? And this woman is supposed to be a professor at the school that I graduated from. Like, are you serious? Like, oh my God.
City Council's bylaws don't say anything specific about what council members are or are not obligated to do in stopping hate speech. In a statement, a spokesperson said this part of the meeting will be taken out of online recordings. Rhea Jha, 9 News.
You know, taking out the recording. No, keep it up. Keep it up. It's a sundown town. Aurora is a sundown town. Always been a sundown town. So I don't know why they want to take the video down. Keep it up. It's literally evident. They don't want the evidence to be there. Like, hey, still racism here. It's blatant racism right here in your face. Right there. They don't want the racism blatantly in their face. They rather have it covert in the closet, if you will. Like, no.
They can take it out, but Rhea, the minute we heard it last night, we all just said, oh, and here it goes again.
Right.
It's disturbing. It really is disturbing. So, all right, thank you.
At its peak, the city of Denver saw more than 5,000 immigrants in its shelters in just one day.
So, remember I was showing you all the clips of Chicago and New York where they was opening these shelters up for the illegal immigrants. Well, here they go again in Denver. Now they want to use abandoned school in the north side. And Amanda Sandoval's district, they want to use that, open up a new shelter for these illegal immigrants. They just have all kinds of means and ways to make a way for these males that ain't actual citizens that ain't paid a lick of tax and then cast one vote. They get priority over you. And you pay taxes and you voted. And they still prioritizing non-citizens, illegal immigrants over you in these democratic cities and states.
Was months ago.
And that number has now trickled to just a couple of hundred. Denver 7's Christian Lopez explains that despite the much lower numbers, the city is looking to purchase another shelter for newcomers.
It's very quiet, and
no goddamn newcomers. They illegal immigrants. What the hell? Illegal aliens, illegal immigrants. They ain't no goddamn newcomers. The hell is it? Oh, God. You see how they keep change the terminology and the language, trying to make you feel like kind of pity or sorry for them. To hell with that. There's a right way of doing immigration. There's a wrong way of doing illegal immigration. There's a right way of doing immigration. There's a wrong way of doing immigration. They could choosing the wrong way, and they're getting rewarded for it by the Democrats. Denver City Council is all Democrat. The mayor, Democrat. The clerk and recorder, Democrat. Any other office you can name of in Denver, Democrat.
and we're all very neighborly here.
Changes could soon be coming to this Denver Sunnyside neighborhood. The city says it's looking at this vacant school as a possible shelter for new immigrants.
We need serious talking about it if they're going to put that here.
Although no plan or contract has been set in stone, neighbors like Jay Kerwood say they have some concerns.
Overcrowding, trash, violence, everything under the sun.
Meanwhile, advocates say this is an opportunity to offer more support for families who are still in need.
It's a large piece of property. There's a lot of space there. We could be teaching.
First of all, ain't no fucking families. Not like how they trying to portray it. It's mainly military aged men that they allowing to come over here, and they running them up. They keep talking about it's families this, families that, support for families. Stop it. They can say anything is a goddamn family these days, and they just go along with it.
Classes there. We could have that as an emergency shelter for people that get evicted and have nowhere to go. There are other uses that we could use that building for that would serve this community. I would like to see the city consider some of those possibilities.
The city of Denver says the number of new arrivals has gone down significantly. In August, they saw around 150 newcomers. The city also says they haven't seen a bus from Texas since June. So I did ask them why they're...
We already had over 50,000 of these months. So whatever they're reporting now, it's just adds on to that. They have over 50,000 of them get bussed here, shipped here, flown here, whatever the hell, over the past year.
Considering opening up a new shelter, they said they just want to be prepared.
It's not going to happen, I'll tell you right now.
Kerwood says he plans to fight it. The city of Denver tells us if they do decide to move forward with opening the site, they'll make sure to have constant security and staffing and work with neighbors to address concerns.
I would like to see them use this new shelter space to provide all of the resources that are unique to this community, because the migrant community has a different path to services than our existing unhoused community. And
this is the broad that was trying to co-op my shit, talking about what we call the illegal immigrants that's unhoused. I said illegal. What you call them? You mean what you call them? Trespassers, like they do us. And we actually citizens, and they said we trespassing. I lost count on these trespassing tickets I got when I was unhoused. But now that, we're gonna roll out the red carpet for them all. We gotta cater to their every need and want, but you neglecting the citizens. The hypocrisy is so real.
so they need services that are tailored to them. And I would like all of those services to be available there.
Reporting in Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
Good evening, I'm Kim Christensen.
And I'm going to close out with this. Aurora just hired a new police chief. They didn't go to the community for any of it. The community wanted input in who the new police chief Aurora was going to be, because they had like 5 police chiefs in the last like 2-3 years. So the community of Aurora really wanted to be involved in this process, and they are wanted to voice their frustration with the fact that their input was not incorporated in the hiring of this new police chief, who, ironically enough, came from Los Angeles County. And we already know about the lap dogs. Just ask Shabaka. Shabaka can tell you for hours how effed off the lap dogs are in California. So this is who they brought over to Aurora, which, as I said, to start this, is a sundown town. And that's apparently what they want, is a lap dog to run the Aurora Police Department. Now, they still had the consent decree. They still haven't got justice for Kylan Lewis, who was killed in May of this year. I went to school with his brother, so I'm like close to the family. Just like I was close to Elijah McClain's family, and even Jordell Richardson's family. So we see this constant pattern of complete neglect of community wants and needs and demands from both Denver and Aurora. And again, this is happening under Democratic leadership for the most part, minus Aurora. Aurora is now mostly Republican. There's still a lot of Democrats on the council, though, but it's more Republicans now. As of the last election, as of last year, they elected more Republicans onto the Aurora City Council. But still, Democrat or Republican, we still lose. And the community is rightfully frustrated. So I'm gonna play that clip, and I'm gonna end the show after that.
Kyle Clark. Another Aurora City Council meeting has been shut down by protests. Tonight, it's over 2 issues. People are demanding City Council apologize to the Venezuelan community and hold police accountable for the death of Kylan Lewis.
9 News reporter Rachel Krause is in Aurora outside that meeting. Rachel, this comes as the city swore in a new police chief hours ago.
Yeah, a lot of people here in Aurora are feeling pretty frustrated. For years, they've been telling the city and the police that they want transparency and a voice about what's happening in their community. So seeing Todd Chamberlain sworn in earlier today as the new chief of police, they say just kind of erodes the public's trust even further. Aurora's newest police chief, Todd Chamberlain, started right away speaking with protesters. They want justice in Kylan Lewis's death, yes, but also answers as to why the police's new leader was picked in private. Questions Median Schaffner took straight to Chamberlain.
Why would you accept a position knowing that there wasn't community involvement?
That's a
Give you a little background on this broad. Me and Lady Che been going in on her and the whole Free Coon theme song, whatever the hell, version of Roly Poly Martin, Jeff Fart, same people that said, oh, we don't need a black agenda. These are the same folks, right? So this broad, she got tokenized by one of the mayoral candidates last year, Kelly Bruff, in several commercials. And she had the audacity, y'all, to get mad at me and Lady Che because we said, hey, this woman's tokenizing you. You need to go get your money. Oh, I like to vet my candidates. She invited this broad to our house and had her on our couch. This broad used her for 3 commercials, put her in like 3 commercials, didn't pay her for a lick of that. And she had the audacity to get mad at us for telling her to get her money. But as you can see, she's clearly a tether, so why are we surprised? They love to be tokenized and mistreated by the white dominant society. That's it. She's sitting up here talking about, oh, why didn't you come to us? This performative politics is hilarious to me, especially since you didn't care about nothing that I was talking about when I was running for mayor last year about prioritizing black people and putting black people first and all of that. They laughed and hee and caca about that. And then it's the same broad that said, oh, he's not going to get on the ballot. Well, newsflash, Meridian, whatever the hell your goddamn name is, I'm on the ballot. So go put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Question many in the Aurora community are asking of the city's 6th chief in 5 years. He's leading a department plagued with issues and operating under a consent decree for how it polices the community.
Why should we trust you? What do we go back to our communities and say?
Get to know me.
Why should we trust you? No, not getting to know you, but why should we trust you?
You should trust me because, again, I'm here to serve you.
But trust is in short supply around Aurora right now. The city and police have refuted claims that a Venezuelan gang has taken over apartment complexes. Conservatives have said the city and APD are lying. And tenants have said the city needs to do more with bad landlords.
Good evening.
Those who've been pushing for details following Lewis's death say this is another example that shows Black and brown people in Aurora deserve better.
And we are here today, yet again, in the city of Aurora, because we continue to be failed by the city leadership in Aurora.
More than 100 days after his son was shot by an Aurora police officer, Robert Lewis says they're still in the dark and something needs to change.
You know, now they got this new police chief from LA that I don't understand. You know, they don't need a new police chief, they need a new system, a whole new police force. This is mad.
Get rid of the police altogether.
People need to really wake up and understand this can't go on anymore.
Protesters here say this new chief should resign and let the community be part of the next search. But if Chamberlain plans to stay, they want him to sit down and find a way to rebuild their trust.
Speaking with Chamberlain today, Schaffner asked if the new chief would commit to sitting down for a community meeting, and he said he would. Now, those here today say if that meeting does happen, they've got a lot of questions for the new chief. Reporting live in Aurora, Rachel Krause, 9 News.
The heat return.
I appreciate y'all staying up late. Shit, something about to rise in like an hour. But yeah. Appreciate y'all staying up late with me. Make sure y'all like to subscribe to Front Line Black News. So I have to kick Lady Tay off. I don't know what the hell she's doing. She's working on some other stuff. Got something to do with the medication she's been taking. I don't know. But I do apologize for all these dysfunction and all the stuff that's been going down lately. But I'll go get through it. Alright, so yeah, thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 23, part 3, continuation of the Front Line Black News. We should be back tomorrow. This Black is Black Experience Enhanced. We had to move it a day because of this travesty of the debate that took place yesterday. So we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like to subscribe to our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. That's Black is Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Chan Kuma, Jesse Sean Paris, Carl State House of Representative, House District 8, candidate on the ballot, number 3 on the ballot, signing out from the Mile High Income City. Peace.